After the merchant left, Rob began to work on his new toy, silk stockings. After all, looking at Lillian in a maid costume without stockings, something was obviously missing. Likewise, coincidentally, he bought a lot of silk from the dwarf merchant, so of course, he had to try to make silk stockings. Unfortunately, silk stockings are not equipment that can be made by tailoring skills in the game, so Rob can't rub them out with his hands. So he let Lillian try to make a pair of stockings out of silk instead. Although she made the general structure, the silk stockings she made are inelastic and can't define a woman's legs beautifully and tightly like the silk stockings of modern times, so she had to give up. People of Virgo, are always unhappy when something is imperfect. Oh. Rob rolled over on his stool. I feel like time has slowed. Master, but I think time moves fast. Rob said angrily, when you feel happy, your time will move faster than others, and when you feel pain, your time will move slower than others. What Master means, is, you're unhappy. Lillian was star-led again, showing a worried expression. Master has given me such a happy life, but you are not happy yourself. Lillian can't do this. Is there anything I can do for Master? I want to see you wear silk stockings. Rob rolled off the stone stool and fell to the ground, then rolled all over the floor, acting like a child. I don't care. I'll make silk stockings no matter what. Lillian was startled when she saw that her master, who was usually too lazy to make noise like a maggot, dusty rolling on the ground, so she said, Don't worry, Master. I'll ask Mr. Mayor to see if there is any elastic cloth that can be used to make silk stockings. Wait a minute. I'll go right away. Lillian ran out and returned after a while with a strange piece of white cloth in her hand, about the size of a palm. She went to Rob, who was too lazy to move on the floor, and gently poked him with a finger. She whispered, Master, I'm back. Oh. Rob responded feebly. The mayor lent me a small piece of cloth, which is very flexible. Will you take a look at this? Rob turned over and sat up, taking the palm-sized white cloth from Lillian's hand, placing it in his hand, and gently felt it. Huh? The elasticity of this cloth is really good. As soon as Rob exerted some strength, he pulled it a bit. And after a while, he lets go, then he retracts again. Isn't this the perfect material for making silk stockings? He couldn't help being overjoyed and cheered up. Are there any more? This is not enough to slap a big piece. Lillian said, the mayor said he had only a small piece and no more. Why is that all? Rob's newly rising joy instantly disappeared. Well, where'd it come from? Lillian replied, the mayor said that this is made of silk spit by the famous man-eating spider, in the depths of the Black Pine Mountains. It is a horrible spider with a human head. It lurks in the depths of a valley and weaves a web to catch all kinds of wild animals, humans, and even other monsters before eating them. This kind of spider spits silk with both toughness and elasticity, as is the case with the cloth used to make it. However, the spider lives in the depths of the mountains, so only a few adventurers go to trouble them. Not to mention, it must be brought back alive to force it to spin silk to weave cloth. So it's hard to get this kind of cloth. Maybe you can only find merchants to sell it to if you go to Bright Road or a big city like the capital of Saints. We have to take this chance because there may not be any others. At this point, she paused and muttered, Mr. Mayor said that if Master needs a lot of this kind of cloth, you can either try your luck in a big city, or you can issue a reward mission to invite adventurers into the mountains to catch man-eating spiders, and that it must be caught alive. Rob tilted his head and said, you can only buy it by chance in a big city, and adventurers don't necessarily succeed, right? Especially with adventurers like the helpless trio, there is almost no doubt that they will fail. Neither of these plans seems reliable. Lillian nodded. Rob jumped up with a swoosh. Well, it's decided. I'll go into the mountain to catch the spider myself. Huh? Lillian was shocked and said, Master, going out, to the mountains yourself? Yes. Why do you seem surprised? You Don't you keep saying that you just want to be lazy and stay still? Of course, I'm lazy about things I'm tired of playing with, but dressing up my maid is something I'm never tired of. The feeling others get when looking at Rob suddenly changed, from the lazy guy who seemed like a slug to one that seemed radiant and sparkling, a sign that the grinding emperor was about to return. In fact, he is a very diligent and persistent man compared to most people. Once he sets a goal, he will achieve it even if he has to manually repeat the action 10,000 times, and, now, making a few silk stockings for his maid has become his new goal. A Virgo's spirit of never giving up until he achieves his goal burns in him again and restores his true character as the grinding emperor. I'm going out to get some stuff to prepare. Rob then hurried into the warehouse and picked up a pile of ingredients. He rubbed, and afterward, food was made. After all, food is a primary need. He picked up a few more herbs and rubbed them together, and then a red and a blue antidote bottle were ready. Although his chance of injury and poisoning is near zero, no veteran player can go without meds. He picked up a piece of wild boar skin, rubbed it, and finished a set of leather armor and boots. Why choose leather? Because his level is too high and his stats are exceptional, there's nothing for him to be afraid of in this world, so he doesn't need to be equipped with high defense armor, so he only made a leather set with a useful enchantment called movement speed. Leather boots made with good ingredients can be enchanted with movement speed plus 30% at most. For a low-grade leather such as wild boar skin, its limit is only plus 10%, but as long as his boots, chest plate, leggings, hand guards, and helmet have plus 10% each, he can still gain a total of plus 50% movement speed. This attribute is widely used to explore mountains, so it's convenient. Of course, pure leather gear lacks appeal, so I must use a costume add-on. Rob picked up the set of t-shirt and jeans he was wearing when he first crossed over. This is not a simple pair of t-shirt and jeans, but a set of RMB equipment bought by Krypton Gold. Its biggest perk is that it does not use up an equipment slot. Instead, it occupies an extra slot called exterior ornaments. Equipping this thing on top of it will cover up the appearance of your equipment and make you look like you're wearing a pair of t-shirt and jeans. It's especially used to cover ugly equipment. Rob put on the t-shirt and jeans, and the leather gear with movement speed enchants disappeared before long. He's now back to how he first looked when he initially came to this world, with his blonde hair, t-shirt, and jeans. Lillian, keep an eye on the house. Rob said, I'll go around the Black Pine Mountains and come back as soon as I get the silk of the man-eating spider. Huh? Master. It's dangerous in the mountains. You'll surely die if you go in there alone. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Rob doesn't need to say much since Lillian is a very hard-working and capable little girl. In just a few days, she can already take care of herself. He walked to the cemetery behind the chapel, through which was near the hillside, and up the hillside, there were traces of the Baron's small army that camped a few days ago. He walked up the hill, which was still close to the town. There are no monsters to be seen on the hillside yet. Instead, a townsman is chopping firewood here. When he saw Rob coming head-on, the townsman shouted in amazement, "Father! What are you doing up the mountain? Why do you look so surprised?" Rob smiled, "I came to the mountains to find something." "Ah!" The townsman shouted, "Father went out to the mountains, big news, I want to inform all the townspeople that motionless father unexpectedly went up the mountain." While screaming strangely, the townsman rushed back to the town. "Rob! This is unreasonable, whatever. It's pointless to talk to these insignificant townspeople." Rob continued to walk. With his plus 50% movement speed bonus, it went even more smoothly. The town is very far now. He's already deep in the forest, and his surroundings are silent. 5 or 6 goblins poked their heads from behind a big tree and looked at Rob at a distance. Goblins are timid when alone but courageous in groups. However, they are even more courageous when faced with a lone enemy. They're planning on beating Rob before killing and bringing him back to eat. Rob didn't bother involving himself with these trash monsters. After making sure that there were no townsmen around and that he won't be seen, he immediately launched a flying spell, whizzing straight into the blue sky. The goblins who were thinking about going at him were immediately scared to death. This human being knows how to fly. That's a top spell that even a great magician doesn't necessarily know. And they actually wanted to beat up Rob just now. Now, they feel scared when they think about it. Rob doesn't know where the man-eating spider is, but it doesn't matter. Lillian once said that the man-eating spider is in the depths of the Black Pine Mountains. Just one clue is enough. He flew to the deepest part of the mountains, where the mountain is high, and the forest is dense. The speed of flying is, of course, extremely fast. He flew over the distance he had to walk for several days in no more than 3 hours. The towering peaks and dense pine forests seemed to be the depths of the Black Pine Mountains. Now that he had reached the place, Rob had to stop flying. With a thick canopy, he could hardly see the ground from the sky. He deactivated the flying spell and fell straight out of the sky, falling hundreds of meters high. A high ordinary people would undoubtedly fall to their deaths. But when Rob was about to land, he activated Icebox, Ice Barrier. When he landed, the ice immediately made a solid hole in the ground, and a few seconds later, the ice melted, and Rob came out unharmed. After shaking his hands and feet for a little, he took a deep breath. He walked forward for a while, breathing the fresh air from the forest. Well, I haven't been out in a long time. It feels good to come out once in a while. When Rob finished saying this, he heard a gloomy voice behind him. I haven't seen a human in a long time. It feels good to eat a human once in a while. When he turned around, there was a harpy standing behind him. This is an indecent creature. Its lower body is that of an eagle, but its upper body is a woman's. It has a woman's face, large épée, dangling right before his face. Ah, so the holy light that dangled on the screen was this. In fact, Rob felt quite tired of seeing harpies in the game, but when he saw it in the real world, he felt that it was different. After all, the épée on an LCD screen is completely different from reality. Rob rubbed his eyes and protested, "Cover up your épée. It's not that appealing for a woman to show it so thoroughly when you first meet. Men still like obscure beauties. If it's only partially hidden, then it's a good épée." The eagle harpy suddenly stopped. The man was so calm even after he saw her, saying such strange words. Shouldn't you be scared and run away or retaliate? Yet he talked about how I'm dressed. It uttered shrill cry, waving its right wing forward and firing a whirlwind towards Rob. This is not normal wind produced by force, but wind produced by magic. If the whirlwind hits, it'll cut a human body like a knife. However, Rob's magic resistance is far beyond what the harpy can imagine. It was inevitable resisted. The whirlwind passed by Rob before disappearing. Rob, as if he didn't even notice it, said to the harpy, "I'm looking for a man-eating spider. Do you know where it is? If you take me to find it, I will reward you with a bottle of Coca-Cola. After drinking it, I will make sure that your épée will grow bigger. You see, when I went on a long trip, I only took one bottle for me, so I didn't prepare another for you. What a valuable and good thing it is. It's a good deal for you." Two whirlwinds crossed with a wave of its left and right wing. Resisted. Resisted. Rob said, "Negotiate now while I'm still willing. Don't force my hand." The harpy cried angrily, flew high, and swooped down on Rob, its two claws stretched forward to scratch Rob. Miss. The next moment, Rob held it by the neck and picked it up like a sandbag. "If you refuse to talk properly and use violence against me, there is nothing I can do about it." He threw the harpy to the ground, and the latter's back fell with a bang, making a big hole in the ground. The harpy felt that all its bones were torn apart by this blow. It was paralyzed to the ground and could not move anymore. Rob put one foot on her wing and asked, "Now that the Coca-Cola option is gone, only the questions I ask you remain. If you can't answer them, I will beat you to death. Answer, where are the man-eating spiders? The harpy trembled with fear. It now knows how powerful the person she is messing with is, in the north. North. It's in the valley to the north. Oh, that's right. Rob withdrew his feet, turned around, walked a few steps, and suddenly looked back. I remember the first thing you said. You seem to be a man-eating monster. The eagle harpy froze, petrified. Rob waved his hand, and a huge fireball flew from his fingers before burning the harpy to ashes. It's better to kill a man-eating monster, but sadly, it doesn't give experience. Rob sighed regretfully. If only the game had an update and increased the level limit from 200 and added 2 new classes, my experience in killing these monsters would not be wasted. Alas. Rob continued walking through the Black Pine Mountains with his full leather gear with plus 50% movement speed while using various mobility skills of other classes. The rugged mountain paths and strange plants around him felt like a normal, flat road where he could move freely. This spot is infinitely close to the deepest part of the Black Pine Mountains. You can see a towering peak in front, which should be the highest mountain in the Black Pine Mountain range. It looks very high with its peak covered with thick snow. From the mountainside, there is a dense green forest. To the south of the mountain is a steep cliff, below which is a deep valley. Seeing this valley, Rob's heart cheered. The eagle harpy said that the man-eating spider is in this valley. That is to say, Lillian's stockings are also in this valley. I'm happy. Stockings, I'm coming. Rob sped up. His speed was simply terrifying, moving several meters in a flash. A basilisk hiding was just about to attack Rob, but Rob had already run more than 10 meters away, frightening the basilisk to the point that it dared not move. It was not long before Rob came to the mouth of the valley and looked inside. It was full of rocks and trees. Even if detection was activated, it only had a range of 5,000 yards, but it saw through trees and stones in its range. Rob was upset. Why do man-eating spiders live in places like this? After complaining, he did understand that it is convenient to spin cobwebs in such a place. How can cobwebs be made in an open area? He stepped into the valley. And because of his combat prowess, he didn't have to tread carefully and dared to just keep moving forward. Doing it this way, however, made him prone to going in the wrong direction. But he didn't go far before a strange figure appeared behind a tree next to him. It moved quickly and cut Rob in the neck with a knife. However, after it missed, it stopped attacking. Rob turned around and saw a skeleton soldier looking at his knife with its empty eye socket, then at Rob's neck. There was no expression on the skeleton's face, but its actions made it seem cute and confused. It doesn't seem to understand how it was missed. He realized that T wasn't being controlled by Control Skeleton, but acted of its own volition. That is to say, it's a true undead. Yo! This is the first time I've seen the undead. Rob waved to the skeleton soldier. Dude, are you from this valley? Have you seen any man-eating spiders? Show me the way. The skeleton indicated that it didn't want to talk to Rob and waved its knife at him. Rob kicked it right on the waist, knocking it to some sort of wall. He thought it would hit the edge of the mountain and turn into a pile of broken bones, which was also the purpose of Rob's kick. Still, unexpectedly, after flying back a few meters, the skeleton soldier suddenly froze mid-air and stopped moving. Then, it sloshed twice and finally suspended mid-air, making a strange shape. Huh? Rob could not help but freeze. What the hell? However, 2 seconds later, Rob realized that the skeleton soldier was not suspended in mid-air by its own strength but was caught by an invisible web. It turned out that there was a huge, transparent net on the mountain in front of him. After the skeleton soldier was knocked over, it hung on the web and was stuck. As soon as he thought of this, he saw a head appear from a hole near the edge of the mountain. It was the head of a beautiful woman with beautiful features, silky eyes, and red lips. However, below the head of this beautiful woman is its ugly spider body, the kind that can instantly scare a man into impotence. It was obviously attracted by the vibration of its web, so it poked its head and a small part of its body out of the hole, glanced at the prey in the web from a distance, and felt disappointed that it caught a skeleton soldier, which had no blood or flesh and could not be eaten. It gently scratched its leg on a strand of spider silk at the mouth of the hole, and the whole web trembled, making the skeleton soldier fall off, and then it retreated into the hole with a swoosh and did not come out again. In fact, the entire sequence of actions took place in a matter of seconds before the cliff's edge was restored to what it had been like before, instantly and quietly. With such a large transparent net hanging in mid-air, no one knew that a man-eating spider was hidden in a hole next to it. Rob was delighted and said, "Interesting. There's nothing like that in the game I played, which makes it a very interesting creature." Rob reached into the hole and pulled out nothing. The spider hiding in the hole's depths did not seem to come out to bite his hand, making it impossible for him to complete the task of fishing for spiders with his hands. Rob doesn't want to go into the hole to catch it. Normal humans don't like to go into holes where you can barely move in. This is troublesome. It seems that this monster's very vigilant. It's the type that won't leave its hole unless it has something in its web. There's only one way to lure it out alive. Using my body as bait. Rob walked up to the transparent web, and shrugged before kicking the ground for momentum. He flew and crashed into the spider web. Resisted. 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 Every contact he had with the web produced resisted. The power of the spider is obviously not enough to threaten Rob. Rob secretly scolded in his heart, "Damn it. Why can't I use my body as bait? Now I have to do something else." He stretched his hands, grabbed a few thick filaments of the web, and deliberately kicked the cross-sections of the web before shaking them hard. The whole web shook violently with his movements. Also, since the spider has a human head, it may be able to understand human language, so he acted like he was caught successfully. Rob simply shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help! I'm caught in a web. Somebody help!" Rob fooled Baron Perseus and Sister Isher with his Oscar-level acting a few days ago, so he is completely confident in his acting skills. A mere spider with an IQ of less than 5 will surely be fooled. He wobbled and struggled and screamed for help, showing incisively and vividly what a man who was accidentally caught in a cobweb should look like. Soon, there was a movement at the mouth of the spider hole, and the first one sticking out of the hole was a spider's foot, which was placed on a strand of thick silk at the mouth of the hole, through which the vibration of the cobweb was felt. Then, it was convinced that its cobweb had reached its prey. The spider's head came out a little bit, seemingly careful and vigilant. The depths of the Black Pine Mountain Range houses all kinds of powerful monsters. If it's not careful, it will surely die a gory death. The spider, with its beautiful female head, glanced at Rob with a pair of beautiful eyes, watching warily to see if the prey was really managed by its own cobweb. It could see that the human being really fell into its trap. He was struggling desperately, but his hands and feet were entangled in its cobwebs, and he struggled feebly, which proved that he had completely lost his fighting ability. All it had to do was to climb over and inject venom into the human's body. It can paralyze him and then easily drag him into the hole and eat him. There was an evil smile on its beautiful face when it began to poke out of the hole slowly. Rob watched the spider coming out of the hole bit by bit, thinking to himself, "Here we come. A little more before your entire body is sticking out of the spider hole. When that happens, I'll come right over and buckle your neck. Then my maid will have excellent elastic stockings to wear, hee hee." Transparent spider silk, the woven cloth should also be transparent, dyed white is white silk, dyed black is black silk, not dyed is bare. Oh shit, it's too cool. The head of the spider finally came out, and then its round spider belly, bit by bit, came out of the hole. While Rob slowly gathered his momentum, getting prepared to engage. However, just when Rob was about to charge, an arrow suddenly popped into the air with great power. And poof, right in the face of the man-eating spider. The beautiful female head was then immediately split in two by a big sword, and its whole body was cut in half by the blade. Green blood splattered everywhere, man-eating spider, dead. Rob. For Rob, what was cut in half was not the spider but the silk stockings of his lovely little maid. This merciless knife shattered the teenager's yearning and longing for a better life. I'm angry. Oh, I still have resurrection magic. Rob hastened to use resurrection on the spider's body, but it didn't work. The spider is designated as evil, so rather than doing good to the creature, it has a lethal effect on it. Then, he quickly used undead resurrection. As a result, the spider stood up but became a skeleton spider. Not to mention silk, it doesn't even have flecks or blood. Rob scolded in his heart, son of a bitch. Just then, behind a large stone in the distance, Baron Perseus jumped over and said with a look of fear, "Oh, I heard someone calling for help, so I ran over quickly. I happened to see that the spider was going to attack a human being. Fortunately, at a critical moment, my sword caught up." Rob, damn it. He quietly yet quickly used a holy spell on the skeleton spider, making it scatter all over the floor. Baron Perseus came out from behind the stone, saying, "What are you doing in the depths of the Black Pine Mountain Range alone, young man? It's dangerous, isn't it? You were almost eaten by a spider." Huh? He saw Rob's face and was startled. "Mr. Rob? You? What are you doing here?" Rob didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's an awkward situation. It turns out that Baron Perseus led Little E and the three adventurers here after several days of trudging and tracking, but Rob used a cheat skill to fly ahead of them in a matter of hours, which led to this very embarrassing situation. What am I supposed to do now? The three adventurers, and a large group of soldiers continued to emerge from behind the boulders in the distance, most of whom now looked at Rob with strange eyes. Only the three smiled because they knew that Rob was not simple and had a secret identity, and that seeing Rob here was not as unexpected as it was for the Baron and Little E. Rob looked at the caring eyes of the Baron and Little E before looking at the man-eating spider and sighed. He can't blame the Baron. He killed the spider because he wanted to save Rob. It would be immature to lose his temper because others saved him. "Father, why are you here?" Little E, who he had not flirted with for several days, regained her aloof demeanor and spoke in a cold tone. "Rob had to start bluffing. After you left, I was worried about your safety. I felt that I could not just let you go into the mountains to take risks like this. I should also contribute to the just cause, so I came to the mountains to find you. Then I walked and walked. I came here and was accidentally caught by a cobweb." The Baron could not help but feel moved. "Father, I admire you for being so kind. A berserker's brain is really simple, he's too gullible." Little E is not as easy to fool, her cold face flashing doubt. "You entered the mountain alone? How were you able to walk into the depths of the Black Pine Mountain Range when the cursed ruby absorbed your strength? How were you not eaten by monsters along the way? Why do you have to be so smart at a time like this?" Rob vomited in his heart but said, "You see, wasn't I almost eaten by a monster just now? This shows that I was just lucky so far, but my luck has finally run out." Little E felt something was wrong but couldn't tell what it was, which made her feel very uncomfortable. "Don't say that kind of stuff anymore," said the Baron. "Release the priest from the spider's web first. It's hard for him to hang there." Several soldiers rushed over and took out their knives to cut the spider silk. Unexpectedly, the spider silk was really tough. The soldiers couldn't cut it with their knives even after a long time had passed. Rob cried, "Don't cut it randomly, just cut the edges of the spider web. Don't cut the middle. I want this silk. Save it for me." Hearing him say this, the three adventurers seemed to understand something. After glancing at each other, Gorda strode up, waved his one-handed sword, and cut at the corners of the web. Rob fell from the center of the web, and when he landed, Rob pretended to fall, and Shualu jumped forward and pretended to help him. Rob was helped by Shualu and finally, stood firmly. He patted his chest and looked frightened. That was close. I was almost eaten by a monster. Thanks for the help. Shualu nudged him on his waist and whispered, Mr. Rob, what are you playing at? Rob also whispered, I came into the mountain to catch the man-eating spider for its silk to make something. When I was about to catch a live one, I didn't expect the Baron to kill it. Tell me if it was justified or if I was wronged. Shualu laughed, and quickly hid it, whispering, Don't worry, there's more than one spider. We'll catch it later. Gorda took the spider web and crumpled it like a little ball of wool. He was smart enough not to give it directly to Rob but held it in his hand and hid it behind his back, and then when he came to say hello to Rob, pretended to shake hands with Rob and put the ball of spider silk in his hand. Rob took it, threw it into his bag, and it was settled. The two exchanged a tacit look. Rob patted Gorda on the shoulder and smiled, Thank you for removing me from the spider web. Golda knew that although he was saying this to the Baron and Little E, he thanked him for helping him collect the spider silk and said with a smile, You weren't afraid of danger and came into the mountains to help us. We should thank you instead. Rob turned himself into an eager-to-help person, so he had to go up to the Baron and Little E, Fortunately, I found you here, and I can make a contribution to the peace of the Kingdom of Gran. Welcome, said the Baron. Little E kept a cold face and did not speak, obviously still a little suspicious. This lazy guy. Help? It isn't right to think with your toes. Rob asked, Mr. Baron, how are you doing with your search? Do you have any clues to the evil necromancer? We have. Speaking of this, the Baron looked very excited. Thanks to Mr. Jike's tracking skills, we found the traces of dozens of stolen skeletons in Westwind Town when they entered the mountains, and we tracked them the entire. Although we went the wrong way twice, Mr. Jike found the path again and made us go the right route. Little E said, when we explored the vicinity of this valley, we encountered skeleton scouts several times. It's obvious that someone sent scouts to guard the area around the valley and didn't want people to come near. There's obviously something going on in the depths of the valley. Hearing them talk, Rob remembered that he had just kicked a skeleton soldier. No wonder I met them here. The spider I was looking for was in the same place as the necromancer. The Baron said, Sister Isher was the only holy person we had, so I was worried that the undead would be difficult for us to deal with. Now that we have Mr. Rob, we have two holy members. I'm more certain of dealing with the undead now. Rob said, Aren't you here to scout? Why do you suddenly want to deal with it? If we can kill, why scout? Said the Baron. Rob applauded, You really are a qualified berserker. In short, we will explore every corner of the valley in detail. The Baron said, We'll find traces of the necromancer. If we can kill him decisively. If not, we'll look for its lair and head to inform the Great Duke to lead the White Lion cavalry here. Rob thought, You want to search carefully? Great. Find me some man-eating spiders while you're at it. It's easier with more people. I'll join you then. It was already getting late, and the sun was about to set. After giving a general account of the situation, the Baron directed his soldiers to camp in a secluded place in the valley to start a fire and spend the night. Little E stayed outside the camp, dipping a pen with holy water and drawing some strange patterns on the ground. Rob doesn't recognize these patterns, but he can guess what Little E is doing. What she is drawing should be a holy magic array called Holy Light Sanctuary. Its effect is to prevent unclean things from entering the magic array. The word unclean includes many things, such as skeletons, zombies, vampires, ghosts, skeleton dragons, and man-eating spiders. In short, all undead and evil creatures will be seriously hurt if they encounter this array. But its weakness is obvious. You can't move while drawing it, and it takes a long time to draw this magic array. Depending on the size of the area you want to protect, it takes dozens of minutes to hours when it comes to defend a city. It could take even a group of priests months to finish drawing the array, and if a monster comes rushing over in the middle of it, it's over. Therefore, while this method looks powerful, there are not many places where it can be used in. Of course, Rob does not have this problem with this since his game, called Dark Blade, only needs 5 seconds to finish a Holy Light Sanctuary with a radius of 20 yards on the ground. While he was thinking about this, Little E confessed, "Father, it will take too long for me to draw the Holy Light Sanctuary alone. Can you help me draw the magic array on the other side of the camp? We each draw half and connect them in the middle." Rob spread his hand and said, "Before I came, did you draw alone?" Little E replied, "Yes." "Then why are you only willing to draw half when I'm here?" Rob said solemnly, "You can't be lazy like this. Laziness is one of the 7 sins. Don't you feel ashamed as a nun of the Church of Light? You should continue to finish it alone." Little E. This argument inevitably fails as Little E said with a cold face, "You don't know how to draw Holy Light Sanctuary, do you? Look at who you're talking to. Me. A faithful believer of the God of Light. How could I not draw such a simple array like the Holy Light Sanctuary? I can draw it with my eyes closed. Then look at the part I'm at now. What's the next stroke?" Little E pointed at the magic array on the ground and looked at Rob with her cold eyes. Rob doesn't really know what the next stroke is. Like, who bothers looking at that stuff in the game? He spread his hand and said, "It's too easy. I don't even need to explain." Little E, cut. What cut? As you guessed. Well, it's time for me to show some real skills. Rob slapped his butt and stood up. "I don't like drawing magic arrays in front of others. But if I want to draw, I'll draw a new one. And not just part of the array, but the entire thing." Little E looked at Rob and said nothing, but she obviously didn't believe it. In fact, since she met Rob, she has never seen Rob seriously use holy magic. In her opinion, the last time Rob did something, he became a berserker. He hacked the double-headed ogre to death with the power of the cursed ruby, not his own. Of course, it felt a little suspicious later, but she didn't know what Rob could do. Rob is also tired of being picked on by this nun. Although laziness is important, men can't always accept being cease and making women feel better about themselves. He stood in front of Little E, took the pen, and said with a smile, "In the Far East, there is a drawing technique called ink splashing, which means you can draw just by throwing ink out. I learned this technique in the East. I found that it can be used not only to draw regular images but also to draw magic arrays. Do you believe me when I say that when I throw this holy water around me, I'll make the Holy Light Sanctuary?" Little E believed that Rob's just trying to act clever and said, "How can you make a magic array just by splashing holy water? Your nonsense has a limit. Although lying isn't one of the 7 sins, the God of Light doesn't advocate it." "I'm not lying. You're exaggerating, which isn't much different." Rob said, "Let's have a bet. I'll spill this, and the array will be formed. What do you say? I'll apologize to you." If an apology is enough, then what's the point of judging heretics? Just let the heretics apologize, and it's over, Rob said. Little E, what do you want me to do? Common sense is to apologize by showing your chest, ahem. Rob forcibly took his sentence back. Forget it. Flirting should be kept in moderation. Although he's a little naughty at times, he never acts like a hooligan. Just do this instead, then give me a shoulder massage. That shouldn't be too hard, right? Okay. But if you can't do it, please stop being lazy and practice harder. Rob could see that the nun didn't mean any harm from the request she asked for. She really just wanted me to improve. She is a good person, so I can't bully her much. Then, I'll begin. Rob held up the bottle of holy light high and began to use the sanctuary of light with a completion time of 5 seconds. He waited for it to finish before doing anything else. At this time, the nearby soldiers could not help but look over together. Several soldiers nearby heard the argument between Rob and Little E and knew what they were betting on, so they whispered to their comrades in arms. Even the Baron heard it. A large crowd of people crowded over and looked at this side curiously. Only the three adventurers stood in the distance, too lazy to join the party. Shualu said with a low laugh, "The nun is bringing embarrassment upon herself again." Golda shrugged. "She doesn't know what kind of person she's dealing with, but luckily we do." Shualu asked, "Why does this woman always pick on Mr. Rob?" Gorda, probably something along the lines of a veteran adventurer reminding newbies, but more on who among the clergy of the Church of Light can make greater demands on each other. Shualu shrugged, "Magicians mind their own business." Gorda said, "But I like it." In full view of the public, the moment his activation time was over and the skill was about to be released, he opened the holy water bottle and raised it to the sky with strength. The holy water in the bottle flew high, making a circle of droplets mid-air, flying in all directions. Everyone couldn't help but look up at the droplets in the air. When they fell, their eyes looked down, and their eyes sat on the ground. As soon as Rob looked up and bowed, there was already a golden magic array on the ground. So, as soon as the water droplets fell, the magic array was formed. In other words, from their point of view, this looks like it was painted with holy water. "It's the Holy Light Sanctuary." A soldier called out, and then more soldiers began to talk. "It's exactly the same as the magic array drawn by the nun last night." Impressive. It really was just a splash before the Holy Light Sanctuary was completed. The nun painted for half an hour last night. The range of this Holy Light Sanctuary is very wide, 20 yards, which is much larger than the one drawn by the nun yesterday. This is amazing. If you can draw the Holy Light Sanctuary at this speed, you can stand directly in front of a pile of monsters and punch their faces inside the array. Amazing. The soldiers were amazed. Little E also opened her mouth wide and couldn't close it for a while. This. Isn't this too much? Can you really draw an array like this? Does it really have protective power? She quickly squatted down, stretched out a hand, put it on the magic array, and sensed it with her heart. She didn't know it yet but was startled when she felt it. This magic array contains a lot of holy magic, and its intensity is so high that it is much stronger than her own. The Baron applauded hard. "Interesting, very interesting. What do you call it? The ink-splashing technique of the East. This is revolutionary. I have to report it to the Great Duke. If our White Lion cavalry magicians can draw magic arrays at the same speed, no enemy can stop us." The Baron did not know that because of his words, the magicians of the White Lion Knights practiced ink splashing for more than 2 months. Of course, none of them succeeded, and all the magicians had no choice but to admit they had no talent. Rob smiled. "Isn't the ink splashing technique of the East great? It took me a while to study in the East to understand it. Fortunately, Easterners only use this technique to draw paintings, but not for magic arrays, otherwise, the West would have been destroyed." Xiao Yi nodded with difficulty. "Indeed, I heard that Big Tang did not do it for magic arrays. If they had painted magic arrays in this way, the magical kingdom, Gran, and Norma, the kingdom of knights, would have perished long ago." Rob said, "Well, now that I've drawn the magic array for you, admit defeat and come massage my shoulders." Little E couldn't say anything to refute it. Rob sat on a big stone while Little E stood behind him with a straight face, stretching out her hands while kneading Rob's shoulders. A subtle silence bore between the two for a while. Rob felt a pair of soft little hands pinching and massaging his shoulders. Too comfortable. He closed his eyes to enjoy it. Little E thought Rob would open his mouth to ridicule her but did not expect him to be unexpectedly quiet, so she couldn't help whispering, "I thought you would laugh at me for trying to go beyond my limits or scold me for being blind." Rob smiled. "Do I look like someone who'll do that?" When he thought about it, indeed, Rob is not that kind of person. Although Rob is very lazy and looks cheap when he says, "Wow," he doesn't look like a guy who likes to say hurtful words. I don't want to know. But thinking about it carefully, nothing seems to be wrong with him. She couldn't help but ask, to what extent did you practice your holy magic? The last time, we used restoration magic, but because I rushed to do it, you didn't have a chance to show yours at all. Only now did I realize that your holy magic is so great that it's far beyond my imagination. I'm flattered. Rob said with a smile, I only understand a little bit. How strong can a little priest in this small place at the border be? I just learned ink splashing in the east, other holy magic are just average. If Rob jumped up and pretended at this time, bragging about his strength, little E would believe that he was a little priest in a small place at the border that picked something up to make him stronger. However, Rob did not show the appearance of frivolity. Instead, he had a calm attitude, speaking with some modesty and a faint sense of self-confidence. Little E is a person who grew up in a big city. She has seen much more people and experienced many more things than the townspeople of Westwind Town. Her thought is entirely different. She knows that the more influential the big shot is, the easier it is to become like Rob. For example, the great aristocratic men of the Bright Road also maintain basic etiquette, or gentlemanly demeanor, to people much lower than themselves. Still, their eyes are full of pride and self-confidence. For example, the archbishops in the Church of Light can put down their status and show a kind smile in the face of ordinary people, showing a gentle, calm, and holy demeanor. Still, when they look at the inferior people, their depths feel a sense of superiority. That is the, I am better than you, I am more elegant than you, I am of higher quality than you, attitude towards life. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that Rob was not simple. She squeezed Rob by his shoulder and whispered, I see that I can't see through you at all. Why do you want to see through me? Are you interested in me? Interested, but not in the way you're thinking. Little E suddenly lowered her voice and whispered, after seeing your holy light sanctuary, I understand that you are a very powerful priest, and your holy magic is surely way above me. Coupled with the fact that you came with little to no good equipment and weapons to follow after us yet appeared in the valley first. She did not say what she didn't know, but the more she said, the more doubts she had, and she could not help thinking in the most terrible direction, even if I am a fool, you have some kind of mission entrusted by the church. You must be investigating something, being father is only your secret identity. You must be a heretic judger. A heretic judger is a position responsible for eradicating dissent from the Church of Light. Heretic judgers are divided into two. The first are people who walk in the sun and look brilliant and upright, who often occupy high positions in the Templar Knights, and when they find heresy, they solemnly declare war and lead the Templar Knights to root out the heretics. The other kind of heretic judgers is those who walk in the dark. They usually hide their identities and disguise themselves as humble little priests, fanatic believers, or even pretend to be ordinary people. This is usually done when the church needs to deal with a heretic secretly. They will act like assassins and kill the target. Little E is now somewhat suspicious that Rob is the second kind of heretic judger, primarily because his identity is very strange. A priest at the border shouldn't be skillful at magic, but he is extremely great. The holy light sanctuary he drew was revolutionary. Powerful yet low-key and placed at the border. I'm afraid it's not just heretic judgers who do this. You're a heretic judger, aren't you? Little E asked in a low voice. Rob thought to himself, did you use too many brain supplements? Who the devil are you calling a heretic judger? Forget it. I don't need to refute. I'll use your words. What you think is your own business. Rob spread his hand and said, I'm not a heretic judger. I'm just an ordinary priest. After saying this, he winked at Little E on purpose and made an expression called, you understand. Little E immediately understood. She looked left and right, took a vigilant look around to see if anyone was eavesdropping, and then whispered, sorry, slip of the tongue. I shouldn't have asked so directly. You can't give me an answer now. Rob gave another, you understand, look and said solemnly, that's right. Do not ask. I can only tell you that I'm not a heretic judger. You only need to know one thing, I have a vital mission. But I can't tell you what. Rob didn't lie. What he said was true. Indeed, he is not a heretic judger, and he is also charged with the important mission of making maid silk stockings. As for the look in his eyes just now, it is none of his business how she understands it. When asked afterward, Rob could just say, you're imagining it. I wasn't lying. Sure enough, little E began to think about it. After thinking about it for a long time, she bowed her cold head and said, I see. It's good to understand. I'll quietly reveal a little bit to you for your clever sake. Rob whispered, I came to the western border this time, mainly because I took a fancy to the man-eating spider in the Black Pine Mountains. I want to take one back alive. What are you planning on doing with it? As far as I know, the man-eating spider has no other characteristic except the tough silk it spits out. Is there any research value for this thing? Rob said some nonsense, it has a human head, understand? I can't reveal any more. Little E understands a damn. She doesn't understand a thing in the sentence Rob just said, it's nonsense. But it's not really convenient to ask since it involves a church secret. She is just a small nun who follows a reconnaissance unit. How dare she dig into things? Rob's already given her some information and has taken good care of her. Although little E still doubts Rob's identity, she's more inclined to trust him now. After all, Rob hasn't harmed her and even gave her a new weapon. He also has powerful holy magic. In any case, Rob looks like a church member. Because of that, little E has no reason to suspect Rob. That night, the moonlight and the stars were difficult to see. The dense black pine trees obscured the moonlight and the stars, causing the whole valley to fall into a deathly black. Rob had just laid in a small tent specially set up for him, ready to go to bed, before he heard Shualu's voice, Mr. Rob, are you asleep? Not yet. Can you come out and talk with us for a moment? Rob climbed out of the tent and saw Shualu, Gorda, and Jike all there. The three pointed to the edge of the camp. Rob understood and followed them to the far corner of the camp. All four squatted down and huddled behind the grass. Gorda lowered his voice and said, Mr. Rob, did you come into the mountain to find the silk of the man-eating spider? Rob smiled and nodded, you are so much smarter than the Baron and Nun. They must have been in the organization for a long time. They are so naive that they still have no idea why I'm really here. All three adventurers were happy, and Gorda whispered, the silk you got earlier from the web during the day shouldn't be enough for you. Do you need more? Rob took out some spider silk from his pocket, which was the silk of the cobweb that Gorda had cut for him during the day. It was so little, he sighed, it's too little. I need more. I will act with you, but my main purpose is to catch spiders. I don't care about the necromancer. Gorda nodded, I see. Then we'll pay attention as well. The next time we encounter a man-eating spider, we'll try our best to capture it alive. Rob smiled and said, I'll trouble you for that then. Don't say trouble. You have helped us twice and given us a lot of things. This time when we entered the Black Pine Mountains, the things you gave us helped us tide over several difficulties. We should do something for you. Jike, who is not very talkative, also nodded and said, let us help you find man-eating spiders. We are adventurers and have a lot of experience looking for things. Rob has a lot of experience finding task monsters in the game, but it's hard to say the same in the real world. These three are familiar with this, so since they are willing to help, it couldn't be any better. He smiled and said, then when you help the Baron find the necromancer, also help me find the man-eating spider. It must be captured alive, not dead. All three adventurers raised their hands and made an okay gesture. The next day, early in the morning. Even though the sun had already risen, it couldn't be seen from inside the valley. At the same time, the scouts under the Baron dispersed in groups to explore the valley carefully. Rob and the three adventurers walked on the side, keeping a distance from the Baron's team, looking for a man-eating spider. "Pay attention to narrow and dark places," Jike said as he walked. "That's the kind of place man-eating spiders stay in. Look carefully. The gap between two big stones looks like a place where spiders prefer hanging webs, but a poisonous frog is squatting next to it. Man-eating spiders are afraid of these kinds of frogs, and they'll surely not appear in the same area." The others nodded. Rob listened modestly while being interested. Little Yee's head appeared behind him. She nodded to Jike and said, "Mr. Jike, thank you for your explanation. I really wanted to go over to see if there are any webs here. Your explanation saved a lot of time." Gorda said, "Sister, why are you looking for spiders? Aren't you helping the Baron find the necromancer?" Little E didn't say it, but she thought, although I'm apologetic to the Baron, the church is more important to me than the kingdom. Since the priest is looking for spiders, then I have to give it more priority. Oh, look over there. It looks like a place with spiders. Jike pointed ahead, where two large, bare stones between which formed a small, narrow passage. Indeed, spiders spin their webs in such places. "Let's go take a long," said Little E happily. The group of people quickly walked in front of the two big stones and got closer. Sure enough, they saw that there was really a transparent spider web hanging in the middle. Looking along the main filament of the cobweb, there was a small hole next to it. Just enough to fit the width of a person's shoulder. Rob could not help saying, "This is the hole." The spider that was hacked to death by the Baron yesterday also hid in such a hole. Jike said, "Now, we have to draw it out. This kind of thing is very timid and vigilant. It will not come out until its prey is netted and no threatening creatures are outside. So, all of us have to hide and send one person to hang on the web, and when the spider comes out, the people hiding will rush up and capture it alive." "Great. I can rest assured with you in command." Rob gave Jike a thumbs up. "The question is, which of us is going as bait?" Jike said. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to Little E almost simultaneously. The latter knew what they meant just by looking at their eyes and could not help pointing to her nose. "Why me?" Rob said, "You are a nun. If you don't go, who will go?" Little E said, "Why should a nun go at a time like this?" Rob said, "The innocent nun was trapped by an evil spider and was saved by a group of adventurers. Isn't that how most stories go? Otherwise, if you think of it in another manner, a careless, muscular Gorda, trapped in a web. The nun runs out to fight the spider and saves the muscular man." Little E didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I accept then." Everyone agreed and kicked the ground, spreading out and hiding behind the nearby stones and trees, leaving E alone in the area. She looked around, sighed, and looked at the webs in front of her. "Nothing much, let's go." She jumped, her body rotating mid-air. Hit. She's stuck. She did not jump nor resist like Rob did, but there was no doubt that she was stuck. Her left hand and feet were all immobile, leaving her only one hand to move. The nun is stuck. Get ready. Little E is glued to the web, and she starts panicking inside. When a human can't move, their hearts panic. She had to say to herself repeatedly, "Don't be afraid. The priest and the three powerful adventurers are hiding nearby. If I am in danger, they will come out to save me. Not to mention, I still have my right hand. If necessary, I can use it to pull the short firearms from my thighs to attack the man-eating spider." After saying this to myself several times, she felt much more at ease, pretending to struggle, shaking the cobweb, and staring at the little spider hole. At this time, Rob, Gorda, Jike, and Shualu all stared with their eyes opened wide at the spider hole. When the man-eating spider comes out, the plan is to jump on it and capture it alive. Jike whispered, "Be careful when catching spiders. This thing has two mouths, one on the human head and the other under its abdomen. There is a real spider's head. Both mouths will bite. Don't be bitten. Otherwise, you will be paralyzed all over the body and die of respiratory failure. Although we have a priest who can detoxify it, we should try our best to avoid poisoning. Understood? Gorda and Shualu responded. Rob thought, I might as well use ice magic to freeze the spider since I don't want to use my hands. However, I fear that my magic's too strong that it will not only freeze but die. Ah! I can use an earth wall. I can cast it 4 times to trap it as soon as it comes out. Just as he was thinking of this, Shualu poked him gently and motioned him to look. As soon as he looked, there was movement in the spider hole. Like yesterday, a foot was exposed first before a beautiful woman's head peeked out and looked around cautiously. It saw a weak woman struggling on the net and continued to leave its hole. Little by little, it slowly crawled out of the hole. Rob was overjoyed, and now he was just waiting for it to get out of the hole. As soon as it comes out, he will block its way back with an earth wall before placing another 3 earth walls, catching it instantly. The spider is almost out. Suddenly, a spider shouted, "There's a problem, be careful." The cry was so harsh that it echoed in the open valley. Startled by the sound, the man-eating spider shrank back and returned to its hole. Damn it! Rob almost jumped with anger. He turned to look in the direction of the soldier's cry, just in time to see a group of soldiers running in the direction of everyone, running and shouting, "Be careful!" Undead, a large number of them. 5 soldiers stumbled in front, followed by a large group of skeletons, at least 50 wielding swords and shields, crackling after them. Before everyone could escape hiding, another 5 soldiers ran down another mountain path, shouting, "Undead!" Everyone turned around and saw that they were also followed by a large group of skeletons. The whole valley became lively in an instant, and people everywhere shouted, "What out?" Skeletons came out of nowhere. "Gather! Gather around the Baron." Then, the Baron's voice rang out, "I'm a berserker, not a professional in dealing with skeletons. Assemble near the nun." Understood, understood. There's also the priest. The priest can instantly paint the sanctuary of light and go to the nun. The sound of chaos sounded everywhere, accompanied by the sound of weapons and the sound of broken arrows from time to time. Soldiers ran out in all directions, fighting and running, followed by a group of skeletons. In an instant, everyone gathered around Little E. Little E, while hanging high, saw quite far. She'd already seen soldiers being chased by skeletons and was chanting silently. As soon as the soldiers reached her side, she shouted while on the web, "Holy Nova!" Her right hand, which was the only one that could move, released golden light, covering 10 yards instantly. All the soldiers at her side were treated, and their injuries slightly recovered. Several skeletons that rushed into its range were smashed by the power of the Holy Nova. And although her holy power isn't substantial, it had a significant effect on skeletons. The skeletons who rushed in the fastest were knocked by the holy light and flew back, almost falling apart. The soldiers were in high spirits. Great! Priests truly are enemies of the undead. After praising the nun, the soldiers looked at E hanging in the web and asked foolishly, "What on earth is the nun doing? Why hang yourself on the web?" Little E didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Pull me off this net, and I'll help deal with these skeletons." Several soldiers hurried to cut the cobwebs while E continued to recite chants. With a wave of her hand, "Holy Strike," and a skeleton soldier fell in the distance. It may seem slow in text, but it all took place in a moment. And by the time Rob and the 3 adventurers came out from behind the tree, it was already very lively. The soldiers were fighting against the army of skeletons, and from time to time, people were injured while skeletons were still drilling out on both sides of the valleys. It's unknown how many there really are. The Baron rushed out, followed by several pro-guards, one of whom was wounded in the leg and needed a companion to help him run. His speed was obviously not that fast, as he was about to be overtaken by skeletons. The Baron's eyes turned red, he used blood wrath and swept his sword, and the 3 skeletons were broken into 6 pieces. However, the undead was not so easy to kill, and the skeletons who were broken into 6 pieces actually recombined, crawled, and reunited to chase them again. "Run!" The Baron pulled his guard by hand and said, "When you get to the priest and nun, you will be safe." Rob sighed when he saw the destruction everywhere. "My spider must not dare to come out of the hole now. What should I do about the stockings? You guys must be screwing with me." "Mr. Rob," Gorda shouted, "we took the Baron's money, so we need to fight for him this time." Rob said, "All right. I can't catch the spider now anyway." Golda picked up his shield in his left hand, and the sword in his right hand roared and rushed up. Jike and Shualu also shrugged and joined the fight with Gorda. Rob looked around, and fights were everywhere. "What's the deal? It'll be quite bad if I stay lazy at this time." Rob was hesitating to act before a beautiful shadow suddenly jumped to his side. It turned out to be Little E. She blocked Rob with her delicate body. Rob asked, "What are you doing?" Little E quickly said, "Tell me first if you can take action or not. If you can't, you better not." Rob, "Huh? Why?" Little E whispered, "Don't expose your identity." Rob understood that Little E really regarded him as a heretic judger, mistakenly thinking that he was hiding his identity and carrying out a secret task assigned to him by the church. In this case, of course, he kept a low profile, and if he accidentally exposed his identity and something is seen by the Baron and his soldiers, the church's plan may be undermined. Out of consideration, of course, Little E asked Rob not to do it. Rob said, "Can you really cover me if I don't do anything? Look at this area. It's full of skeletons. I'm afraid these are the stolen skeletons from the different towns." Little E looked up and looked around. There were indeed a lot of skeletons, hundreds of them attacked nearby, and many more came to land inside. Looking at the total, she's afraid it's reached the thousands. Rob said, "This is reasonable. There are more than 700 skeletons lost in the town alone. Won't the necromancer dig up some more ownerless bones in the wild? Especially in these years of chaos and war, it's unknown how many bones scattered about in the wild." Little E bit her lower lip and said, "I'll think of something." Rob said, "Just give me a bottle of holy water first, and I'll paint the holy light sanctuary. Anyway, this trick has been used in front of the barons and soldiers, so there is no need to hide it." Little E thought about it carefully, and it's true. She reached into her bag, took out a small bottle of holy water, and gave it to Rob. She then turned back to face the battlefield and chanted another holy nova. Rob took the holy water and cast the magic array, Holy Light Sanctuary. He waited 5 seconds, and while waiting, he looked around the battlefield. Shualu used a fireball on the skeletons, turning them into a pile of skeletons. Gorda put up a shield in front of her and helped her block arrows coming towards her. Jike took out a silver-plated arrow to shoot, hesitated, placed it back in his quiver, and took an ordinary arrow and shot it instead. With his red eyes, the Baron charged into the army of skeletons with bloody anger and shouted, "Damn you pieces of bones, present yourselves to me." As for the ordinary soldiers, their situation was quite dire. Their combat power is relatively poor, but they can deal with 2 skeletons alone, but if it's 10 times their number, they have to fight together. In just a short period of time, a lot of people have been injured and healed. Little E barely has the time to treat them now. They can only wait till Little E releases another holy nova and use normal treatment that works terribly. 5 seconds, complete. Rob's holy light sanctuary has finally finished activating. Swoosh! A golden, huge magic array spread out below everyone. A huge circle with a radius of 20 yards and a diameter of 40 yards froze all the skeletons simultaneously. The golden light rushed up from below like particles of light and made the skeletons go flying mid-air. After they froze for a few seconds, they crashed into the ground and became inanimate again. The skeletons outside the array were also startled. A skeleton soldier tried to rush in, but when it reached the edge, it seemed to hit a wall, and a bang sounded. Golden light particles exploded on its forehead. The skeleton soldier fell back, and its rusty sword that was raised high fell to the ground and rolled several times. The Baron was overjoyed and cried, "It's the holy light sanctuary opened by the priest. Everyone, retreat to the holy light sanctuary." The well-trained soldiers didn't need to be commanded to do so and had already retreated into the array. More than 100 people stood in a circle with a radius of 20 yards. It didn't even look crowded, and they still maintained basic formation. The offensive of the skeletons stopped. They all stood outside the circle and dared not rush in. They were obviously studying how to break into the circle. The soldiers inside breathed a sigh of relief and briefly laid down their swords. "Count the losses." The Baron shouted, "Count. 1, 2, 3. The soldiers began to count, and a soldier shouted, "John is seriously injured. I'll count for him, 65. Little E hurriedly turned to look over. A soldier fell to the ground, his eyes closed, blood flowing around his waist. It seemed that he was badly hurt. She hurriedly tried to treat him, but just once, healing magic could do so much. The soldier was just injured too badly. Little E's healing could only restore half his injuries. Little E had to recite the chant for the second time. The healing chant has just begun. Someone over there shouted, "Jack is terribly hurt. He needs treatment. Sister, Mervyn has a broken arm and is in urgent need of treatment. Otherwise, he'll be handicapped." Little E suddenly felt that the situation was quite dire. "Put all the injured people together. I'll treat them with group heal." One soldier said, "It's reported that 67 people have varying degrees of injuries." As soon as Little E heard the number, her brain stopped. Although she can use group heal, there is a limit to how many people it can accommodate, which is 5 people at a time. Moreover, although its effect is good, it consumes a lot of magic. She'll use up all her magic in just a few tries. If everyone is surrounded by an army of skeletons and you run out of magic, that's not a good sign. Is military-level treatment still too stressful for a nun? Rob came out from the side and said angrily, "Why didn't the Church of Light send a few more to come out with you?" Both Little E and the Baron said with a bitter face, "It's just a reconnaissance mission. No one expected it to be like this. Forget it." "I'll do it." Rob said, "Don't look at me like this. I'm a priest, too." Little E whispered, "Hide your strength." "I can't hide it after all this, can I? If I still hide it, people will die." Rob said, "I originally planned to get along with you all as an ordinary person, but in exchange, I was alienated. I'm done pretending. I'm putting my cards on the table." Little E thought carefully that it didn't matter. It's already a question of whether we can survive and return now. Even if Rob is a heretic judger, there's no need for him to hide now. She took 2 steps back and whispered, "I'll leave it to you." Rob stood in front of the wounded soldiers, all huddled in holy light sanctuary that was 40 yards in diameter, and looked at the skeletons outside. However, the soldiers panicked when they looked at the skeletons through an aperture. Coupled with the fact that many soldiers were injured, their hearts became even more panicked. They are not chicken soldiers but veterans who have experienced many battles. They have seen the scene of priests treating them on the battlefield. Generally, a single priest cannot care for such an army-level injury. The army is often equipped with a special medical team, which requires the treatment of a whole team of priests. Otherwise, a single priest will exhaust all his magic and won't be able to cure all the wounded. As soon as Rob came over, some of the less injured soldiers took the initiative to step back, trying to get Rob to apply his magic to their more seriously injured comrades in arms. "Father, treat my brother. He is badly hurt." "Father, I'll be all right. John is dying. Rob smiled at them. Don't worry, it can be cured. No one needs to be let go. I can't be overcome by this injury. His injury is devastating. The Baron said, You sure you can still cure it? Rob stopped talking nonsense with them. In the face of doubt, the best way is not to explain with words but to prove with action. Even if you say 1,000 words or say 10,000 sentences, shooting magic in their face will still prove more useful. Rob raised his hand. Afterward, a holy light came out of his body, and he began to pretend to chant the mantra at the same time. He didn't chant it loudly, however, because little E was beside him, otherwise, it'd be difficult to explain the differences. So when he chanted the mantra, he only uttered it in a very small voice, only at the volume he could hear. Eat grapes without removing the grape skin, do not eat grapes but remove the grape skin, black fertilizer turns into ash, ash turns into black fertilizer, the pole is long, the bench is wide, but the pole is not as long as the bench. He chanted for 3 seconds, twisting his tongue into several shapes. He stopped and returned his tongue to normal. As people in this world do when they cast magic, they shout, Holy Hymn. For a moment, everyone seemed to hear the sonata of an organ, and then, it was as if a group of children was chanting the hymn in unison. Little E listened but could only vaguely hear the lyrics. The pure holy love goes beyond all love. And the joy of heaven falls on earth. The Almighty God of light. Seek salvation. And receive God's grace. The holy light flew like musical notes following the hymn, jumping on all the wounded soldiers. With each jump, a wounded soldier is healed. The sky filled with light, and the ground was full of broken shadows. The golden light waves gently rippled through, soothing everyone's bodies and minds. The seriously injured soldiers who fell to the ground got up one after another. And in a blink of an eye, all the wounded soldiers found themselves as if they had not been injured at all, and only the holes in their leather armor reminded them that they had been stabbed or cut by skeletons. Healed? What kind of healing magic is this? That was awesome. Everyone was cured all at the same time. John was so badly hurt that it was a wonder how he didn't die. How'd he get up instantly? Yes, me too. My intestines were coming out, but it was suddenly cured. I'm so confused. Oh, my God. This is impossible. What kind of magic is this? I've never seen it before. The sound of this chant is so holy. I want to kneel. The soldiers had never seen such magic before, but several knowledgeable people had seen it. The Baron recognized this spell, a group recovery magic called Holy Hymn, that can only be used by high-ranking priests in the Church of Light. Its effect is excellent. It can recover a wide range of wounded soldiers instantly, and the recovery effect is far higher than that of ordinary healing magic. It's no ordinary magic a normal priest can do. Even if young priests try their best to memorize this problematic and long chant and read it completely, they will fail to cast it because they lack holy magic, and it would not have any real effect other than making themselves exhausted. But now Rob just used the magic with a wave of his hand, and its effect was amazing. In an instant, all 67 wounded soldiers of different degrees were all restored back to health. Little E opened her mouth wide in surprise and thought to herself, what a powerful, sacred hymn. I can't use this magic yet. My spiritual practice is far from enough. Now I'm all the more certain that he's a heretic judger. He must be. Although the Baron was surprised by the magic, he was the first to wake up and roared, Hey, what are you all doing standing there? Hurry up and thank the priest, you bunch. The soldiers woke up as if from a dream and quickly bowed to Rob. Thank you for the treatment, Father. Rob said with a smile, it's a piece of cake. It's just some simple magic. It's no trouble at all. Everyone thought, you still call this simple? It's so hard that it's dumbfounding. The Baron exclaimed, Mr. Rob, your holy hymn was wonderful. This is magic that only high-ranked clergy can use. I didn't expect a small priest at the border could use this. I really admire you. Little E thought, oh no, say a few more words, so the Baron will doubt what he's thinking more. A heretic judger can't let others find out about his identity easily, otherwise, it will affect the secret mission given to him. She didn't know that Rob had no secret mission or identity to reveal. Even if she did attract any enemies, he could only play tower defense, and Rob himself didn't care at all even if he did. She wanted to help Rob hide his identity and hurriedly stepped forward and said, Baron, let's think about how to break out of the siege. We are now sure that this is the necromancer's lair. We just need to take the news back now. Oh, right. The Baron woke up and said, we have no time to waste. We have to prioritize how we should escape. He looked around and saw that thousands of skeletons were still watching covetously outside the golden circle 40 yards in diameter. Just now, when Rob was treating the wounded, 2 or 3 skeletons tried to break through the holy light sanctuary. But they were all bounced back by the light, and now the skeletons seemed to be trying to figure something out, but they had only bones and no brain, and they also didn't know what they were thinking about. The Baron exclaimed, you 3 adventurers must have encountered similar situations. Can you think of something? Golda spread his hand and said, there is a way. The Baron was overjoyed and said, what is the way? Golda pointed to the southwest, that is, the direction everyone entered the mountain from here, we forcibly kill our way through. Isn't that difficult? The Baron asked unpleasantly, I will fight through too. After all, berserkers are the best at piercing through the front lines. Then asking you 3, what about your rich adventuring experience? Gorda said, now that we're surrounded by so many skeletons, adventure experience is no longer needed. It should be your army's combat experience that is useful. Are you sure you can still play such tricks here? There is only one way to escape. When the Baron thought about it, it seemed to be true. It's just a bunch of skeletons. It's not hard to get out. Little E said, with the priest and me treating everyone along the way, let's break through from the southwest. The Baron thought about it carefully. That is, although there are a large number of skeletons, they are only the weakest soldiers in the undead department, and their individual combat ability is not much better than their own scouts, so it is not difficult to kill them while we're being treated by the priest and nun. He pointed his sword to the southwest and exclaimed, everyone, attention. Prepare to break through. Golda raised his sword and shield with one hand each and shouted, I'll go ahead and open the way for everyone. At this moment, Rob was thinking, let's go, my ass. I haven't caught my spider yet, and I'm not going anywhere until I catch it, but now there are so many skeletons and people in the valley that the spider won't even come out. I seem to have to sweep the skeletons of this place and kick the Baron out of the valley. I only need the adventurers and Little E to help me catch the spiders. As soon as he thought of this, a dark and strange laugh suddenly sounded, Jijijiji. With the laughter, a man in a black robe suddenly appeared. His robe seemed big but very empty. Everyone could still see that the body under the robe was extremely thin, wondering if it was just skinny or just a skeleton. He smiled a few times with his head down but couldn't just laugh. All these stupid villains have to look up and say a few words, pretending to be some bastard, and this guy is no exception. After laughing, he looked up, letting everyone see his face. It's a disgusting man as thin as a corpse, with his skin wrapped in bones. His face was pale, and his eyes were dead as if he could be blown down by the wind. Powerful black magic diffused through his body, which spread its teeth and claws like an octopus tentacles behind him. He waved the skull staff he was holding, pointed at Rob and others who were in the middle of the valley, and said with a strange smile, Want to leave? No one can leave, Jijijiji. How can I let you guys leave and bring a bigger army? The Baron and Little E turned to look at the man, and their faces changed at the same time, a high-ranked necromancer. He has such strong magic that you can feel his gloomy aura from far away. Gorda, Jike, and Shualu took a step toward Rob without hesitation. These three guys knew best how strong Rob was, so when they saw a strong enemy, their first reaction was to hug his thighs. "Wait!" Rob suddenly said, "Can't you be more creative with your entrance? The way you laughed and came out at the same time is so outdated, you know? If you do a 360-degree naked somersault and turn for another 2.5 weeks, it'll be amazing and even surprise me. But I'm tired of watching you laugh and enter. Go back and try again." Necromancer. Baron. Soldiers. Skeletons. The whole valley became eerily quiet, and after a while, the necromancer roared, "This is outrageous. How dare you be rude to me? You, I know you. You are that damn priest in Westwind Town. At that time, I was too far, so I didn't get to take care of you, but now you've finally come knocking at my door. You're just a little priest relying on the Holy Light Sanctuary to protect you. How dare you act arrogantly?" Rob walked to the edge of the Holy Light Sanctuary, stood a little bit on the edge of the outermost ring of the magic array, and made a face at the necromancer. "Come on, come in and hit me." He then said, "If you don't come in here and hit me, I'll come out and hit you." However, the necromancer is someone who likes some fighting, and before Rob even finished speaking, the necromancer interrupted him and said, "Think I can't get in? Ha! I watch me destroy your Holy Light Sanctuary." With that, he chanted a mantra with his staff raised high. Rob had intended to shoot the fake criminal, but as soon as he heard him chanting, he stopped moving and watched the rest unfold. There are still many unknown things in this world for Rob. Only by observing more can he better understand the world. If he slaps everything in front of him, he will always be an outsider who knows nothing. So he raised his hand and got ready to see what the necromancer was planning. The Baron was not as idle as he was. As soon as he saw the necromancer chanting the mantra, he immediately shouted, "Archer! Interrupt his spell." Several soldiers immediately jumped out, drew their bows and arrows, and shot at the necromancer. Still, they were at the bottom of the mountain valley, and the necromancer stood on the mountainside, which was extremely disadvantageous to the archers. The arrow was too weak to hit the necromancer, but no one doubted that the necromancer could hit them. However, in addition to the ordinary archer soldiers, there is also a powerful archer adventurer in the team. Jike stepped out from behind Rob, kicked the floor, and loaded his quick-shot birch bow with a silver-plated arrow. Skill, precise shot. A silver-plated arrow came out of the string and shot at the necromancer's chest. The arrow was so powerful that even Jike, an experienced archer, was startled. He did not expect the bow sent to him by Rob would have such a powerful effect. Looking at the arrow, he will surely die if it hits the necromancer. The arrow flew mid-air, going like a meteor, reaching a distance beyond the reach of ordinary archers was effortless for this arrow, and in the twinkling of an eye, the arrow was in front of the necromancer. However, two huge skeletons sprang up near the necromancer. They were a head bigger than ordinary skeletons, with not only broken embroidered iron swords in their hands but also shields and helmets on their heads, which were obviously much better than the ordinary skeletons. The two skeletons raised their shields simultaneously and blocked in front of the necromancer. Bang! With the arrows shot by the birch bough, the bones of the first skeleton soldier were pierced through, and it was blown into a pile of powder and scattered everywhere. However, the strength of the arrow also diminished a lot. The second skeleton soldier raised his shield again, and the arrow was finally blocked by it and stuck onto the second skeleton soldier's shield. Ah! Jike, the Baron, Little E, Gorda, Shuelu, and all others sighed and expressed their disappointment. When Jike was about to shoot again, he saw a large group of skeletons raising their shields to protect the necromancer. I can't interrupt his chanting. Prepare for the magic. Jike shouted. Little E also began to chant quickly, True Shield. A small golden shield made of light shrouded Little E. Shuelu also read the chant, Fire Wall. A wall of flames was then erected in front of her. The Baron beside her retorted, Hey, are you only protecting yourselves? What about us? Little E said awkwardly, it won't be like that. But Shualu waved and said, you can come and stand behind my firewall. You see, Gorda and Jike have already squeezed in earlier. Baron. The Baron was mad. A great Baron such as himself can't do such a shameful thing. The Baron ordered, break through to the southwest before he finishes the mantra. Rob grabbed him and said, don't run about. Instead of rushing around at this time, you might as well stay in the holy light sanctuary I painted for you, which may also block his dark magic. Huh. The Baron thought carefully that the priest was right and that there was no safer place in the face of dark magic than the holy light sanctuary, and it was better to wait and see than to be hit in the back by magic. But he still felt guilty that he put up his sword and stood in front of him like a shield. The necromancer finally finished his magic and slammed his staff on the ground. A black, ghastly, terrifying smell poured out from the staff, and the dark magic surged and gushed in all directions. Even the naked eye can see the black mud on the ground. The ground where the necromancer was standing turned black instantly, and his surrounding soul began to blacken. Flowers and leaves withered instantly, and with the spread, even trees withered. The black mud spread towards the holy light sanctuary. No, it's the plague. It's very advanced dark magic. This is not good. If this thing spreads, it will destroy the holy light sanctuary. This sentence startled the soldiers. The soldiers had a brief fight with the skeletons, and because of the wide gap in number, 67 were injured instantly, and they were temporarily safe only because of the protection of the holy light sanctuary. But now that they heard that the plague can destroy the holy light sanctuary, isn't this dire? Little E said, Baron, stop talking so much. Whether the plague can really break the holy light sanctuary depends on the power of both sides. The necromancer may not necessarily win over Father Rob. But the necromancer looks so strong. I feel powerful dark magic in him, but I can't feel anything in the priest. Cough. Little E wanted to pull on the Baron's ear and shout, that's because the priest is a heretic judger. He deliberately reined in his magic to hide his identity so that you wouldn't notice. However, she could only keep it to herself. She can't really say it. The identity of heretic judgers was top secret and must not be revealed, so she had to comfort the Baron and say, don't be afraid. Look at Father Rob. He's calm. The Baron turned to Rob. Indeed, Rob looked calm and even seemed a little happy. However, as soon as he thought of this, he saw that Rob's expression suddenly changed from a happy expression to an angry expression that was about to jump up and hit someone. As it turns out, Rob saw something which annoyed him. The place where the necromancer is standing is just above where the man-eating spider everyone was just trying to catch was. There is a living man-eating spider in there, which is the supplier of raw materials for silk stockings Rob wants to get. However, after the plague of the necromancer spread, it moved quickly, devouring all the normal ground, turning the earth into highly poisonous black mud, all the flowers and plants withered, and the earthworms, centipedes, worms, and so on in the soil, all died miserably one by one. The plague soon spread to the mouth of the spider hole. The man-eating spiders are much stronger than ordinary insects, but who can withstand this plague? If it still lingers in its hole, it will be killed by the plague in minutes. The man-eating spider darted out of the spider hole crazily, running out of the plague, not caring about how many skeletons were outside. At the same time, several holes in the area opened up for man-eating spiders to jump out at the same time. The mountainside appears to be where the colony of man-eating spiders lives, and a total of 5 live there, all jumping out and running for their lives. Of course, Rob loves to watch this picture so much that he can't stop the expression on his face from showing and can't help but smile. He's ready to catch some. Just then, a skeleton soldier looked down at the man-eating spider running under his feet and chopped it impatiently. The man-eating spider screamed, and green blood spilled all over the floor. At this moment, Rob's expression changed, suddenly becoming furious. Oh damn! Rob roared, you fucking skeleton soldier. You don't want to live, don't you? Shualu said playfully, Mr. Rob, they are already dead. Rob. He didn't have the time to play around and complain with Shualu. He glanced at the mountainside and saw that there were still 4 spiders running for their lives with the plague chasing after them, ready to devour them. These spiders crossed countless skeletons. It is truly different for spiders to live. A tiger in front and a wolf at the back. Rob only looked and saw how hard the spiders were fighting for their lives. It really made people cry. Little spiders, don't be afraid, brother here is coming to save you. Rob rushed out of the holy light sanctuary with a loud roar and straight to the nearest spider. This action startled the Baron, Little E, and the more than 100 soldiers present. Only the 3 adventurers were calm, especially Shualu, who already knew that Rob was unfathomable and had no intention of worrying about him. Little E shouted, Father, come back quickly. Without the protection of the holy light sanctuary, it is too dangerous. The Baron also cried, Father, what are you doing? Without looking back, Rob said, Wait for me. I'll be right back. 2 skeletons had already attacked him with their knives with these 2 sentences. He had no weapon in his hand, but he just reached out and gently pushed them, and the 2 skeletons were knocked back, bumping into each other and knocking over a large number of skeletons. His mobility skills, coupled with his 50% bonus movement speed, can only be described as sheer terror as he instantly pierced a path of blood through the skeletons. Oh right, skeletons had no blood, so he actually made a path of broken bones. He pushed all the skeletons away or broke them up with a punch. With just a flash in everyone's eyes, Rob reached the front of the man-eating spider, put his hand around its neck, and held it up with a happy smile on his face. Just then, a powerful skeleton soldier in armor and helmet jumped from behind and slashed at Rob's back with a knife. Rob placed the spider in his left hand and hit the skeleton soldier with his right, instantly reducing it to scraps. Then, he flashed and ran to another spider, holding his right hand out to catch it. Now, he was clutching a large spider in each of his hands. The man-eating spider's head is as big as a human head and has a huge body half the average person's size. Rob grabs it with one hand and puts it in front of his face. Everyone only saw the 2 spiders in his hand were still struggling with their jaws. Rob was so happy that he suddenly ran back to the Holy Light Sanctuary and handed the 2 big spiders to Gorda and Jike. Hold it for me. Be careful to not let it die. Gorda and Jike quickly picked up the spiders, and the nearby Shualu took out 2 large bags and put the 2 spiders in separately. They were experienced adventurers who knew that this evil creature could not be put in the same bag, or they might bite each other. Rob then ran out of the Holy Light Sanctuary in a flash. The Baron doesn't even know whether to complain and said, Father, are you going out again? Little E said, The plague is about to reach the Holy Light Sanctuary. Rob went to catch the spiders again, but the plague was already very close to the Holy Light Sanctuary, so the other 2 were getting closer to the array. Their intelligence isn't enough for them to understand the array painted on the ground in front of them. As soon as they hit the edge of the sanctuary, they will be wiped out instantly. But Rob was quick on the uptake. Long before they hit the magic array, he buckled their necks and picked up both spiders. Then, he looked at the sky and smiled, ha ha ha. Black silk, white silk. Here we go, ha ha ha. Father, watch your steps. Father, return to the Holy Light Sanctuary. The Baron and Little E exclaimed at the same time. It turned out that by the time Rob jumped out of the circle to pick up the 2 spiders, the plague had spread to the edge of the Holy Light Sanctuary, and everyone was ready to watch the collision between the plague and the Holy Light Sanctuary. But unexpectedly, the moment before the collision between the 2 great magic occurred, Rob actually jumped out and stood outside the array, which was simply suicide. The plague immediately went and surrounded Rob's feet. Several strange hands were stretching out of the mud, grabbing Rob's calves and trying to drag him to the ground. Little E hurriedly chanted for treatment. The Baron also jumped forward, ready to pull Rob back into the array. However, Rob suddenly lifted his right foot, and several of the muddy hands grabbing his right calf were torn off in an instant. Then he frowned and said impatiently, "What the heck is that?" With that, he stomped on the ground again. Bang! A light sound came from where he settled, golden light spreading around the soles of his feet. And the plague, which swarmed the area, was instantly pushed back as fast as it came. The skeletons nearby were holding their swords high, ready for the plague to break through the holy light sanctuary and rush in to kill all the humans inside. Unexpectedly, before the two even collided, the plague disappeared, and the skeletons had to stand with a cute look on their faces, not knowing what to do. The necromancer on the mountainside also froze. He was so sure of his dark magic that he thought it would be easy to deal with a little priest, but he didn't expect something so unreasonable as someone breaking his plague with one foot without even relying on an array. In a flash, Rob returned to the holy light sanctuary and put the two spiders he had just caught into the hands of Little E and Shualu. "You two also help me carry one each." The two girls each carried a spider. Their faces bore complicated expressions. This is also thanks to the fact that they are all women who experienced adventures and war. They surely won't touch such a big spider if they are normal women. The Baron looked confused and said, "What's going on? Isn't there a very serious battle going on? Why did we get into the man-eating spider-catching rhythm? What happened just now should be a critical moment of life and death for those humans in the valley. They should tremble with fear, huddle together in fear, and watch the plague spread with desperate eyes, engulfing their holy light sanctuary, and then surround them with a flood of skeletons and cut them to pieces." This is how the story was supposed to develop. Why did the priest stomp away his plague and grab the spiders with ease on his face? Are you not taking me seriously? Such rudeness. The necromancer was furious and chanted the mantra again. "I'll show you this time." As he began to chant the mantra, Rob clapped his hands and smiled. "I finally caught the spider, haha." With a spider bag on his back, Gorda leaned over and said, "Mr. Rob, that guy is chanting again." "Oh, chanting again?" Rob glanced at the mountainside. "I'll watch and see what else he's capable of." "Huh? Why don't you kill him before he finishes?" Shualu said. "Then, I won't know how strong he is." Rob said, "If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you only beat the enemy to death without knowing his strength, you won't be able to tell him who's boss." Such a thing once happened. A new girl asked me how to hit and stuff about a boss, and I replied that she could just cut it with a knife. As a result, the girl said I didn't answer her question properly and blocked me. Alas, she was a beautiful girl, what a pity. So, from then on, when I meet strange bosses, I observe the moves they have. Shualu felt pressured. She had no idea what Rob was talking about. A few seconds later, the necromancer finished the mantra, the skeleton staff in his hand pointed forward, and countless bone spears came like meteors falling all over the sky. These bone spears are condensed by dark magic, causing them to be extremely powerful, flying in midair with a huge howl of ghosts, afflicting the minds of others. Everyone can't help but get nervous again. The bone spear shot towards the holy light sanctuary, which started a battle between holy magic and dark magic. Whoever has better magic wins, and no mistake must be made. To others, the necromancer looks really strong, and Rob looks weak. Everyone was worried that the bone spears would break through the holy light sanctuary. However, when the bone spears flew and hit the aperture of the holy light sanctuary, there was a sudden golden light, as if a golden round cover appeared in midair. When the bone spear hit the cover, it cracked and turned into dust, flying through the sky and dissipating without a trace. Necromancer. Rob, is that it? Keep shooting. The necromancer trembled all over. Just now, that move was already his strongest move, but unexpectedly. It can't even blow off a cover. Damn it, what kind of strange holy light sanctuary is this? Why is this magic array drawn with holy water so strong? It is not that he hasn't dealt with priests before, and he's broken the Holy Light Sanctuary 2 or 3 times before. In the past, it was very easy to use a plague to destroy the Holy Light Sanctuary. Otherwise, he'll use a few bone spears and pierce them directly. What on earth is going on with this Holy Light Sanctuary? It's weird. This is obviously a sanctuary of light painted by him hurriedly with holy water. Why does it feel like a large group of high-ranking priests work together to paint this army-grade defensive sanctuary? Hey, if you don't do anything, I will take action, shouted Rob. The necromancer trembled. He kinda felt like running. Rob felt that nothing new could be dug out of this guy, so he reached out and dragged Jike's bow, then pulled a silver-plated arrow out of his quiver and smiled. "Let me borrow this." Jike said, "This is what you gave me. Please feel free to use it." As soon as they saw him holding the bow, they had a strange feeling in their hearts and thought, "How can you use the bow? What are you doing? You don't know how to use a bow, do you?" Rob took the bow, pulled it in his hand, took the silver-plated arrow he had just brought, pointed it at the sky, and shot the arrow directly above, then put the bow back in Jike's hand, smiled at everyone, and said, "Come, let's go home." Everyone, "Huh?" Rob said, "Huh, what?" Everyone pointed to the sky, sweating, and said, "You shot an arrow into the sky. Right? Didn't you completely miss? Is that all right?" "It's fine," Rob said solemnly. "Right now, it will fall and hit right on the necromancer." "Really, you have to believe me." Everyone, believe a ghost. The Baron said, "I know that long archers have a unique skill called shooting, but its aim isn't very good. So it's usually used by a lot of long archers at the same time to deal damage to an area. How can you hit the enemy with this shot?" Even Gorda, who had always believed in Rob's strength, could not help saying, "There are many skeletons around the necromancer holding shields and can block arrows by holding the shield over their heads." Rob spread his hand, "You should believe in physics." As soon as his words fell, the arrow that had just been shot into the sky had already started falling. No, it should not be said to be falling, because the word falling means that it has no kinetic energy and is being pulled down by the Earth's gravity. But this arrow maintained strong kinetic energy. It's not falling, but flying. It just went from flying up to flying down. With a little intelligence and thinking, it was clear that the arrow must have turned in the sky, otherwise, it could not have maintained its kinetic energy. "This arrow moves." Jike was the first to react. "It's a hunter's tracking arrow." "Huh?" Hearing Jike's cry, everyone was surprised. What the heck? Hunter? Tracking arrow? A hunter is a title obtained only after the extreme practice of the archer profession. It's when archers that have reached their peak hunt and kill the most powerful monsters to obtain the honor. And one of the signature skills of hunters is their tracking arrows. The arrow locks on the target and flies around in the sky. No matter how the enemy escapes, it will chase after it. Unless the enemy forcibly blows the tracking arrow down with shields, swords, magic, and the like, it will chase you to the end of time. The arrow that Rob just shot into the sky is a tracking arrow. It first flew into the sky, then turned its head down and went straight to the head of the necromancer. The skeleton guard beside the necromancer could not let it easily shoot his master. It raised its shield to the top of the necromancer's head, and the arrow hit the shield with a bang. The shield which supposed to have blocked the arrow instantly bounced back, and even the hands of the skeleton soldier raising its shield were broken to pieces and scattered all over the ground. Although the necromancer was chanting the following mantra at this time, he was also watching the arrow. Just looking at the coming of the arrow, he felt that the weak skeleton soldiers would not be able to stop it. When the skeleton soldiers helped him block this, he took the opportunity to take a step back. After the first skeleton soldier was lost, he brushed past it and flew behind it. As soon as he did, the arrow turned again in midair and shot again at the heart of the chest. A skeleton soldier roared, clank, and pounced on the necromancer's back, blocking the arrow with its body. The arrow passes through the skeleton soldier, and its undead killing power starts acting, shaking it into bone powder, and then continues to shoot at the necromancer. Bone wall. The necromancer finally finished chanting, and a large number of bones came out of the ground, forming a solid wall behind him. The bone wall is so thick that if the arrow is shot at it, it will almost certainly be blocked and lose the last bit of its kinetic energy. However, when the arrow flew near the bone wall, it suddenly pointed up and went above it before continuing. It drew a ridiculous shape mid-air. The necromancer shouted, "Fuck, you cheated." Pang! The arrow went into the necromancer's chest and burst a big hole in his chest in an instant. After piercing his chest, the arrow finally used up the last bit of kinetic energy it had and fell to the ground with a clatter. The necromancer, however, lost his life and fell feebly. The dark magic that he released, which lost its hope, disappeared, and the gloomy air in the valley suddenly cleared as if the sun had become brighter. Rob shrugged and sighed, "I guess a bad guy is just a bad guy. It's so inelegant to use such a profane word before dying. I'd never do such a thing for a person of my quality. Damn it. Fuck. Gorda, be careful with my spider, don't kill it. Everyone." The area became eerily quiet. Everyone was so astonished by Rob's arrow that they didn't want to speak. After a while, the Baron woke up from his astonishment, shook his head, and said, "Father, your arrow is really an eye-opener." Even Jike, who usually speaks very little, can't help getting excited, a skill from a hunter. "I've finally seen it with my own eyes." "How strong." "It's so strong. I will also use this spell in the future. With that, no mage will survive my attack." Shualu can't help sighing, "It's too scary. I'll use the instant transmission scroll to run away if I see a hunter next time. I won't even fight." Gorda said, "Huh? You had another one?" Shualu said, "Ahem, ahem." Little E beside him was astonished as well. She thought, "I don't understand this priest more and more. How does he know the skills of a hunter?" Rob immediately found that he was being suspected again and hurriedly used his toes to grab a black stone on the ground. He stretched out his hand, and grasped it in his palm. He then let Little E and Baron see the look of pain on his face. "Oh, this damn stone, it's sucking my energy. Ouch. This is a cursed black ruby. It may host the soul of a hunter's ancestor, Jonathan Josta." The Baron and Little E bore depressed yet laughing expressions on their faces. "Hey! You can't play this trick again. We already know that you and Shualu lied to us last time." "Rob." "All right." Rob threw the stone aside. "It doesn't matter, I'm the boss. I only took action." Little E had already decided that Rob was a heretic judger, but now she became a little uncertain after seeing his hunter's skill. She was so confused that she didn't know what to say for a moment. But the Baron said earnestly, "There are so many good hands in the Church of Light. I've finally seen it." Rob smiled and said, "It's normal." "You are so modest," said the Baron. A soldier next to him called, "Baron, the necromancer has fallen, but these skeletons have not fallen. What should we do?" Everyone woke up and looked out of the holy light sanctuary. The skeletons outside were originally commanded by the necromancer, but now that the necromancer is dead, they have lost their pillar. But unlike the puppets manipulated by Control Skeleton, they are monsters that have achieved immortality. So even if the necromancer fell, they can still move. The skeletons looked blankly to the left and right. There was no expression on their empty eyes and bones, but everyone saw they were at a loss. Pointing to the skeletons, Little E said, "These are ordinary townspeople who have been stolen by the necromancer to become undead. Their souls are trapped in their bodies and tortured, unable to fly to heaven or fall into hell. They will always wander around the world blankly in the future, attacking all the living creatures they see. And since this place is their place of activities, it will become a dead area, and all animals and monsters will stray away from here, turning it slowly into a wasteland. Gorda said, "Is it that bad?" Little E sighed, "It is so bad that they need to be purified. Only by releasing their souls from the skeletons can they rest in peace." With that, Little E chanted a purification mantra, and the skeleton closest to the holy light sanctuary suddenly stopped, and then there was a golden glow, and it made a gesture of stretching out its hands toward the sky. Something seemed to fly from the top of its head and rose into the sky, and then the skeleton slowly fell down, lost its life, and became a bunch of bones again. Everyone understood that the soul of this skeleton was no longer being tortured, and it should go to heaven. Little E used 2 more purification techniques and saved 2 more skeletons, but at the 4th, she stopped and sighed, "There are thousands of skeletons here. I can't purify them all. My magic capacity doesn't allow me to. It seems that we can only go back to the Church of Light and invite more priests over." The Baron nodded and said, "The White Lion cavalry isn't needed for this, but the Templar Knights need to make a trip here. In fact, Rob can purify more than 1,000 skeletons. Even then, for the Grinding Emperor, using purification magic 1,000 times is nothing. But he doesn't really have a reason to do so. His grade and proficiency are also maxed. What's the point of using purification magic 1,000 times like a son of a bitch here? No gain, no experience, no proficiency, these skeletons won't drop money or artifacts either. And this area is not his real estate either, even if it becomes a wasteland, it has nothing to do with him. He really doesn't want to meddle here, so he'll just let the Templar Knights deal with it. Let's go. Time to return. We should be able to walk through these skeletons easily." Rob smiled at the crowd and said. Gorda put the bag containing the spider on his right shoulder, held his shield in his left hand, and walked slowly out of the Holy Light Sanctuary. As soon as he went out, a skeleton soldier very close to him rushed over and waved its rusty sword. Gorda waved the shield in his hand, which slammed and hit the skeleton soldier, causing it to fly far away and fall apart, but its broken bones soon came together to form the skeleton soldier again. However, after it stood up again, it did not pounce on Gorda because he was out of its range. Everyone found that this large group of skeletons had not acted together as before but had become scattered sand, and only the skeletons close to Gorda would attack him. In contrast, the skeletons in the distance remained wandering pointlessly. The Baron rejoiced, "Sure enough, it's easy to leave now. Mr. Golda, please find out what their range for attack is, and afterward, we can easily go out." Gorda nodded, raised his shield, and approached a skeleton soldier not that far away. 20 yards, no response, 10 yards, still no response, but when Gorda walked within 5 yards, the skeleton soldier suddenly woke up and pounced on Gorda with its knife. With a wave of his shield, Gorda knocked the skeleton soldier out of its range of 5 yards, and the skeleton soldier immediately wandered blankly again. The Baron ordered, "Attention! Snake formation. We are piercing through the southwest of the skeleton army. Pay attention to the distance of the skeleton soldiers and do not get within 5 yards of it. If a skeleton soldier enters the range of 5 yards, blow it out immediately." The soldiers answered in unison, "Yes, sir." The 3 adventurers cut open the way, and the soldiers walked behind with Baron, Little E, and Rob, walking cautiously through the army of skeletons. More than 1,000 skeletons huddled in the narrow valley made it hard to avoid their 5-yard range. Fortunately, the skeletons that were more than 5 yards away would not come to help, so what they always had to face was only a handful of skeletons. Under such circumstances, it is really not that to get out of the siege. Effortlessly, everyone walked out of the valley, away from the area that had been occupied by skeletons. In this way, the reconnaissance mission will be perfectly completed. We not only completed the reconnaissance but also defeated the necromancer. When I get back, the Great Duke will surely reward me." The Baron said, "Happy to everyone, thank you, adventurers. And of course, most importantly, thank you, Mr. Rob." The 3 adventurers said with a smile, "Don't thank us, we are here for the money." Rob also said, "Do not thank me, serving the people is my motivation to live. Solemn face. The Baron was moved. Father is really the kindest and most warm-hearted person I have ever met. I should have given Father a great gift, but I didn't bring anything with me on this expedition. I'll send someone to deliver it to you when I return. Rob smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite." The Baron said, "Before I went out, I brought a scroll that can teleport to the Bright Road. I can open a portal that supports 200 people. Will you come with me? I'll take care of you." "I'm not going." Rob is now focused on the 4 spiders he has caught and will go home to make silk stockings right away. Where is there any time to go to the Bright Road and take 10 or even dozens of days to go home? Isn't that a son of a bitch? He spread his hand and said, "The townspeople of Westwind Town are often injured. I am very worried about their safety. I must go back and guard them and be ready to treat them at any time. I appreciate the kindness, Baron." Solemn face. The Baron sighed, "You are such a good priest." Rob said, "I'm flattered. But I'm not as good as you make me out to be." Little E handed the man-eating spider on her back to Rob. "I will also return to the Bright Road with the Baron to report what I have seen, this time to the Bishop of the Church of Light, and ask the Templar Knights to purify the skeletons here. This is where we say goodbye, Father." Rob smiled, "Don't say too much about me, okay?" After hearing this, Little E moved slightly and thought to herself, "Is this a hint that I can't reveal his identity? Also, if he is really a heretic judger, then I can't tell too many people about him, so I'll talk to the Archbishop in private." Finally, there are the 3 adventurers, each of whom is now carrying a bag containing a man-eating spider. Golda said with a smile to the Baron, "We won't go to Bright Road. Unruly adventurers like us are not suitable to go to places full of big shots. We may offend someone because of our free and loose style. We'll help Rob send the spiders back to Westwind before we consider our next destination." The Baron thought about it carefully, and so he thought of something. He took out his purse and counted 30 gold coins, and gave them to Gorda. He smiled and said, "The agreed number is 21, but this time I have accomplished the task more than expected, so I will give you 30 pieces, which is better." Gorda laughed, "This is why I love berserkers. If you're a magician, you'll haggle with me a lot. You know magicians like haggling over things." Shualu shouted, "Hey! What do you mean by that? Do you despise us magicians? Do you want to eat a fireball or 2? Golda quickly waved, "No, I'm just kidding. I have absolutely no intention of looking down on magicians." "Ouch, stop. Don't chant. Stop it quick." The Baron took out a magic scroll with some strange runes. Like all other magic runes, Rob didn't understand them at all, and he couldn't help thinking to himself, "I'm going to remember the shape of these magic runes in the future." In the game, each item is written with a name and a detailed description, so you can see what it is. But in the real world, recognizing magic runes requires memorization. The Baron took the scroll and said, "This is a strategic-grade magic scroll, which has required 10 magicians of the White Lion Cavalry to inject magic into the scroll so that it can reach the carrying capacity of 200 people. Honestly, people of my status and title usually can't touch it. Fortunately, this year is the year of the Black Dragon's flight, and the main army has to stay in the big city, so I was given a chance to take this out." He used the scroll, and purple-black light flew out, which is the usual color of space magic. The purple-black light converged slowly in mid-air, and it took about 5 minutes for it to become a portal emitting purple light. A portal to Bright Road. Rob thought, "It is mysterious that even a magician can open this portal in the game I play. And as long as the magician himself does not go in, the door will never disappear, and as many people as the magician wants can enter. But here, you need 10 magicians to inject magic together to carry 200? It's so low." He now gradually understands that in the game world, a lot of magic is convenient for players, all of which are experience optimized. To make players comfortable in the game, they reduce a lot of stringent requirements, but in the real world, there is a lot of magic that is restricted in many ways. Teleportation is one of them. If this magic can be easily used in the real world, a war between countries will be tragic. It's hard to get near the enemy. I can just flank the enemy by opening a portal directly behind them. It's hard to attack a city with a wall. I'll send magic directly over the wall. In execution, I can send a bunch of people to the palace to kill the emperor. If teleportation could be used in this way, the world would go crazy. Therefore, in the real world, the use of magic, such as transmit, instant transmission, portal, and so on, are severely restricted. Either they're slow to cast, consume a lot of magic, or are difficult to learn. Rob can also guess with his toes that there must be strict restrictions on magic, such as flying and resurrection, but he hasn't seen others use it yet. But when he sees it, he will learn that the rules are truly different from those in the game. The Baron's soldiers lined up to enter the portal. Rob waved goodbye to the soldiers with a kind smile, half of whom had been treated by Rob with his sacred hymn, and the rest were protected by Rob's holy light sanctuary. Everyone turned around to salute Rob before entering the portal. The Baron also saluted Rob. "Father, are you sure you don't want to come? You still have to walk several days to get back to Westwind Town from here. It's too hard. You might as well teleport it to Bright Road and then take a carriage back to the town using the official road." Rob smiled, shook his head, and said, "I'm used to walking on the mountain. It's all right. Well, I'll see you next time. I'll send someone to bring you a present in a few days." The Baron waved and entered the portal. Finally, little E was left. She looked deeply at Rob and bowed. "May the God of Light bless you." Rob smiled and said, "May the God of Light bless you, too." The two didn't talk more nonsense, and little E turned and entered the portal. Then, the portal became transparent, slowly disappeared, and finally turned into a purple-black spot of light that drifted in the air before disappearing without a trace. "Oh, those guys are finally gone." Shualu immediately laughed. "Mr. Rob, now we can talk freely." Rob limped his shoulders and said, "Though those people who mingle with organizations a lot can't talk with us, without organizations, the world will become a mess and follow the law of the jungle. Whether in the city or the mountains, you'll have no sense of security. Therefore, it is still necessary for organizations to exist to maintain superficial fairness and justice, basic ethics, and morality so that people with some brute strength do not bully the old and the weak at will." Shualu smiled and said, "Ha, well said. I didn't expect you to have this kind of opinion." Rob smiled and said, "I only know a thing or two." Shualu said with a smile, "In short, all the people in their organizations are gone, and there are only a few of us left. It's almost time for you to use your unique skills, right? You must be able to use teleport magically to get us back to Westwind Town. I don't believe you'll walk back through the mountain road." Of course, she knew that Rob could use teleportation magic, even that Rob could use instant transmission, but as long as Rob himself did not take the initiative to say it, she would not expose it. "You are so smart." Rob said, "Smart women are not liked by men. Stupid women are the cutest." Shualu shrugged. "A stupid magician? That's hard to imagine." "Huh, you said so." In the face of the three adventurers, Rob was too lazy to pretend to say any more. As soon as he raised his hand, a blue light lit up, and a magic array with a radius of 5 yards appeared under their feet, which was instant transmission. Magic that can send a group of people out in an instant. When Gorda and Jike saw this, they couldn't help shrugging their shoulders and thought to themselves, "Well, now we know where Shualu's instant transmission scroll came from. This Mr. Rob is really bad. He said that brothers are like brothers and that women are like clothes. But he secretly gave it to Shualu." No. Rob suddenly collected the magic, and the magic array on the ground disappeared without a trace. "I almost forgot that this magic can only be used on 5 people at a time. Each of us is carrying a man-eating spider. They also count." With another wave of his hand, a purplish-black portal stood in mid-air with a whoosh, just like the one made by the Baron with a strategic-grade magic scroll. At the sight of the portal, Gorda, Jike, and Shuelu shrugged. In fact, the three of them should be very surprised, but in recent days there have been so many surprises that they have become so numb that they have no choice but to use their shoulders instead of saying, "Oh my God." Gorda said, "A single person is capable of making this portal? I'll just say that it's because it's you." Jike mumbled, "Tracking arrow. Tracking arrow. Stop mumbling and go in." Rob kicked Jike into the portal. Everyone passed through the portal easily and arrived at the chapel yard in Westwind Town. Lillian was squatting on the ground with a small kettle in her hand, staring at the field, murmuring, "Why? The god of light should have blessed this field. Why can't the pepper I plant ripen in a day? Why can Master do it? I'm doing exactly as he did." Rob smiled and said, "Lillian, what are you working on?" Lillian was startled by the sudden sound. A fart sounded while she squatted on the ground. She turned around and saw her master and the three adventurers, each carrying a large bag. Her little face suddenly blushed. "Oh, Master is back. I embezzled a piece of pepper and planted it in the field. You won't scold me, right? Don't be so nervous about a piece of pepper. It's okay to use another 2 more. Master, you can't waste it like that. All right, go boil some water. I want to take a bath. It's really inconvenient to be away from home. I didn't take a bath last night. I feel so dirty." After Rob said this, he suddenly remembered something and turned to the adventurer trio and said, "When was the last time you took a shower?" The three spread their hands together. "The day of departure." "Oh, my God." Rob almost jumped up. "Gorda and Jike, put my spider down, go to the mountain spring to take a bath. Shuelu, you don't have to go to the mountainside. Wait for Lillian to boil water." "Huh, why are we being treated differently again?" Gorda shouted, "You can't be so partial to your friends." The yard was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. On the other hand, thousands of skeletons wandered aimlessly in the valley of the Black Pine Mountains because they had lost their leader. The body of the necromancer turned cold. A group of men dressed in black cloaks passed through the area where the skeletons roamed and came to the necromancer's body. The leader of the cloaked men whispered, "Number 32 was killed." Another man said, "It seems he had been killed by a priest and an arrow. His dark magic was first broken, and then he was shot by a bow and arrow. There are a large number of human footprints in the valley, which should have been from the Kingdom of Gran and the Church of Light." Another man said strangely, "I told you that he acted so arrogantly that he stole skeletons from human villages and towns to make skeletons. Sooner or later, he would be found by the Kingdom of Gran and the Church of Light. He should have learned from us and only looked for bodies in the wilderness so that although it is slower, it is safe and undetectable. That was a really stupid idea." The leader of the cloaked men said, "But thanks to him, more than 1,000 skeletons have been gathered here in just a few decades. If we use it well, we can have a strong combat force, so I will accept it impolitely." He slowly raised his hand, releasing dark magic which pervaded the whole valley, and the skeletons wandering nearby suddenly turned to look at him at the same time and then crackled. They knelt on one knee neatly, obedient. A man said, "Neither the church nor the Kingdom of Gran will allow these skeletons to wander here. The Templar Knights will soon be sent to purify this land. And when they realize that the skeletons have a new master, war will be inevitable." "Yes." The leader of the cloaked men said faintly, "War can no longer be avoided. But we have nothing to be afraid of. We have been preparing for this war for more than 3 years. We had planned to send troops to fight simultaneously when the Black Dragon attacked to destroy the Kingdom of Gran in an instant. However, more than 7 months have passed since the year of the Black Dragon's flight, and the Black Dragon has not yet arrived, and no one knows which town the damned Black Dragon will appear in this year or if it even will appear at all. We waited in vain for more than 7 months, damn it. There are still 4 months to go before the Black Dragon's flight ends. We can't wait for the damned dragon, said one of the men. We must at least destroy the towns west of the Bright Road while the Royal Knights and White Lion Cavalry are stuck in their places. The leader of the cloaked men seriously considered the question and said, "You are right. We can't afford to wait. Spread out, attack the planned target towns quickly, and build up our power before the White Lion's cavalry react." A man pointed to the body on the ground. The original target of number 32 was Westwind Town, but now he is dead. Who will occupy Westwind Town in his place? I'll go. A cloaked man came forward and whispered, "My original target is the Stone Canyon, but it is only a tiny village. I can occupy the Stone Canyon as fast as I can and then take over Westwind Town." Stone Canyon is Lillian's hometown. For those who have forgotten, please refer to Chapter 10. The leader of the cloaked men thought, "All right, it's all yours." Note that Westwind Town, with a population of nearly 1,000, should be able to organize a militia with hundreds of people, and I heard that a priest has recently settled there. Although a town priest will not have much power, holy magic is the nemesis of our dark magic and must be treated with caution. Understood. The cloaked man who had spoken before folded his hands on his chest and retreated. Then all the people in cloaks dispersed and disappeared into the dark night. Only the last man in the cloak, who looked up at the starlight in the sky, said in a gloomy tone, "I will rule you, Kingdom of Gran. No one deserves it but me. The sun shines brightly in the sky, and the flowers smile at me." It was another day with a clear sky. The sun shone brightly at the chapel yard. 4 man-eating spiders are chained to 4 iron pillars. Rob, with a thin piece of bamboo in his hand, is standing in front of the 4 spiders, giving a leading speech. "Listen to me, the 4 of you. From now on, spin your silk obediently. I will give you delicious food and hot drinks frequently if you do. But if you are not willing to work hard and bring me defective silk, this thin piece of bamboo in my hand will be in close contact with the most sensitive place on your body. I promise it will hurt." The 4 spiders trembled. Rob found that they really seemed to understand some human words. It seemed that they had not grown a human head in vain. "Well, first of all, I will show my sincerity and prove that I am not a capitalist who only knows about exploitation and oppression." Rob waved, and Gorda took 4 dead goblins from the side and threw them in front of the spiders. "Here's some food." These 4 goblins were killed and carried back with the help of Gorda. Rob hummed to the 4 spiders, "See, if you work in my company, you won't have to spin silk and build a web to find your own food. In the future, when I feed you, you can eat. If you want goblins, we'll give you goblins. If you want ogres, we'll give you ogres. It is not uncommon to have a good meal with beasts once in a while. I can catch you whatever you have in the forest, so making a web is very wasteful. Why don't you just spin some for me and do something good for the world? Perhaps your evil impressions in people's minds will improve. Maybe in a few hundred years, you will be called beneficial insects by human beings." The 4 man-eating spiders seemed to have understood their fate of captivity like livestock and obediently climbed onto the corpse of Goblin and began to eat. When you are full, it is time to work. They have to do it. Although the bamboo in Rob's hand is very thin, it hurts. If any of the 4 spiders dared not work, Rob raised his hand and smacked them, and it was so painful that it rolled around on the ground. They had to hurry up and spin silk to not be beaten. Soon after, Lillian collected a large bundle of spider silk. The 3 adventurers sat by and watched Rob go crazy. At this point, Shiwalu asked, "Mr. Rob, you went through so much trouble to run into the depths of the Black Pine Mountain Range to get this silk. What exactly are you trying to do? If it is a robe, the strength of the spider silk is not enough. Apart from its toughness, it has no other advantages, its defense ability is very weak, and it cannot be enchanted." "Hey, who said I'm going to make robes?" Rob casually used space magic and took the silk robe made on his last tour and threw it into Shiwalu's hand. "This is for you." Do you think I am the kind of person who needs to make robes? Xiaolu looked at the silk robe in her hand and immediately fell in love with it. She couldn't help sighing, what a powerful robe, it is made of a top fabric handed down from the Big Tang. This magnificent thing was given to me casually, showing that you don't need to make robes. Gorda shrugged. It seems Mr. Rob's going to make an earth-shaking artifact. Bingo. That's right. Rob laughed and said, you'll be amazed. It will be one of the greatest inventions of the new era. Xiaolu saw Rob's strange smile and saw his malicious eyes fall on her calves. Although Western women are generous and not afraid of being stared at their legs, she still felt a chill in her back. She can't help but get embarrassed and put her hands around her calves. Mr. Rob, I think you are staring harshly at my legs. No, you're wrong about that. It is obviously full of longing, Rob said. Xiaolu smiled and said, really? Then, please don't just look at my legs, just propose to me. I might consider marrying you. Geez, come on, I haven't been single long enough. Rob said, although I like women, getting married prematurely will only ruin my freedom. Women will make me do this and that and do a lot of things I don't want to do. It's too annoying. I won't propose to anyone till I've had enough of laziness. Ha ha ha. Gorda and Jike laughed. Xiaolu, save it. You take risks everywhere, but Mr. Rob likes staying at home. He won't want you until you're tired of adventures. Xiaolu shrugged, but she didn't care at all. Westerners are very open-minded in this respect. With an agility buff, Lillian moved as if she was flying, and in a blink of an eye, a large piece of cloth made of spider silk was ready. This kind of spider silk cloth is really interesting. It is completely transparent. Holding it in your hand is like holding a transparent piece of plastic. With a little force, it can be stretched, and upon letting go, it retracts. Rob thought about it carefully. Since Lillian is wearing a maid outfit that imitates Ram and Rem, which, Lillian, dye it white first. Lillian quickly took out the white dye and began to dye it. Rob used magic to dry it, and the white spider silk cloth was instantly made. Then Lillian used her unparalleled tailoring skills, coupled with her high agility. And soon, 2 pairs of white stockings were successfully tailored. Rob roared quickly, go back into the house, wear it and come out. The last time Lillian saw her master rolling in displeasure, she knew that wearing this would make the owner happy. Therefore, she did not hesitate to return to her room and put on the stockings. On the other hand, Gorda spread his hands and said, Mr. Rob, I always thought you were unfathomable, and everything you did meant something, but this time, I really don't understand you. What you asked the maid to make is stockings, right? What's so interesting about it? All the aristocrats in the city are wearing stockings. I don't think it's such a great invention. At times like these, in fact, in this day and age, stockings have become quite popular in the high-class society. Aristocratic men like to wear stockings out of silk from the East. For example, Baron Perseus, the berserker who acted with everyone this time, when he returned to the Bright Road and took off his combat armor, would wear a tuxedo and stockings to attend social events. It's really nothing great. So when the adventurer trio saw what Lillian made, they were a little unimpressed. Gorda shook his head and said, you fought skeletons, killed a necromancer, flew around with magic, and teleported with a portal, and finally, you made this thing. I don't know what to say. Jike also spread his hand, and though he said nothing, he obviously felt that Rob was making a mountain out of a molehill. Only Xiaolu did not express anything. Magicians are all highly intelligent and seek the unknown, explore the truth, and study things that have not been studied, so until the final result of this thing comes out, she won't express her opinion. Rob smiled at Gorda and said, complain now. But don't get down on your knees when you see the real thing and beg me to give it to you. Gorda smiled and said, it's impossible for me to get down on my knees and beg you. As soon as the words were over, Lillian came out. She had put on the white stockings, and with her beautiful legs, it can be called a match made in heaven. Elastic stockings are completely different from those worn by nobles of this era because they are elastic, so stockings can be made smaller, unlike inelastic stockings that have to be slightly loose. The white stockings were worn tightly on her legs, making the girl's legs longer and straighter, instantly making Lillian look a little taller. Her legs were tempting and fascinating. Jike froze in an instant, and Gorda smacked his mouth and whispered, "Oh my God." Rob was ecstatic and said, "Wow, Lillian. Turn around, turn around." Lillian turned around as he said, and as she rotated, her maid skirt rose to the height of her knees, and her white legs looked more beautiful. Ozzel. Rob fell to the ground and stopped moving. Gorda knelt on his knees without saying a word. How great. Rob acquired white stockings. After a moment, Rob got up from the ground, glanced at Shualu beside him, and laughed. When Shualu saw his eyes on her leg, she knew that this guy was going to give her a pair of stockings. Eastern women may be ashamed of showing such, but Western women were different. She smiled at Rob and said, "You want me to do it, too? I don't think I'm suitable for white, though." "Yes, I don't think you are suitable for white, either." Rob smiled. Lillian is still relatively young and pure. So white suits her, but you are mature and a very sexy lady. So, I guess you must wear a black silk stocking to look good. One? What's with the strange quantifier? Shualu asked. The quantity is all right. Rob quickly took out the black dye. An hour later, Shualu was dressed in an open-edged silk robe and black silk stockings on her legs. When she stood still, the robe covered her legs so that no one could see anything. But when she walked around a little, the open edge of the robe rippled, revealing the long black legs inside, and releasing a mature and charming charm that could capture a man's heart in an instant. Men couldn't resist seeing black silk and long legs. Men of this age had never even seen such silk stockings. Gorda and Jike were dumbfounded. It's as if they had never known that Shualu was so beautiful. Rob acquired black stockings. Black and white silk, perfect start. Rob put his hands on his hips and laughed wildly. Gorda, I told you, this is one of the greatest inventions in the new era. Are you convinced? Gorda is convinced. Shualu said, Mr. Rob, you are usually a low-key person, why are you smiling so arrogantly now? And Gorda, why do you like that when you're just obediently throwing in the towel and surrendered? Rob laughed and said, men should be arrogant at a time like this. Gorda also looked up and said, it's etiquette for men to admit their mistakes at a time like this. Shualu spread her hand and said, I don't understand you men. After complaining about the two men, she looked down at the black silk stockings on her leg and felt quite satisfied. Women are all beautiful, but Western women are particularly more generous and unrestrained and are not afraid to show their bodies properly. She thought to herself, is my robe too long? Wouldn't it look better to cut off the edge of the skirt and show more of my legs? Oh, but this robe was given to me by Mr. Rob. It's a very excellent robe. I'm afraid it's worth hundreds of gold coins. I don't want to cut it. After his great goal was accomplished, Rob returned to being lazy. It was a sunny morning with fresh air, but at the best time of the day, he collapsed on his stone stool in the courtyard, looking like a ball of unlovable rubbish. Only when Lillian walked past him did his eyes sweep across Lillian's beautiful legs and slightly regain his vitality. The three adventurers went out since they received a mission from the mayor this morning. A group went to the mountain to collect some herbs and was attacked by goblins. They hid in a cave and sent the bravest man back to town to request help. The mayor then hurried to the church. He wanted to invite Rob to come forward, but unexpectedly, the three adventurers happened to be chapel guests, so the three adventurers took the initiative to take up the task and helped save the lives for free. The church is peaceful again. Rob expected another dull day, but unexpectedly, a fat head emerged from the yard gate and waved to him, Mr. Rob, do you remember me? Rob glanced at the man and recognized him as the fat businessman who had sold Lillian to Rob, vaguely remembering that his name was Pobo. "Oh. It's you, Mr. Merchant." Rob smiled and said, "How long have you been gone? I can't believe you're already here." Rob greeted Pobo and saw a dwarf's head behind Pobo. It turns out that the traveling merchant had also come. Pobo does big business, such as selling slaves and high-end equipment, but he only comes to this remote town to look for good things and doesn't bother doing business with the poor people in the mountains. The dwarf merchant is different. He makes a lot of small sales and fast-moving consumer goods and specializes in making small money from the townspeople. Of course, he also sells pepper and silk to the rich. Rob was a little surprised when the two merchants arrived simultaneously. "Please come in and sit down," he said with a smile. Pobo and the dwarf merchant obviously knew each other with no real competition between each other. They were both friendly and rich, and they both grinned and happily walked into the yard and sat on the stone bench opposite Rob. Lillian hurriedly placed 3 glasses of Coke on the stone table. Pobo picked it up and drank it with a wonderful expression on his face, but he had no intention of selling it. He smiled and said to the traveling merchant next to him, "I'm sure you had an idea about this drink." The traveling merchant chuckled and said, "Yes, that's what I'm here to talk to Mr. Rob about." Pobo said, "Is it easy to make money on consumer goods?" The traveling merchant smiled, "Not any harder than your stuff." Seeing that the two merchants were about to talk endlessly, Rob quickly interrupted them and asked with a smile, "Doesn't it take both of you months to come to Westwind Town? Why are both of you back so soon?" Pobo immediately said with a smile, "Of course, it's because Mr. Rob's in town. I came back this time to ask if you have any new products." "Did it sell fast?" said Rob. "Yes." Pobo said. The flying dragon leather armor immediately attracted the attention of 2 nobles. They fought over the skin for several days. To buy it, one of them agreed to buy all my goods, so I sold him the armor, slaves, and some precious stones from Stone Canyon. I had no need to go to the capital of saints. I came back to restock. The traveling merchant said, "It's about the same on my side. When I got to the bright road and traded pepper with a nobleman, I poured him a glass of Coca-Cola and gave him a taste of it. Unexpectedly, he immediately asked to buy my bucket of Coke. I said it was just a sample, and I wanted to give it to other customers, so I couldn't sell it. He said that if I was willing to sell him the whole bucket of samples, he would buy all my peppers. Because of that, I had to come back to restock." Rob laughed, "These nobles are so boring. Can't they spend it on anything else?" Pobo smiled and said, "That's right. These nobles are rich but don't know where to spend it." Rob made money with Lillian for nothing. After a while, Lillian brought up 2 large bags of pepper and buckets of Coke from the warehouse. And a few pieces of equipment that Rob made when he was bored in the warehouse. Both merchants got the goods, and Rob earned hundreds of gold coins for nothing. Everyone was happy. "Mr. Dwarf." Rob smiled and said, "Look at the stockings on my maid's feet. How does it look?" The merchant, till now, had all his attention on Rob and didn't look much at his surroundings. So hearing what he said, he looked at Lillian's leg. Without comprehending or understanding it, he was startled. "Oh, these stockings. This thing will definitely be welcomed by nobles. What do you think? Do you want to buy some goods?" Rob smiled, "I will probably keep making these socks here in the future." "Of course. We have to restock." The traveling merchant hurriedly said, "I'm sure it's a thing that can be sold out in the blink of an eye. But I don't have much of this either." Rob said with a smile, "It's too slow and hard for my little maid to do it alone. I don't want her to be exhausted. So I need Mr. Pobo to help." Pobo immediately understood. "Do you need more slaves?" "Exactly." Rob said with a smile, "No men, only women about the same age as Lillian. This is a trivial matter. Please leave it to me." Pobo said with a smile, I will go around the poorest and most remote villages and towns nearby as soon as possible. I will buy you a lot of female slaves and ensure that they are all beautiful and pure virgins. As you know, I only do high-end goods. I don't sell those worthless junk maids. Rob retorted, you dare say a maid worth 5 gold is high-end? I'm waiting for you to find me a good product with a reasonable price of 100 gold coins. Pobo said, Mr. Rob, please don't embarrass me. 100 gold coins are worth at least the daughter of a noble family of an enemy country. This kind that was caught in the war is so rare. Rob tilted his head, you can buy the daughter of a noble for 100 gold coins? I just need the flying dragon leather armor. Then what's the price of the princess? I'm a little interested. Pobo said, a kingdom has to be destroyed before their princesses can be sold as slaves. In the last 10 years, there has been no large-scale war, and no kingdom destroyed. I was just saying. Rob said, I am a good person. I do not seek disaster and watch kingdoms destroyed just to buy a princess. I won't order her to do something shameful and finally force her to turn 18. Solemn face. The two merchants thought, I believe you are a very bad priest. At this point, Gorda, Jike, and Shualu returned. With smiles on their faces, the three apparently successfully completed their mission of rescuing the herbalists attacked by goblins. Gorda still has some green blood on his armor, which should be the goblin's blood. He frowned as he wiped the blood with his hands. This armor is from Rob. It is so high-end that he is reluctant to get dirty. On the other hand, Shualu held a strange thing in her hand. As soon as she saw Rob, Shualu waved, smiled, and said, Mr. Rob, Jike found something good in the mountain. Oh, look! Before Rob could get close to it, the traveling merchant suddenly jumped up and said, Ah! It's a beehive. I smell honey. It's truly great. Honey was a hard currency in these ages because Westerners lacked sugar-making technology. Their only way to get a taste of sweetness was honey. It is common for several nobles to wage war for a little honey. The cathedrals had a song titled, Where the Milk and Honey Flow, which vividly shows the nobility of honey. Shualu put the beehive in her hand in front of Rob, here you go. Although it's worth nothing compared to what you gave us, you seem to pay great attention to your diet. With this, you can make sweet bread. Rob really likes it. After coming to this world for over a month, Rob has hardly eaten anything sweet in his mouth. This world lacks sugar-making technology, so there is no sugar and caramel. Holding the beehive, Rob smiled and said, Thank you so much. Lillian, keep this and make sweet bread tonight. The traveling merchant swallowed hard and whispered, Mr. Rob, are you willing to sell this hive? I can offer a very high price. Of course, it's not for sale. Money is not as important as eating, Rob said. The traveling merchant had a regretful expression on his face. Even Pobo, who specializes in high-end goods, showed a strong interest in the honey and said with a smile, This time I came back, I heard that Mr. Rob has made a lot of interesting things, including tap water, Coca-Cola, and grew pepper overnight. These strange stockings as well. There may be a way for Mr. Rob to produce honey in large quantities. The traveling merchant was instantly refreshed and hurriedly sat up straight, That's right. Mr. Rob, do you have any honey miracles? Nonsense. Rob smiled and said, What miracle? I don't even know how to keep bees. The traveling merchant said with great regret, Oh. I wish I could have it. This conversation made Rob think seriously about this problem. It has been more than a month since he came to this world, and it's the first time he's seen something sweet. He usually ate light and tasteless bread, which was hard. It can't go on like this. Rob seriously said, No, I need to fix the sweet problem. I want to eat sweets. Yes, yes. 2 merchants and 3 adventurers nodded together, living without sweets is terrible. Rob thought carefully about how to get sugar in the Western world. There's no sugar cane here in the West. He can't make marshmallows anyways because glutinous rice is needed to make marshmallows, and glutinous rice is not produced in the West. Then, the only way to get sugar, beetroot. Rob knows a skill to make sugar from beetroot. Rob carefully recalled the picture of the beetroot item in the game, picked up a branch, and drew it on the ground. Take a look. Do you know this crop? Pobo regretfully spread his hand. Sorry, I don't know much about crops. The traveling merchant also looked confused, as if he had never seen it before. The three adventurers aren't even worth mentioning. They don't know anything about crops. Instead, Lillian jumped from the side and said with a smile, Master, I know this plant. It's called beetroot. People in our village called it a red carrot. And some people call it beetroot. Rob was overjoyed. My Lillian is the smartest and most useful person alive. Where can I get this? Lillian said, in my hometown, Stone Canyon, someone planted this thing in small quantities. You can cook a sweet soup if you boil it in a cauldron. Very good. Rob said, Lillian, go and get some white cloth. I'm going to issue a new mission. I will pay 5 gold coins if anyone can go to the Stone Canyon and bring me a bag of beetroot seeds. 5 gold coins? Even Pobo, a high-end merchant, could not help sweating. Mr. Rob, you offered a price equal to slaves for a bag of seeds? Is there a problem? Rob spread his hand and said, the mission is to pay more so that everyone can be happy. I hate those missions that pay very little yet are very troublesome to do. They are simply anti-human. They have to give cost-effect missions. Otherwise, I'll feel very uncomfortable looking at an exclamation point on NPC's head. The more he spoke, the more he became saddened and angry. He spread his palms to the sky, straightened his fingers, and complained, don't release a mission with little pay. It is disgusting. I want to hack those game developers to death. The group of people next to him could not understand what he was saying, but they only knew that the priest seemed to have been cheated by someone and looked very angry. Gorda smiled and stopped Lillian from taking the white cloth to write the mission. Mr. Rob, don't bother anyone else for this task. There happen to be 3 experienced adventurers here. We'll go to Stone Canyon and get the beetroot seeds back as quickly as possible. Oh, you guys would go? That would be for the best. As soon as it was agreed, the 3 adventurers packed their bags, said goodbye to Rob, and set off toward the Stone Canyon to the northwest. Westwind Town is not far from the Stone Canyon. It takes a few days to walk along the official road. Although there are occasional monsters on the official road, they are not powerful. With the ability of the 3 of them, it should be no problem to bring back some beet seeds. Pobo also said goodbye to Rob. I will go around several villages nearby, buy you some slaves, and then go to the Bright Road and the capital of Saints to sell the equipment you gave me this time. Lastly, the traveling merchant smiled and said, thanks to Mr. Rob, I made a lot of money on pepper last time. It is much more convenient to transport pepper from you to big cities than to transport from the Far East. This Coca-Cola should also bring me a lot of money. Rob smiled and said goodbye to them one by one, especially the 2 merchants. Work hard to earn money, okay? As soon as they went their ways, the square-faced mayor came again, and as soon as he saw Rob, he smiled and said, Father, the poor people in our village who cannot build water towers have recently joined together to put forward a plan. It is said that each family will give a little money, gather everyone's strength, and build a huge water tower in the middle of the village to supply water to all the town's residents. I've come to ask for your advice. Would you like to join us? Rob's eyes lit up hearing the mayor's proposal, and he couldn't help laughing. Yo, the townspeople are very clever. Not long after I passed on the technology of tap water to you, they themselves came up with this plan. The mayor smiled and said, this is all thanks to you. It was you who taught the townspeople this trick. Rob said with a smile, the plan of concentrating efforts on building a big water tower is certainly possible, and it is better than building a water tower for each household. However, as a mayor, you must guard against 1 monk carries water to drink, 2 monks carry water to drink, and 3 monks have no water to drink left. The mayor did not understand. Which monk has no water to drink? Rob had to keep it simple, that is to say, collective strength is sometimes not as great as one person's because everyone wants to be lazy. At such times, a special group must be set up to maintain the whole town's huge water tower and water supply. The mayor suddenly realized, yes, that is indeed a problem. Rob said with a smile, and who will pay for this group? Which family uses more water, which uses less water? It is not clear who should pay how much. It's still not clear. Mayor. Rob knew that it was impossible to make a big water tower in this day and age, and it was impossible to use magic, so the plan mentioned by the mayor could not be completed just by raising funds, and in the end, it was necessary to show him reality. He reached out and tapped gently on the stone table and said with a smile, "Well, I will pay for the construction of the giant water tower, and I will pay for the people who manage the water tower. On the other hand, residents who use the tap water provided by huge water towers will pay me a monthly salary. Pay more if you use more water, and pay less if you use less. As for who uses more and who uses less, let them count themselves. Anyway, the God of Light is watching them in the sky, and I'll see if they dare to fool the God of Light." Hearing this, the mayor could not help but shake in his heart, and suddenly found that Father Rob's move was a bit like doing business, and if the business was done well, it might be quite profitable. Rob smiled and said, "Mr. Mayor, when I look at your face, you seem to be very interested?" The mayor smiled, "I do have a little interest." "Then I won't take the lead in doing the movement. You do it." Rob smiled and said, "I don't do such troublesome things." The mayor was overjoyed that Father Rob had taught him a profitable business plan. Great. When I go back, I'll quickly ask the workers to build a giant water tower and then let the slaves in the family manage the water tower. I can then collect money from the townspeople every month." The mayor left with a dream of getting rich. Rob looked back and thought interestingly, it is estimated that it will not be long before the Westwind Waterworks will come out officially. However, there are no big water towers in this day and age. Brother Mayor, you will lose a lot of money in this business. There will always be some greedy town residents who bargain that a ton of water is only a bucketful. You can't lie like me. But forget it, whether the mayor loses money or not has nothing to do with Rob. Don't meddle in others' affairs, and take good care of my own land." He withdrew from his thoughts, and his eyes followed Lillian, dressed in white silk, standing on the bank of the field beside him. Her long, straight legs covered by silk stockings blinded Rob's eyes, but she looked at the turned field with a lovely frown. Rob waved to Lillian. "Lillian, what are you doing there frowning?" "It's already August," Lillian said. "I think it's about time to grow sweet potatoes, but, Master made my stockings white, so it is not very convenient to work in the field." Rob smiled and said, "Then don't work. It just so happens that I need this field to be empty, and when the adventurer trio brings back beetroot seeds, we will use this field to grow beets. If you plant a pile of potatoes now, you'll have to dig them up when I want to grow beets. But if I don't do something, I'll feel lazy." Lillian thought for a moment again and said, "Then, I'll knit some spider silk cloth." The dwarf merchant said he would buy a lot of these stockings when he came next time, but we haven't made any at all. There are 4 man-eating spiders in Rob's chapel. They spit silk very fast. As long as they have enough to eat, they can keep producing silk from their stomachs. However, there is only Lillian in Rob's family. She is responsible for weaving cloth and turning it into silk stockings. Therefore, the first batch of silk stockings were produced in small quantities, only 8 pairs, which had just been bought by the traveling merchant. Seeing the 8 glittering gold coins, Lillian felt that she should work harder and make more socks to earn money for the family. Rob said with a smile, "How many stockings can you make if you work hard by yourself?" "As far as I know, there is too much spider silk to use, right? You absolutely can't handle it all, right? Lillian said awkwardly, yes, I don't think I'm enough. If my master doesn't give me that thing called bafu, I can't keep up with the spider's speed of spinning silk. It's bafu. I can't buff you every time I see you weaving, Rob said. There are some things that depend on you more, not magic. Come on, stop fooling around and go to town and ask the women who are idle at home if they are interested in helping us weave and sew stockings. I'll pay for them. All you have to do is teach them how to make stockings. When Pobo sells us a new maid for our family, there will be no need to invite outsiders to do it anymore. Lillian took the order, and it wasn't long before she brought back 4 women. These women knew Rob, and Rob knew them. They had come to confess before. They saluted Rob and followed Lillian into the spider room, and began to work. Because of this, their speed of weaving increased greatly, and it was no longer that Lillian could not keep up with the speed of the spiders, but that the speed of spiders could no longer keep pace with the speed of the women. Rob estimated that this should be the limit of producing stockings. The silk spit out by 4 spiders is limited after all and can only be supplied in small quantities in the future. Unexpectedly, that night, one of the man-eating spiders laid eggs. Moreover, it lays several hundred eggs each time. The spider eggs in the spider room were so dense that the women who came to work the next day screamed. Rob stood at the door of the spider room and looked inside. He saw 4 large spiders still chained to iron pillars. Around one of the big spiders, numerous eggs were scattered, and the eggs were covered with spider silk. All well protected. The big spider that laid eggs had a shriveled belly and seemed to have lost a lot of energy. Rob said with tears and laughter, "Did this happen today?" Lillian and the 4 middle-aged women who had been invited to help weave and sew socks hid in the distance, poking their heads inside in fear, and nodded when they heard Rob's question. Yes, it wasn't like that yesterday. One woman said, "No wonder this big spider was not willing to spin silk yesterday. It was about to lay eggs. This is really scary." Lillian said, "We can still raise them a few dozen eggs, but we can't care for all of them, Master. It seems that we can only get rid of more than half of the eggs and leave only a small part of them. Otherwise, if these hundreds of eggs hatch simultaneously, little spiders will run all over the ground." Disgusting. Rob was actually thinking about this, but he glanced at the middle-aged woman next to him and suddenly thought of hundreds of such women in Westwind Town. They were idle, so he laughed and said, "It's too wasteful to dispose of it. This kind of spider silk can be used to make silk stockings and can be sold at a good price, so it can form a very good industry. I'll build a big factory. We'll hatch these hundreds of spider eggs, use them for silk spinning, and then hire all the women in the town. Let's create the 5th largest industry for Westwind Town, silk stockings manufacturing industry. At present, there are only 4 industries in Westwind Town, namely, mining, hunting, agriculture, and herbalism. Apart from agriculture, the 3 industries are all high-risk and heavy physical work, and only men can do it. Westwind women do not have any real value except for helping their families do some farm work. Undoubtedly, Rob hiring all the women in the town will be a great act of charity." The 4 middle-aged women nearby gave Rob their most courteous bow. "Praise the God of light, praise Father Rob." "I don't indulge in praise," Rob said with a smile. "Go to someone and call the cloth merchant in the town for me. I'm going to build this factory, but I can't do it without the help of the cloth merchant." Soon after, the cloth merchant was invited. The cloth merchant in Westwind Town is actually a very small merchant. When Rob first bought Lillian a month ago, he went to the cloth merchant to buy black dye. As soon as he saw Rob, the merchant quickly saluted his father. Then he stood with his hand down and said, "You called for me? What can I do for you?" Rob smiled and said, "You must know I use spider silk to make silk stockings." The town was too small to keep secrets, and the white stockings on Lillian's legs were too conspicuous. The whole town actually knew that Rob was making silk stockings since there was no privacy law here. The cloth merchant nodded quickly. Yes, I know. Rob said, my spiders suddenly laid hundreds of eggs. I wanted to burn them all, but when I thought about it, I thought it was too wasteful. I might as well care for all these spiders and build a large silk stocking factory. But, you know, I'm very busy. As soon as he said this, a strange expression flashed across the cloth merchant's face, and although he did not speak, Rob seemed to hear him say, "Cut." "Rob, what's that look on your face?" The cloth merchant hurriedly said, "No. I didn't show any expression." "Well, then I'll continue." Rob put on a pondering face. Where were we? "Oh, right, I just mentioned that I am very busy." Cloth merchant, "Cut." Rob, damn it, you didn't just look expressive this time. You actually said cut. Cloth merchant. Rob said, forget it. Let's get down to business. I don't have time to do things like factory and operations management, so I think you are very suitable to become a professional manager or factory director. Huh? The cloth merchant looked a little excited. Really? Rob said, most of the townspeople in this town are small producers, small craftsmen, who can't even do the simplest math. Only you, a merchant, can make the overall arrangements and calculations. I think you can do it. The cloth merchant was inexplicably moved. Rob said, if you only sell linen and cotton cloth, you won't make much money. Following me to make silk stockings and high-end goods is a better way to get to the top. I won't talk any more nonsense. I'll just ask you if you want to work for me. Yes, of course, I want to. The cloth merchant hurriedly agreed. In fact, the cloth merchant knew very well how valuable the stockings were because he and the traveling merchant were good friends. The cloth merchant's supplier is the traveling merchant, and every time the traveling merchant comes to Westwind Town, he will bring him some cloth and let him sell it in his store. Because of this, every time the traveling merchant comes to Westwind Town, he will have a chat with him. A few days ago, the traveling merchant came to Westwind Town and bought a small number of silk stockings from Rob. At that time, he sighed to the cloth merchant, saying that these silk stockings were the only good items in Fengma continent, and the dignitaries absolutely liked them. It sells for a high price, but the quantity is too small. The cloth merchant listened to it and kept it in mind, but he could not get involved, and now Rob suddenly wanted to leave the business to him to manage, which was a great joy for him. Father, just tell me what you want me to do. I'll do my best. He thought about it and said, the first thing is to build a factory. You need to ask some townspeople to help and pay them. Just build it on a piece of land on the hillside behind my chapel. Pay attention to the problem of raising the spiders first. Ask some experienced hunters to guide us on how to build a house most suitable for raising spiders in large numbers. The cloth merchant wrote it all down quickly. Rob smiled. While the factory is under construction, you have to hire people. The division of labor must be made with precision. It should be divided into at least 4 groups of people. One group needs men who'll be mainly responsible for raising spiders and nothing else. The second group should be all women. They only need to weave cloth and don't care about anything else. The third group also needs women. They'll be responsible for sewing the woven cloth into silk stockings and nothing else. The fourth group is responsible for counting the number of silk stockings, putting them in the warehouse, managing them well, and shipping them to the traveling merchant when he buys them. If the traveling merchants can't catch up with our production speed, we can set up a caravan for the fourth group and ship the stockings to the Bright Road. The cloth merchant could not help but wonder, Father, why is the division of labor so detailed? If everyone's work is divided into such, some people will be less useful. Won't it only lead to us hiring more people? We have to pay more for monthly salary. No, it won't. If one person does everything from raising spiders to weaving to sewing socks to selling, it will make it highly inefficient, and as a result, it will take a lot more people to do it. Rob said with a smile, a refined division of labor can make us hire fewer people and pay less salary. You will understand later. The cloth merchant didn't understand, but that didn't stop him from doing it obediently. After receiving some startup funds from Rob, the cloth merchant went to the town to find people to build the factory. Before long, a large group of townspeople returned with the cloth merchant. Among them was an old acquaintance, the mason who built the water tower for Rob. He was very excited when he heard he was going to build a factory for Rob. As soon as he saw Rob, he kept saying, "It's an honor for me to work for Father again." Rob said with a smile, "What we want to build this time will enable all the women in the town to participate in production jobs. It will make everyone a lot of money. That would be great. My wife has always wanted to do something to earn money for the family." The factory building was built quickly. In this day and age, there is no need to build a house with a proper foundation or anything like a sewer pipe. They simply need to level the land, pick up a pile of stone and mud, and dozens of townspeople will work together in a few days. And voila, it's complete. Then there was the transportation of spider eggs. The cloth merchant invited the most experienced old hunter in town as a guide to move the spider eggs one by one to the factory building and put them in a small spider room. Rob heard the old hunter warning the townspeople who moved the spider eggs in the big field, "Be careful. There is highly poisonous mucus in the eggs of this spider, and although there is a priest behind us who can detoxify you, no matter how fast you are detoxified, you will still feel excruciating pain. I'm sure you don't want to experience that feeling." Hearing this warning, the townspeople dared not neglect it and carefully moved the eggs into the new factory building. Finally, the old hunter personally took the 4 big spiders to the factory, locked them up, breathed a sigh of relief, and finally warned, "I must remind you that you must be very careful not to let one of them escape. Otherwise, if they come out to poison the townspeople, God will condemn you." Rob smiled and said to the old hunter, "Don't worry, I will draw a huge circle outside the factory with holy water. This kind of spider is evil, and they don't like holy water." Hearing what Rob said, the old hunter was relieved. All will be good with the protection of the priest. The next step was to prepare many looms, sewing kits, and hire the town's women. All the preparations were carried out in an orderly manner, and of course, the cloth merchant did all these things. Rob just had to be lazy in the yard. Then, more than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The first batch of small spiders hatched in the factory, and the spider-raising group, hired by the cloth merchant, took the lead in the work. They were responsible for raising these little spiders healthily enough to spin silk. Rob really didn't know how to raise spiders, but fortunately, it was not a problem for the hunters in the town. They took good care of the little spiders. In mid-August, the heat was strong. Rob was still lazy on the stone stool in the courtyard when an uninvited guest suddenly appeared at the chapel's gate. Rob only glanced and smiled. "Yo, it's Little E. What brings you here again?" It was Sister Isher, who looked exactly the same as when they parted, dressed in a blue nun dress, her hair covered by her hood, revealing only her little golden bangs, riding her red horse with a wooden staff across her back. Little E said with her expression still cold, "I came to Westwind Town to be a resident of the chapel. The Archbishop of the Church of Light has officially issued me the letter of transfer. So, from today onwards, I would like to ask Father Rob to take care of me." "Nanny?" Rob almost jumped up and said, "You want to stay? Who dares to shove a girl into my house without my consent? Damn! This is just crazy. Good job." Little E dismounted, went into the yard, and sat on the stone bench opposite Rob. She really took a parchment out of her arms and spread it out on the stone table. Rob glanced at it, and sure enough, it was a transfer document issued by the Archbishop of the Church of Light, ordering Little E to be transferred to the Westwind Town Chapel to spread the teachings of God to the townspeople of Westwind Town. Rob cannot help but laugh. "Little E, you have been demoted, from the big city church, kicked to a small town church. Isn't this sad?" Little E's face was expressionless. "It's the same for me as long as I get to listen to God's teachings. I see. Rob's fingers tapped gently on the transfer paper on the table, and after a few seconds, he suddenly looked up and said, "Your mission this time is to spy on me, right? Or, to put it better, to observe me?" Little E. Rob smiled and said, "Let me guess what happened when you returned this time." He changed his tone, pinched his voice, and said coldly, "Archbishop, when I went out on a reconnaissance mission, I met a very powerful priest. He seemed to be a heretic judger." Then he immediately lowered his voice and turned into a hoarse accent, "Oh. How can such a thing happen? I don't remember arranging any heresy judger to stay in Westwind Town. Are you sure he's one of us?" Immediately changed into a female voice, "His holy magic is very powerful. If his faith in the God of light is not enough, he can't use such powerful holy magic, so he cannot be outside the Church of Light." Rob changed back to his hoarse accent, "Good point. Maybe he's someone directly sent by the Pope. He actually sent such a powerful guy to Westwind Town without informing me, Let's see. I must hurry to write to the Pope to see if he has any plans. Before receiving his reply, go to Westwind Town and keep a good eye on this man. If anything happens, please report to me as soon as possible." The cold expression on Little Ye's face burst instantly. "My voice is not as bad as that." Rob smiled, "The voice I used doesn't matter. The point is whether I am right." The expression on Little Ye's face changed, but she soon stood up and returned to her cold face. With a touch of embarrassment, she sighed, "Don't just lay it bare like that. Why do you have to say it?" Rob smiled, "You'll seem more friendly if you just lay it bare." He told Lillian next to him, "Bring a Coca-Cola to make the nun happy." Lillian immediately went to fetch it. Rob turned around and said to Little E, "Even if I don't tell you, you think I don't know? You must be ready to get discovered when you spy on me. I'm not happy that you're hiding it from me. I don't like it when you pretend not to look at or be very close to me. It's uncomfortable. So if I just break it to you, you can follow me generously, stare at me, and genuinely question what I do. Don't you think that's better?" After Little E had thought about it carefully, she said, "Well, that's good, too. I don't like lying and deceiving people in the first place. The Archbishop sent me to spy on you. I was against it and raised an objection. But the Archbishop insisted that I do it, and I could not disobey his orders, so I had no choice but to come. Now, I can ask you clearly. Are you really a heretic judger sent by the higher-ups?" Rob spread his hand, "Do not ask, I can only tell you otherwise if you do, but even if I told you, the Archbishop would not believe me. That is to say, I can only rely on my own eyes to confirm it. Your eyes can't confirm it. You think lightly of yourself, so you won't believe whatever you see nor think. You'd better wait for the Pope to reply to your Archbishop. What he says will be more useful." Rob was a little upset when he finished saying this. He knew that once he exposed his strength, he would have a lot of problems to deal with. After the Archbishop receives a reply from the Pope, he might have to start playing tower defense. He feels bored just thinking about it. Can't the world give people time to be lazy? Rob said weakly, "From now on, what I'm going to do is exactly the same as when you came here before. Keep an eye on my actions, and don't look away. Remember to record my actions in detail and send them back to the Archbishop. After deep research and analysis, he'll have a basic understanding of my personality." With that, he collapsed on his stone stool and continued to be lazy. Little E is a very obedient nun, and of course, to properly complete the task assigned to her, she took a sip of the Coca-Cola handed by Lillian. She sighed and thought that the drink was delicious, picked up a pen, and began to record in detail. Year 1344, the Black Dragon's Flight. On August 16th, Father Rob was lazy all day. On August 17th, Father Rob was lazy for another whole day. On August 18th, Father Rob was lazy for another whole day. On August 19th, Father Rob was lazy for another whole day. On August 20th, Father Rob was lazy again, and again, and again. Little E. Father Rob, you are not a priest at all. Oh, no, you aren't even human. Little E dropped the record, pulled out her pair of firearms, and fired at it. She then jumped and screamed, "Just turn me into a slug." "Nonsense, slugs can't touch salt, but I often eat it," Rob said. Little E said, "That's not the point." "All right, get to the point. Isn't it hot when you jump, scream, lift the table, and use firearms?" Rob said lazily, "It's really hot in August." Little E was sweating, but the sweat didn't feel hot at all. It was cooled by Rob's laziness. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "Can't you do anything?" "No. There's nothing worth doing," Rob said. Little E. It's pointless to talk to such an insane and lazy person. Little E used to say that Rob's laziness only weakens him and that he has to practice hard to become strong, but after knowing how good Rob is, she can't even say that anymore. She shook her head at Rob and sighed, "I don't understand. It's unreasonable. What is the use of the Archbishop sending me to spy on you? I shouldn't spend my precious time with such a lazy guy. That's none of my business." "I didn't ask you to spy on me," Rob said. Just as they were talking about this, a knight appeared at the gate of the courtyard. He rode a tall horse and was dressed in light armor. As soon as he arrived at the chapel door, he dismounted and said respectfully, "Father Rob, Sister Isher, I am John. I don't know if you remember me well enough in the Black Pine Mountain Range." "Oh." Rob immediately remembered, "Come on in, don't just stand at the entrance of the courtyard. It's too far away. It's too hard for me to talk to you while shouting. Come here, so it's easier. Little E, you're too lazy to talk." "Oh, my God." John tied the horse to the stud at the gate of the courtyard, put his helmet around his waist, strode over to Rob, and saluted deeply in front of Rob, "Dear Father, I came here on the order of Baron Perseus. In the last reconnaissance, you helped the Baron to accomplish his mission beyond all expectations. When he went back, the Baron was rewarded by the Great Duke. He is very grateful to you. So he let me hurry and send you a small gift." "Oh? Gifts?" Rob happily said, "I like gifts." John took out a small box from his arms and handed it to him with both hands. "It's not a great treasure, but a little magic item newly developed by the Magic Research Institute of the White Lion Cavalry. The Baron said to give it to you so you could have fun." "Magic item?" Rob jumped out of his stool with a swoosh. He had never tried these. There was no such thing as a magic item in the game. "Great, let me see what it is." Lifting the lid of the box, Rob saw a small metal jar that looked like a small teapot. It was empty. He couldn't help wondering, what on earth does this thing do? John said respectfully, "It's called a magic container. This is an item that can store magic. It's similar to a magic scroll, except that scrolls are used to store specific magic, and once that magic is cast, it is gone, but this magic container can slowly release the magic in it." Rob understood that this was a container for magic, just like a cup of water. It can be filled with magic and then slowly poured out for use. No wonder it is called a magic container. There was no such thing in the game. Rob felt a great interest in it. He took it in his hand and looked left and right. Then, he infused a little bit of holy magic into it and saw that the body of the teapot slowly brightened up. A mass of golden particles rippled in its body. "How do you release specific magic after injecting it?" Rob asked. John said respectfully, "Sorry, that is still being studied. The Institute of Magic is still carrying out its development, and so it's not perfect yet. At present, this thing only has the function of collecting magic and releasing it, but there is no specific magic that can be released. You see, click the button on it, and the magic inside will be released." Rob looked at the magic container, and there was a button, and the golden magic inside, like running water, ejected from the teapot spout and dissipated in mid-air. "This is fun." Rob laughed. "It's interesting." He was a little interested in this new thing. Although it was only half-developed and useless, it was much more interesting than what he was tired of doing. He smiled and said, "John, please reply to the Baron. I like this thing very much. If there are any new magic items in the future, come and let me play with them again." John said, "I will certainly relay your words to the Baron." John left with Rob's words in his mind and hurried back to Bright Road. Meanwhile, Rob returned to his usual lazy attitude. But he wasn't like a paralyzed man. He sat upright, tossing the magic container around his hands. As soon as Little E saw his actions, she quickly picked up her record that fell on the ground. The firearms blasted 2 holes on the record, but this did not affect it. She picked up her pen and wrote on it, "On August 20, 1344, Father Rob finally acted." He began to study a magic container attentively. He injected ice magic, "He can do ice magic," and shouted, "Refrigerator." Then, he asked his maid, Lillian, to bring a bottle of Coca-Cola and slowly poured the contents of the magic container onto the drink. "Little E, don't write on paper. It's a waste of life." Rob put a bottle of cold Coca-Cola in front of Little E with a smile. "You see, we have a refrigerator. When we want to drink ice water, pour the contents of the magic container on the water, and we can make the water cold instantly, so you don't need to use ice magic every time you want to drink cold Coca-Cola." Ha ha ha. Bang! Little E slammed the stone table. "Such an advanced thing like the magic container should not be used in this way, should it?" "Why? Who said so?" Rob said. "Then what do you think is the specific use of this magic container?" This is. Isn't the Magic Research Institute of the White Lion Cavalry studying it? I'm sure they'll come up with something." "Cut." Rob said, "Study how to use the magic container for fighting? What's the point of that? I have 10,000 ways to beat the enemy, and I don't need a magic container at all, so it's better to use it as a micro-refrigerator." "Little E. You see, we can also use it to make a simple stove." Rob injected fire magic into the magic container, then put it on the table and asked Lillian to set up a pot on it and fill it with water. Rob pressed the button on the magic container, and fire magic slowly flowed out, constantly heating the bottom of the pot. In a twinkling of an eye, the water in the pot boiled. Lillian poured out the boiling water and made Rob a cup of black tea. Rob laughed. "How fun. It seems we can do a lot of tricks with it. The Baron really gave me a good thing this time. It was worth going into the Black Pine Mountains to help him fight the bad guy." Little E covered his face and said, "Please stop using the magic container like this. The magicians who developed it will cry." Lillian suddenly said, "Master, can you use this magic container to move the ceiling fan you mentioned last time?" "Huh." Rob was overjoyed. "Lillian, you're so smart. Come on, call the blacksmith. I'm going to build a ceiling fan." As a result, Little E continued to write on her record. Father Rob asked a blacksmith to make a long iron stick and put some strange fans at the tip, which looked a little sleek. The blacksmith did not understand at all. Not to mention, it wasn't easy to make it even under the repeated guidance of the priest. And then Father Rob asked the blacksmith to create several strange things, which are said to be called gears. Finally, he hung the mess on the tree and injected wind magic into the magic container. How does he know wind magic? Rob spread his hand and said, "Because it's too difficult to make a small electric motor, I can't use electricity for energy. I have to use wind to turn the gears to move the fan. When I figure out how to make the motor, I'll change it to run on electricity." Little E said miserably, "I don't understand. What's the use of such a thing? Gee, if you could understand what I'm doing, wouldn't you be as good as me? Do your job as a spy, but don't expect to understand what I'm doing," Rob said. He waved to Lillian, "Come and sit under the ceiling fan. It's very comfortable under the ceiling fan in this hot summer." Lillian said, "Isn't this an instrument of torture?" Rob said solemnly, "When there are no bad guys to execute, it is the artifact that blows US air." Lillian made an "oh" sound and sat down under the ceiling fan. The soothing wind lifted her blonde hair, making it wave. The picture was so beautiful that Rob almost froze. Lillian clapped her hands and smiled, "Oh, it's really cool under the ceiling fan." "Really?" Although Little E kept a straight face, she moved without hesitation and stood under the ceiling fan. The wind blew on her face, and her cold face showed a very comfortable expression that looked pleasing to the eye. Rob acquired a ceiling fan, wind-powered. With a nun living in the chapel, life feels a little different. For example, Rob likes taking big baths in the yard. It used to be just him and Lillian, but now it's much more complicated with a nun. Rob once took off his clothes and was about to climb into the tub when Little E came out of the chapel. After a loud scream, she hid in the chapel for 5 minutes and dared not look again. Another example is when Rob was drawing new suspender stockings for Lillian, Little E walked by. She kept a straight face and took a sneaky look at their drawings. The next day, Lillian secretly gave her a pair of white stockings. Little E then hid in her room for at least an hour, but when she came out, she didn't wear the stockings on her legs. Rob couldn't help protesting, "Hey, I thought you went in and put on the stockings. Why did you come out bare-legged? Why did you just wear it in your room and take a look at it there? Do you not want to show me? It still feels a little difficult for me to wear." Little E's cold face flashed a rare touch of red. It's too embarrassing. I can't let a man see me wear that." "Cut!" Rob complained, "Aren't you a Western woman? Go to Big Tang, the kingdom of rabbit men, to be a nun then." In short, one happy thing, two happy things, three happy things, together they become the happiest thing. 1344, The Black Dragon's Flight, August 23. It's turning night. The sun is setting, and the horizon is turning dark. Rob had just finished his bath and was about to go back to his stone stool to wait for it to get dark and look at the stars when he saw 3 familiar faces in front of him. Gorda, Jike, and Shualu returned. "Yo, you guys are finally back." Rob smiled and waved, "You've been gone for more than 20 days. I thought you guys turned into snails." Shualu said, "We're not that slow. We found the beet seeds a few days ago, but we took up a mission in the canyon and helped the miners to wipe out a group of lizard men who occupied the mine and came back a little late." Rob applauded, "Did you meet an elite lizard man? Lizard leader or something? That should be how your luck goes most of the time." The 3 were dumbfounded. Gorda threw out a bag of beet seeds and whispered, "Mr. Rob, these are the beetroot seeds you asked for. There's also something else I should let you know. It seems as if something big is going to happen." "Oh?" Rob asked, "What is it?" Gorda whispered, "While we were walking a short distance from the canyon, we heard a strange sound in the forest, so we slipped up to the mountain to have a look. As a result, we saw a large number of skeletons marching together." Rob frowned, "They're coming to attack Westwind Town?" "No. They're headed for the Stone Canyon." Gorda said, "There is a large number of skeletons, no less than 2,000 at a glance, more than the last time in the Black Mountain Range. After seeing this, we were startled and rushed to Westwind Town as fast as possible to inform you, but it took us more than 3 days to get here. The army of undead should have captured the Stone Canyon a while ago." Rob didn't respond to this, but Little E rushed out and cried out in surprise, "What? More than 2,000 skeletons? That's impossible. Where on earth did they come from? Whoa, the nun is here too? I thought you wouldn't come here again after you went to Bright Road." Gorda spread his hand and said, "God knows where those skeletons came from. We are just adventurers, not the omniscient God of light." Little E said, "Don't be mistaken." Gorda said, "Hey, sister, do you really think we'd see incorrectly? Do you think we are idiots?" Little E was anxious and could barely hold her cold expression. This is not good, no. I have to relay this to Bright Road as soon as possible. I will go to the mayor's house and ask him to send someone to Bright Road. She ran quickly out of the chapel to the mayor's house. It was getting dark, so it was worrying for her to run into the dark town alone, but before Rob could say anything, he saw a golden light on her. She used holy light blessing, illuminating the town's road. Rob was relieved to see that she was on her way. No one in this little westerly town dared to attack a nun with the blessing of the holy light. Rob meditated for a few seconds and said, "So, let's get this straight. A necromancer summoned skeletons and was killed by us, and then, 3 days later, you found another necromancer attacking the Stone Canyon with skeletons. That's what's happening now, right?" The three adventurers nodded heavily. This is a bad sign. There has to be more than one necromancer, and although we eliminated one, other necromancers are taking action. After this army of skeletons takes over the Stone Canyon, they will likely come after us. After all, this is the only way to Bright Road from there. Rob turned his head and said, "Lillian, prepare the ceiling fan." "Understood." Lillian answered in a low voice. "Three adventurers." Shualu asked, "What does preparing the ceiling fan mean?" Rob shrugged and said, "The ceiling fan is not only an artifact but also an instrument of torture, as well as my attitude. I don't like trouble, and I hate trouble, but when trouble comes to me, I'll prepare a ceiling fan for him. This is my philosophy of life, see? Three adventurers, understand my ghost." Rob wanted to continue spouting nonsense but suddenly found that Lillian's expression seemed a little strange, as if she was desperately worried about something. "What's the matter?" Rob asked in a low voice. "Lillian, I rarely see that look on your face." Lillian whispered, "The Stone Canyon, is my hometown." Rob's brow frowned slightly. Lillian said, My aunt lives there. Isn't she the one who sold you to the slave merchant?" Rob's brow continued to frown. "Such a person can't be called an aunt. You don't have to worry about her." But, I'm worried." Lillian's face darkened. "Bless the God of light. I hope she's all right." She knew it was no use worrying. It has been 3 days since the three adventurers saw the army of skeletons. It would be too late now for anyone to come to the rescue if something happened. Less than 15 minutes after Lillian's prayer was sent, Little E returned to the chapel with the mayor, who was followed by a man covered in blood. He only bled but had no injury. It seemed that his wound had been healed by Little E. The mayor said anxiously, "Father, something big has happened. Just as the nun came to see me and we were about to send a slave to Bright Road to report the news, an injured messenger came. He came from a small town on the edges of the birch forest. According to him, the town and several villages in the birch forest were attacked by a large number of skeletons at the same time. The mayor there decided to abandon the town and retreat toward us. The refugees would soon arrive in Westwind Town." While talking to Rob, the man who had sent the message turned to Gorda and gave him a big salute. "Mr. Gorda, do you remember me?" Golda said, "Of course, we were almost slaughtered by the ogre leader who came to retaliate. Because of that commission from your village, we lost a lot of blood." The two of them were chatting over there, while Rob on this side was frowning and talking to the mayor. Just now the news that the Stone Canyon had been attacked came, yet the White Birch Forest is being attacked? In other words, all the villages and towns around here are probably being attacked, aren't they? Damn, I smell trouble again. Rob stretched out his hands, spread his fingers, and complained to the sky, F***K your mother, can you give me a few more days of laziness? Little E looked over with suspicion. "Father, who are you cursing? You're not complaining to our beloved God of light, are you? That's impossible." Rob immediately restored his serious face. "I am scolding the gods on the wrong side, yes, the dark god worshipped by the necromancers. I despise it from the bottom of my heart. I despise it." Little E shared a common hatred of the enemy and said, "Yes, I despise it, too." Hodr, the god of darkness, is a dark god wicked beyond redemption. He is sinister, reclusive, cruel, and insists on being the enemy of light. It was he who killed Baldr, the god of light, and will forever be the enemy of our Church of Light. Rob quickly remembered the names of both the god of light and the god of darkness and thought, "Ah, great. Someone introduced the background of the world, and I won't have any problem saying the names of the two guys anymore. One is called Baldr, the other is called Hodr. Don't they seem like brothers?" At this moment, Little E suddenly thought of something and turned to Shiwalu and said, "Hodr was instructed by Loki, the god of fire, to kill the god of light. Your faith is also a culprit." "Oh, sister, you seem to be mistaken about something." Shiwalu spread her hand and said, "Although I borrow fire magic from Loki, I don't believe in him. We magicians never believe in gods. Our relationship with God is just simple transaction and exploitation. If Loki asked me to kneel to him, I would smash my staff on his forehead. Then I'll turn to the goddess of winter, Skadi, and borrow some ice arrows from her to ward off my enemies. From then, I'll have switched from fire magic to ice magic. Isn't it interesting? Little E. Ha ha ha." Rob couldn't help but laugh. "You are quite cute." Shiwalu said, "I think I'm cute, too." Little E slapped her face on the table and said with a cold face, "Can you get to the point? Countless undead are attacking villages on the western border, the Stone Canyon and the Birch Forest have been attacked, and it is conceivable that many villages and towns are experiencing the same thing. How are you still in the mood to discuss whether you are cute or not?" Rob turned to Little E, "All right, let's get to the point. Little E, what do you think we should do now?" Little E said, "I have two plans. The first is to adopt the retreat strategy like the mayor of Birch Forest and lead all the townspeople to Bright Road before the army of the undead arrives. There is a formidable castle there, together with the White Lion cavalry. We will be very safe there. When things calm down, we'll return to Westwind Town." The mayor's face suddenly changed. "The waterworks are just about to be built too." Lillian also cried, "Master Stocking's factory, the spiders just hatched, and we're just waiting for them to grow up. How can we move them at this time?" Little E glared at both of them angrily. "If you don't retreat, you will die. What is the use of these things when you die?" Rob smiled. "Let's talk about the second plan. I guess your second plan must be to stick to Westwind Town and wait for Bright Road to come to the rescue. I think this plan is more reliable." Little E said, "I don't think it's reliable." Rob said, "Although I am tired of playing tower defense, I am quite good at it." He is saying strange things again, but Little E has long been used to hearing strange words from his mouth that she doesn't understand. She is so used to it that she's too lazy to retort now. Anyway, as long as she understands the gist, it's fine. She asked solemnly, "Father, do you mean to build defensive towers in the town against the legions of the undead?" The construction of defense towers is the oldest method of tower defense. Rob said, "Later, the tower defense game evolved countless times, and there have been many variants, such as summoning monsters to be used as towers and even summoning heroes to be used as towers. Heroes can also cast magic and skills. In short, tower defense can be played in a variety of ways, and you must not think that the only way to play it is by building towers." Little E. Rob also knew that she didn't understand what he was saying, so he didn't continue. Rob asked, "Little E, if you have to draw a huge holy light sanctuary that encompasses the entirety of Westwind Town, how long will it take?" Little E shook her head and said, "If I draw it by myself, at least for a few months." "Right. You have the ink splashing technique. Can't you finish it quickly?" Rob shook his head. "Can you throw a bottle of holy water far enough to reach the edges of the town?" Little E thought, this is also true. Although the ink splashing technique is powerful, it is not so practical. There is no reason to splash ink around the town, so we have to give it up. In fact, Rob really can't draw a magic array that can cover the size of a town. Although he is very powerful, his magic also has disadvantages. It is not flexible enough, such as the Holy Light Sanctuary. People here can draw as big as they want and as small as they want. But Rob can't. He's limited to a Holy Light Sanctuary with a radius of 20 yards. That's because it's how the game developers designed it. It seems we can't use the Holy Light Sanctuary. Little E said, if you can't use the ink splashing technique, 2 priests can't draw fast enough to finish the Holy Light Sanctuary before the undead army arrives. Rob nodded, well, let's just give up doing that sort of defensive array then. In fact, he can use the Olympic 5-chain technique to put the 20-yard Holy Light Sanctuary around the town, but that's troublesome. He can do it, but he doesn't have to. Little E said, therefore, I think it's better to evacuate. Of course, Rob did not want to retreat. How tiring. It's great to be lazy here. He doesn't want to evacuate anywhere. I think it's all right. If you want to evacuate, you should evacuate, and if you want to stay, you can stay. We should fully respect the freedom of the townspeople, and we should not force innocent people to go to war. Of course, I am willing to stay. I love my motherland very much and swear to defend every inch of land for our kingdom. I will never let others take away our precious land. They must first step on my body if they want our land. Solemn face. Little E. After Rob finished his passionate words, he waved to Little E and said, Little E, take the townspeople willing to evacuate and go. I will not withdraw from the front line until I see the last of the people retreat safely. If the town's defenses are breached before everyone manages to withdraw, I will hold the enemy's legs and will not let them catch up. Solemn face. Little E thought to herself, he is obviously saying something selfless, but why do I want to find a piece of bacon to slap him in the face? Am I just immature? The mayor raised his hand and said, I'm willing to stay, too. I was moved by the priest's spirit. I will defend the town to the death, too. The mayor has all his wealth here, and if he withdraws to Bright Road, he will lose a lot. He thought that since the priest was willing to stay, he certainly wanted to fight as well. Rob gave the mayor a thumbs up, very good. Since you are willing to stay, let's take action. I'll defend the city in my way. As for you, go and do some ordinary preparatory work. I think Mr. Mayor should be better at guarding the city than I am as a priest. Rob smiled and said, good, I like you. The mayor rushed out of the chapel and rang the bell in the center of the town. Soon after, the whole town was called to the center of the town. After the mayor made an impassioned speech, more than 100 townspeople decided to withdraw to Bright Road. But most of the townspeople decided to stay and defend their hometown to the death. Rob saw the strength of ordinary people in the Middle Ages. The townspeople, who were usually submissive in front of him, went back to their houses, and when they came out, they were fully clothed and dressed in chainmail, some even dressed in plate armor. Mining is one of the core industries in Westwind Town. So for the people here, armor is so cheap that anyone can afford it. In addition, there are a large number of hunters because herbalism and hunting are also the core of Westwind Town. They are the ones that have to fight the monsters on the mountain at any time, so there are many hunters. These hunters are all archers. Although there is still a certain gap compared to a regular army, it is much better than the townspeople who only do agriculture. Rob found that the townspeople who wanted to evacuate were people who engaged in agriculture. Under the command of the mayor, the townspeople began to build fortifications. They found many large stones and placed them behind the town wall to reinforce it. Some people built tall wooden towers as sentries on the four corners of the town and appointed people with good eyesight to scout. The preparations were carried out nervously and methodically. The villagers who wanted to evacuate packed their bags and went to the town's east gate, and hurried along the official road. Little E also promised a sum of money to the three adventurers and asked them to escort the townspeople back to Bright Road. What Rob didn't expect was that Little E would stay. Seeing the nun in a blue dress standing in front of him again, Rob could not help saying, "Didn't you want to evacuate?" "I advocate retreat, but that doesn't mean I will." Little E said coldly, "The townspeople can go back, but I can't. I am a nun of the God of Light, and I must fight to the death with the believers of the God of Darkness." Rob applauded and rolled his eyes. "It's remarkable that someone who was sent to spy on me would say such a glorious thing." Little E, no. Although spying on you is a very important task given to me by the Archbishop, it is not because of this that I am willing to stay. You should not underestimate the determination of a nun. Yes, right, I believe you. Rob said with a smile. "Next, you should keep a good watch because once I start playing tower defense, the things you'll get to see are guaranteed to be dazzling, and you may not be able to see them and may not be able to keep up." Little E spread her hand, would never take a pen to write in a fierce battle such as this. Early the next morning, Westwind Town was awakened by a burst of alarm bells. The man on the southwest sentry tower shouted desperately, "Someone's coming." The nervous townsmen immediately flocked to the southwest corner, along with Little E. Rob was too lazy to go. He sat on a big tree in the chapel and activated detection with a range of 5,000 yards, which was enough for him to have a panoramic view of Westwind Town. It was not the army of the undead coming from the southwest but the refugees from the birch forest. A group of hunters protected the team, dragging their children. More than 300 people flocked to the gate of Westwind Town. The sentry on the wall shouted, "Are you being followed by the undead?" The mayor of Birch Town exclaimed, "There are pursuers, but not many. Quickly, open the gate and let us in. The pursuers are almost here." The sentry was startled and hurriedly opened the door, and the refugees poured in. When the sentry closed the town gate, a group of skeletons appeared in the southwest, but the number was not large. These were the ones who chased the refugees from the birch forest to here, not to attack Westwind Town. They stood in the woods of the southwest, looked at the heavily guarded Westwind Town from a distance, gave up their plans to attack, and retreated to the mountains. Everyone sighed in relief. Then, more than 300 refugees flocked to the chapel. Rob watched helplessly as the group of people rushed towards his home from a few kilometers away from a distance of 5,000 yards and couldn't help saying, "What the heck? Why are the refugees coming to my house?" Lillian, who was under the tree Rob was on, said, "Master, isn't it natural for refugees to seek refuge in a church or chapel?" "Oh, my God! Go to the mayor for me." Rob fell from the tree and almost landed on his face. "Mother, why is being a priest so tiring? I'm also in charge of caring for the refugees. I'm going to resign. I'm going to resign right now, right now." Rob hates trouble and just wants to be lazy, but reality decided otherwise. He can only blame himself for choosing to be a priest. Although he's happy to be everyone's father, he doesn't like being troubled by his sons. Now, more than 300 refugees have come to the clearing outside the chapel, looking helplessly at Rob, and a few more exaggerated ones, kneeling outside the courtyard, worshipping, Balder, "O generous God of light, merciful Father, please help us." Rob didn't know what to say for a moment. However, Little E moved quickly and immediately let the refugees in and let them enter the chapel hall to have a rest. But how could the hall of this town chapel accommodate more than 300 people? In the end, only a small number of old and weak women were able to enter the hall. The men stayed in the yard and sat on the ground. The atmosphere seemed depressing and heavy. The mayor of the White Birch Forest came to Rob, first saluted him deeply, and then said, "Dear father, we have caused you trouble." Rob was depressed but maintained basic etiquette. "It is nothing. The townspeople were chased by the undead and are tired of running." The mayor said, "Please allow us to have a rest here for a day. We will leave early tomorrow morning for Bright Road." Rob nodded. Little E said, "Do you have any food?" White Birch Mayor shook his head heavily. "We only realized that the enemy was close when the army of the undead attacked. We didn't have the time to prepare." Most of the townspeople ran out of their houses without having time to pack anything. Then we were chased by skeletons all the way here. We've been running for several days. Many only drank a few mouthfuls of water and ate nothing. On hearing this, Rob began to tell himself desperately, "You are not Virgin Mary, you are not Virgin Mary, you don't have to meddle in this kind of thing, if you take care of this thing, you can't be lazy." After telling himself repeatedly for a while, he felt that his heart had become as hard as steel and could completely ignore the prayers of the refugees. At this time, a little Loli began to cry among the refugees, "Mom, I'm hungry." Her mother could only touch her head with one hand and said bitterly, "Mom has no food to give you, be patient. After the skeleton monsters outside go away, Mother will go to the woods to dig wild vegetables for you to eat." However, the little Loli is still too young to be sensible, and even though her mother tried to appease her, she still cried loudly. Rob, who has a heart of steel, sighed, "Lillian, go and take all the food out of the chapel reserves, cook a big stew, and give each of the refugees a bowl." Lillian said awkwardly, "Master, although we have a lot of food in stock, if we feed so many people, we will have nothing for tomorrow. In the current situation in the town, food will only become more and more difficult to acquire." "Stupid." Rob tapped her on the forehead, "Leave some potatoes. I'll plant them later." Lillian suddenly understood, "Oh, that's right. We have the blessings of the God of Light. Huh, that's great." She happily ran into the warehouse, left a bag of potatoes, but took out the rest of the chapel's food reserves, set up a big pot in the yard, and cooked a big stew. Lillian is good at making stew, no matter the ingredients boiled in the pot. All kinds of strange ingredients rolled in the pot, and after a while, the smell of delicious wafted in the air. As soon as the refugees smelled the fragrance, they could not help craning their necks, and the crying little Loli suddenly stopped crying. She opened her eyes wide and looked pitifully at the pot in the yard. But Rob stopped lying on the stool, covered his nose, waving and shouting, "Quickly distribute it. Hurry up. I can't stand it." The white birch mayor could not help sighing. "Sir Priest is so kind." Although he wanted to eat, he covered his mouth and walked away. He could hardly bear the hunger and only asked the maid to give us the food as soon as possible. "Where can we find such a good priest?" "Little E, how come I feel like it's not what you think? But that's not the point. The thing is, no one is in the mood to complain." Lillian called the refugees over and gave each of them a bowl. Some of the people who escaped brought bowls, but some brought nothing, so they had to spread large pieces of leaves on their hands. Those that used leaves had to forcibly put up with their slightly burnt hands, unwilling to spill the little food they had. Rob's steel heart began to ache again, and he sighed, "Damn it, why do I have to see this picture? Isn't this just attacking my conscience? Although my conscience is indestructible, it will turn soft if I suffer too much. Forget it. These guys are going to Bright Road tomorrow. I'll just put up with it." He was swearing when he saw the three adventurers running over in a panic. As soon as they saw Rob and Little E, they shouted, "Mr. Rob, Miss Sister, something big is going to happen." Rob said angrily, "What now?" Gorda said rapidly, "We escorted more than 100 townspeople last night, intending to evacuate them to Bright Road. Unexpectedly, before long, we found that Nonley village in the southeast had been occupied by the army of the undead, and the number was huge. It was a large army of the undead, and there were even high-level undead creatures such as skeletal dragons. We had no way to leave the village through the south, so we had to protect the townspeople and return. Nonley village is a small village between Westwind Town and Bright Road, with a small population of only more than 100 people. The village is so small that it is not even marked on the map, but the location of this village is very important. It is the only way to go to Bright Road from Westwind Town. Now, Nonley village has also been occupied by a huge army armed with skeletal dragons. Little Ye's face immediately sank, that is to say, the enemy hoarded a large number of troops, forcibly cutting off the connection between Bright Road and the villages and towns on the western border. Westwind Town has become an island town. Gorda nodded heavily. The face of the White Birch mayor changed greatly. Then, what should we do? You can't leave anymore. The mayor of Westwind Town came out of nowhere and said with a bitter face, just stay in Westwind Town and get ready to defend the town with us. Rob sighed and looked up at the sky. My lazy life is getting further and further away from me. How could the peaceful day yesterday turn into a war the next day? If a war starts, I won't be able to sell my stockings, pepper, and Coca-Cola. Don't panic, everyone. Little E stood and exclaimed, right now, we can't leave for the outside. The only way is to stick to Westwind Town. We have to believe that the White Lion cavalry cannot be easily defeated by the undead and that Bright Road won't fall. As long as we hold on to this town, the reinforcements from Bright Road will certainly come. Reinforcements will certainly come. This sentence is the hope and dream of everyone in this isolated town. In times of war, people in cities and towns surrounded by enemy troops need these words to survive. Without such expectations, the defenders will collapse in an instant. Not to mention the two mayors and Little E, even Rob expected reinforcements to come early because although he had the ability to defend the town, it was troublesome to support so many refugees. There was no way he could be lazy. Can I stop being a priest now? He could have done so if he hadn't heard the little lowly cry. He could have had time to throw in the pot, but he can't even do that now. I wish reinforcements would come to liberate me sooner. Rob sighed from the bottom of his heart, forget it, no more nonsense. I have to plant the potatoes first. If I plant them a minute earlier, I can harvest them a minute earlier. Lillian, go and get the potatoes I told you to leave behind. Lillian returned to the warehouse and took out a basketful of potatoes. The potato itself is the seed, which can be planted only by cutting it into pieces. Rob asked Lillian to cut the potatoes into small pieces, then took them and walked to the side of the field. At this time, many refugees from White Birch were sitting next to the fields, and there was a bewildered look in the eyes of the many refugees when they saw Rob holding a basket of potatoes to plant in the field. Little E didn't know that Rob could farm fast, so she couldn't help coming out and asking, Father, you suddenly want to grow potatoes at such a time? Why? For a harvest. Rob said, how can you harvest anything if you don't plant? Distant water cannot put out an ongoing fire, so if you plant potatoes now, you might as well keep them as food reserves. Little E said, now that Westwind Town has become isolated, every grain is extremely precious. It is because I know that food is precious that I need to grow it. Rob smiled and said, is this my chapel or yours? You, a little nun who has been demoted from a big city to a small town, is not allowed to have any objection to a priest's operations, just follow me, or next time you won't even be allowed to stay in this town. We'll transfer you to a small village. I didn't get demoted. Little E protested. After her protest, she didn't object to Rob's actions anymore. Rob, a super lazy man, did not instruct Lillian to work anymore and even refused the refugees' assistance and did it himself. He dug a small hole in the field, buried a potato, and then repeated that process. He repeated it dozens of times until the whole field was full. He patted the dust on his hands and said, Lillian, kettle. Lillian answered obediently, handing over the little kettle that had already been prepared. Little E smiled bitterly and said, Lillian, you are also playing around with your master. Lillian winked, Master is not fooling around. The miracle of the God of Light is on him. As long as he grows the crops himself, it only takes 1 day to harvest. Little E didn't believe a word, bullshit. But the mayor of Westwind next to her also said, the priest really carries the miracle of the God of Light. You will understand when you get up tomorrow morning. Even the mayor said such strange things. Little E was a little surprised, but this made her believe it a little. After watering the field, Rob turned to look at the refugees sitting on the ground in the courtyard. 300 refugees here have to open their mouths to eat every day. If the state of war continues, the original 1,000 residents of Westwind Town may have a food crisis, plus nearby villages may also have refugees coming one after another. I'm afraid this small piece of land in the chapel is insufficient. He exclaimed, I need a batch of people to help me clear uncultivated land for cultivation. Well, just the hillside next to the cemetery. After clearing up the land, we will extend the yard's fence and wrap the newly claimed fields into the chapel yard. Is there anyone who wants to volunteer? He had just given food to the refugees, and the refugees were grateful. Immediately a large group of men, 60 to 70 in number, sprang out. A few of them received simple farm tools from Lillian, but many more could not even get them, so the mayor of Westwind Town hurriedly went back to the town to borrow a lot of farm tools so that all the 60 and 70 people were equipped. With so many people working together, the speed of clearing uncultivated land for cultivation is, of course, extremely fast, and within a few hours, a large area of land has been made ready for planting on the hillside. The carpenters from White Birch also built fences for the field. Because White Birch Town is a small forest town, logging is its most important industry, and almost every one of the townspeople is good at carpentry. They quickly cut down a pile of wood, built a wooden fence, and surrounded all the fields that had just been cultivated. In this way, the land became a part of the chapel. After the men had finished the task given by Rob, they ran from the hillside, and before they could claim their credits to Rob, they heard the exclamations of women and children in the yard. They looked down curiously and saw more than 100 old and weak women from White Birch Town encircling the small reserved area of the chapel, all looking inside. The curious men squeezed in to join the party. They were surprised to find that the potatoes Rob had planted in the field a few hours ago had sprouted, and the plants on the ground had grown so sturdily that they looked as if they had been growing for months. What's going on? Oh, my God! How did these potatoes grow so fast? It's only been a few hours. Why does it look like it's been growing for months? If it keeps growing at this pace, it'll be ready for harvest in a day. In what strange way did you plant it? Seeing the inexplicable surprise of this group of country bumpkins from White Birch Town, the mayor of Westwind Town felt pride. While laughing, he walked over arrogantly and shouted, "See? Ha ha ha! This is the great miracle of Westwind Town. Father carries the grace of the God of light. As long as the crops are planted by him, they can be harvested in one day. Why don't you quickly thank God and Father?" The townspeople of White Birch Town were stunned and hastened to worship together, praising the God of light and Father. Of course, this is the right action. But little E was one that was truly surprised. The miracle shown by Rob is amazing. How much favor does it take from the God of light to do this? She had never seen a priest so blessed by the God of light in the Church of Light. That night, when it got dark, the potatoes in the yard matured. The people from White Birch Town came early in the morning, so Rob also planted in the day. More than 10 hours later, the potatoes grew. And in the eyes of the people of White Birch, everything became green. Of course, the ones planted on the hillside are still very young. They were planted towards evening and are still quite small. However, there are much more potatoes planted there than in the small field in the chapel, and by tomorrow evening, the harvest will be absolutely amazing. Looking at the miraculously grown potatoes, the people from White Birch Town were relieved as they realized that they didn't need to worry about a food shortage. As long as they had these miraculous potatoes, they didn't have to worry about being hungry. They calmed down, but Rob was unhappy. Usually, he'd put a big wooden tub in the yard, soaking in the warm water, looking at the stars all over the sky, and feeling the comfortable night breeze, with his little maid talking to him from time to time and a cold-faced nun retorts him. A feeling that makes him feel as happy as an immortal. Occasionally he would deliberately make a move to jump out of the bathtub so as to frighten little E to the point her face turned pale, and then she'll call him a rascal and so on. But not today. The chapel hall was full of old and weak women from White Birch, and the courtyard was littered with men lying on the floor. In this case, Rob is definitely willing to take a bath in the yard. It doesn't matter if the women from White Birch see him. He's thick-skinned, so he can bear it. But donkeys will yell, "Gay! Gay!" if those men see him. Who can stand that? In desperation, Rob had to move the bathtub into his room, where it was boring. He can only see the ceiling if he looks up, and only through a small window can he see the stars. The most outrageous thing was that Lillian could not be with him because there were many old and weak women outside. Lillian was eager to help take care of them, and there was no way for her to stand beside Rob all the time. Rob is very unhappy. Soaking in the bath, the water was a little cold. He patted the bathtub's edge and shouted, "Lillian, the water is getting cold. Please add some hot water for me." After several calls, the door opened, but it was not Lillian who came in but Little E. She walked to the bathtub with a pot of hot water and slowly added it to the bathtub's edge. Rob asked, "Little E, how come it's you? Where's Lillian?" Little E said, "Lillian is helping a mother with her child, so she can't leave for a while. I'll heat the water for you." "Oh." Little E seemed to want to say something, but she couldn't say it. It took a long time for her to whisper, "Is it really because of the grace of the God of light that you have the miracle of one-day harvest?" Rob was stunned by the question, then smiled and asked, "What do you think?" Little E shook her head and said, "I don't know. At first, I was so shocked that I almost got down on my knees to praise the God of light, but I thought about it for a while and felt something was wrong. Does the God of light really take care of anything related to agriculture? This, from a reasonable point of view, should be handled by Sif, the goddess of grain and fertility." Rob couldn't help rejoicing that there was such a goddess. "I've never heard of her. I don't know if she is beautiful or not. However, it doesn't matter whether she's beautiful or not. He can't see her anyway." He smiled and said, "What on earth are you trying to say?" I just want to say that the longer I spend with you, the more I find that you don't seem to be a true believer in the God of light. The Archbishop said he didn't know there was a heretic judger like you. He wrote to the Pope asking about you. I believe it won't be long before the Pope's reply will be sent to Bright Road. At that time." Seeing her hesitating, Rob smiled and said, "What will happen then? The Archbishop will send someone to kill me?" Little E sighed, "I hope it will not end up like that, but seeing that you are less and less like a real priest, I am worried that things will go on in this direction." Rob's face smiled even happier. "Thank you very much for telling me about it. Why are you helping me like this? Now that you disobeyed the order of the Archbishop. If I am really a fake priest and run away now, the people sent by the Archbishop will not be able to catch me. Won't he just take it out on you? You might get another demotion." Little E once Aegean put on a cold face, "How are you still in the mood to joke when it's like this? If you were really a fake priest, you would run away when you heard what I said, yet you dared to joke with me about demotion." "I'm not running now. I'm still in the mood to joke, which means I'm a little real." Rob didn't lie. Didn't he really practice the priest class in the game? It's just that he was a priest who didn't belong to the Church of Light. Little E was confused by his strange attitude. At first, the guy looked like a priest, and then he looked less and less like one. Yet he was so calm even after she revealed that the Archbishop was investigating him. He has the "I'm not afraid of the Archbishop's investigation" expression, which makes him look like a real priest again. Can't see through. I can't see through him at all. Rob smiled and said, "Little E, I want to ask you a question. From the bottom of your heart, do you want me to be a real priest or a fake priest?" "I hope you are real." Without thinking about it, Little E replied, "So you don't have to run, and so you can continue to be a priest here. Because, although you have all kinds of problems, I can see that you have a kind heart. You are kind to the townspeople of Westwind Town, to the soldiers of the Baron, to the refugees from White Birch Town. Although you occasionally show an impatient and unwilling expression, you are still doing the right thing. She sighed, you're obviously lazy to death and don't even want to move, but today you sow potatoes one after another. That action has been repeated hundreds of times, sowing all the fields on the hillside just so that the refugees and the townspeople of Westwind Town will not go hungry when surrounded by the undead. In fact, even if you do not do this, no one will blame you because no one knows that you are carrying God's miracle. You just need to say nothing to avoid such trouble. But you did it anyway, and you were willing to put aside your laziness in order to help others. You are a really kind person. I hope I can do something for the world with people like you. I sincerely hope that you are a real priest. Is that so? Is that what you think? There was a sunny smile on Rob's face. All right. I've decided. I must become a real priest. Even if I'm fake, I'm going to force myself to show you that. With a wry smile on her face, listening to Rob talking like this, she felt that he was no doubt a fake priest. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to speak in this tone. It can't be true, she sighed. If you're fake, how can you become a real one? It's possible. Rob smiled, I'll just talk to the Archbishop or the Pope and ask them to send me an official letter of appointment. Little E face-bombed and said, is this document something you can get with just a discussion? Rob spread his hand, I think so. Seeing Little Ye's strange expression, Rob didn't want to worry her, so he had to say a few more words. As you just said, I treated the people of Westwind Town kindly, helped the Baron and performed meritorious services, and now I have helped so many refugees. I have accumulated a lot of good reputation for the Church of Light, right? For a priest like me who can help the God of Light spread his teachings, I think the Pope or the Archbishop would be more than happy to give me a position. Of course, this is only a superficial statement, and Rob also knows that it is not so easy to enter, so he added in his heart that if they do not agree, he could beat them and force them to make arrangements. Isn't that simple? He remembered that there was a man named Sun Wukong who forced himself into an official position with a big stick. Rob thinks he can follow suit. It's just that Sun Wukong is a very hard-working person, but Rob is very lazy. He doesn't mess about until necessary. Little E, don't worry about it. Rob smiled, as long as you don't want to be my enemy, we will never be enemies. Well, the same applies to the Church of Light, the Kingdom of Gran, even the necromancers, and everything in the world. If someone doesn't attack me, I won't attack them. With that, he added, because I love all things, I am so kind, and I am a faithful follower of the beliefs of the God of Light. Little E coldly said, I think you're just lazy. Rob, hey, I can still be a good friend, whether you see through it or not. Little E shook her head, turned, and walked out of Rob's room. As soon as she walked out of the room, her cold expression suddenly melted, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly upward with a smile of delight. The next day, in the morning. At the small private plot in the chapel yard, the first batch of potatoes planted by Rob have been harvested. The refugees from White Birch Town worked together to dig up the batch of potatoes from the ground. The small piece of private land produced thousands of potatoes, solving the food shortage instantly. Moreover, more potatoes are growing on the newly cultivated land on the hillside. If evening comes, where the hillside batch of potatoes will be harvested, won't it be tens of thousands of In this way, not to mention the refugees from White Birch Town, even if Westwind Town provided food for nearly 1,000 people, there would not be any food pressure at all. The townspeople had already worshipped once yesterday, but today they could not help getting down on their knees again and praising the God of Light and Rob with all their nice words. Rob was not in the mood to accept their praise and worship. He climbed onto the stone table, stood straight, and exclaimed, Townspeople from White Birch, you first arrived yesterday and are now laying all over my chapel. I didn't complain, but you can't lie down doing nothing, can you? Not to mention that the chapel is becoming messy. Isn't it painful to sleep like that? Don't your legs hurt? Do you have peace of mind? At this point, he paused, looked at the blank expressions on the refugees' faces, and then added, this invasion of the undead will not take only a day or two. As far as we know, many villages and towns nearby are occupied by the army of the undead, and the only way to Bright Road is blocked by the undead. And it is said that even skeletal dragons have appeared. The refugees exclaimed, "Skeletal dragon? My God!" Rob said, "Therefore, you must be mentally prepared for a long-term war. If this war lasts for months or even years, will you lie in my chapel for years and live on my support?" The townspeople whispered and soon came to a conclusion. The mayor of White Birch looked up and exclaimed, "My father, if this will be a long war, of course, we can't live like garbage. Please show us the way." Rob coughed and said, "I heard that White Birch Town is a village with logging and hunting as its main industries. You are all excellent carpenters. Building a cabin should be a piece of cake for you, right? Look, on the hillside behind my chapel, there are a lot of black pine trees. Cut it down. Build wooden houses and go hunting. And then, like your life back in White Birch, take root here for a while. There are no tools I can lend to you for the time being, but without spirit and only laziness, God will not save you." Everyone from White Birch Town was reinvigorated and felt motivated in spirit and soul. However, Little E and the adventurers couldn't help shrugging and thought, it always feels unconvincing if Father Rob says stuff like this. Isn't he the representative of laziness? The mayor of White Birch asked weakly, "Father, you speak very well, but war can happen at any time, those ferocious undead may come at any time, Can we really try to build homes under such circumstances? The houses that we build might get burned down by the undead in an instant." Rob suddenly put on a serious face, "I'll deal with the undead army. You just need to try to get your lives back on track." With that, he added in a low voice, "Work quickly, don't stay in my house all day." Such a guarantee is obviously not very relieving. Although the refugees have seen Rob show miracles, they did not believe that Rob could fight the army of the undead. When there is an external threat that may come at any time, it is very difficult for human beings to cheer up and build homes. They can't help thinking, what's the use of building wooden houses now? As soon as the army of the undead comes, they'll burn down the newly built houses and drive us out. We can't even say that we'll survive the attack. Under the influence of this kind of thinking, no one can return to normal. Just then, bells suddenly rang on the sentry tower in the northwest of the town, and then, from the northwest corner, the townspeople shouted in horror, "The army of the undead is coming. They're here." To the northwest of Westwind Town, an official road winds its way to the Stone Canyon along the foot of the Black Pine Mountain Ranges. On this road, a group of people from Stone Canyon were dragging their children and running away in panic. Their number is small, only about 30 people. A lot of people simply didn't manage to escape. Behind these more than 30 refugees was a large army of undead, who not only occupied the official road but also marched densely in the mountains and forests on both sides of the official road, and the huge army chased the more than 30 refugees. The picture is almost heart-stirring. A skeleton archer bent its bow and shot an arrow at the townspeople who fled in front of him. The arrow darted through the air and hit a townsman in the thigh. He fell to the ground, rolled twice, and then crawled desperately forward. However, the skeletons still caught up to him and stepped on his back with their bony feet. The armed men at Westwind Town couldn't bear the scene and covered their eyes with their hands. When they finally moved their hands away, the army of the undead had already passed the place where the townsmen had fallen, and they could only see a vast expanse of skeletons. They couldn't even tell whether the townspeople were dead or alive. The mayor of Westwind went up the wall and asked the hunter next to him loudly, "Can you figure out how many skeletons there are?" "No less than 2,000. The mayor immediately understood, it is the army of the undead the adventurers saw. They have ruined Stone Canyon and are now coming to Westwind Town. Damn it! Go and call the priest and nun. Those 3 adventurers are also powerful forces. Ask them to come as well. Is there any way to save the people from Stone Canyon?" Go out on horses, get them on the horse and rush back. It's too dangerous. No matter how dangerous it is, they can be saved. There is always no shortage of kind and upright people in this world. Several good equestrian townspeople opened the town's gate, rushed out, galloped their horses on the official road, and rushed to the refugees. They stretched out their hands and put several women who could no longer run on their horses. Then they turned their horses and ran back to Westwind Town. A skeleton archer behind them drew its bow, but the arrow was not strong enough and fell slightly behind the horse. After several more rescues, the last of the more than 30 townspeople from Stone Canyon was finally rescued. Westwind Town quickly closed the town gate and blocked it with boulders. Hundreds of armed men were lined up on both sides of the town wall. However, the skeleton army still hasn't taken true action in the first round. Soon, the no less than 2,000 skeletons formed a formation of 2 arrows. Behind the formation, a necromancer in a cloak, riding a skeleton horse, looked at the wall of Westwind Town from a distance. The army exuded dark magic, and an aura of fear stretched out, vaguely affecting their surroundings. The creatures in the forest had already run because of the aura of fear, and neither goblins nor ogres dared to poke their heads out. Sure enough, Westwind Town is the most populated town on the western border, and it looks the most decent. The necromancer murmured, prepared to defend the city? GGG. I'm not as stupid as number 32. He underestimated his enemy, so I'll just slowly come and play with this town. While the necromancer stood in the distance looking at Westwind Town, Rob, Little E, Gorda, Jike, Shuelu, and even Lillian came to the northwest corner of town. As soon as Lillian arrived, she greeted the 30 refugees. Glancing at them, she immediately found an acquaintance in the crowd and hurriedly leaned over. Uncle Johnny. Have you seen my aunt? The man known as Johnny was a sturdy middle-aged man. When he saw Lillian, he obviously froze. He didn't seem to expect to see Lillian here. Moreover, she was wearing a beautiful skirt, white stockings, and leather shoes, all clean. He looked at Lillian, who looked completely different from the last time he saw her, and said, "Didn't your aunt sell you to a slave merchant?" "Yes, I was sold to Westwind Town to work in the chapel here," Lillian said quickly, "but that doesn't matter. Where's my aunt? Didn't she escape?" Uncle Johnny turned pale and said, "I'm sorry. When I escaped, I saw your aunt's family surrounded by skeletons." Lillian cried, "Ah," and turned pale. Uncle Johnny sighed, "Lillian, you. Even considering what your aunt did to you, you're still worried about her? You are such a good girl. If your aunt were alive and saw the look on your face, she would have regretted what she had done to you." Ooh. Lillian fell to her knees slowly, tears across her face. "Although my aunt often beat me, she is my last relative." Rob came over and gently touched the top of her head. "Don't cry. Am I not your relative?" In the anime, as soon as the protagonist says this sentence, the recipient is moved, but in fact, such rough comfort is useless and doesn't help stop the girl's grief. She knelt on the ground, crying, tears sprinkling everywhere. He asked some townsmen to take care of Lillian, and then he took Little E, the 3 adventurers, and the 2 mayors to the town wall and looked at the army of the undead from a distance. All the townspeople who could fight in Westwind Town had stood neatly on the town wall. The refugees from White Birch Town also had to join, and dozens of hunters stood on the wall, all wielding their longbows. However, although their positions were sturdy and ready, their eyes were full of fear. No one thought the battle could be won. "It still feels like playing tower defense," Rob angrily said. "The upper management have already tried their best to avoid this situation. They didn't even hesitate to make a spell using all the magic knowledge they had so that these undead don't disturb the Kingdom of Gran or the Church of Light. As a result, these hollow-eyed bastards came here to disturb my lazy life." Father, what are you talking about?" The mayor of Westwind Town, who stood beside him, said, "You were speaking too silently. I didn't hear it clearly." It's all right. Rob put on a serious face, I'm just praying to the God of light. As the two were talking, a voice was suddenly from outside the town. It turns out that it was the necromancer who had spoken, and he had used some sort of magic to spread his voice to the town using the two arrows formation. His gloomy voice seemed to come from all directions. Listen, people of Westwind and White Birch Town, you are surrounded. You don't have to fight to the death because our purpose is not to destroy and kill but to occupy and dominate. As long as you kill the priests and nuns in the city and swear allegiance to me, I will not kill you. As soon as these words came out, countless eyes were moved from the ground and locked onto Rob and Little E simultaneously. Rob looked left, right, front, and back, then pointed at his nose. Why are you targeting me? Isn't it inevitable? Little E did not seem surprised at all. If the followers of the God of Darkness take over a town, it shouldn't be surprising that they will kill all the clergy and faithful men of the God of Light. Rob thought of something else in this sentence and could not help saying, oh, that is to say, if the followers of the God of Light take over a town, they will consider all the clergy and believers of the God of Darkness as heretics and burn them, right? Little E shrugged and did not answer the question, but the answer was already understood. Isn't that what heretic judges do? Rob couldn't help laughing. Interesting. Just now, when I heard the necromancer, I wanted to rush out and beat him, but after hearing your words, my anger was relieved. I only felt sympathy and understanding. Isn't it strange that I'm sympathizing with the enemy? Little E. Rob looked at the townspeople and said with a smile, all right, I'll just stand here and see how many townspeople will come and try to chop me up to take my head out to surrender. Human nature was complicated, so it's no surprise that Rob thought that someone would jump out and try to kill him. However, in fact, it proved that he thought too highly of human nature and that the simple townspeople were not ungrateful or treacherous. As soon as his voice fell, one of the townspeople shouted, Father had treated me before and sent me pepper trees. If anyone dares to hit Father Rob, I will be the first to fight him. Father also treated my injuries and, in return, only asked me to do trivial things for him with a high salary, which made it clear that he was deliberately helping me gather wealth. I'll also stand with Father to the death. Father made me Coca-Cola. If I can't drink that anymore, I'd rather die. Right. Father is good to us. I have become a devout believer in the God of Light because of Father. I will never betray the light and join the darkness. At first, only a few spoke, but soon, they merged into a torrent. Finally, nearly 1,000 people from Westwind Town shouted in unison, we'll fight together with Father to resist the enemy. This time, Rob found that they did not put the word, God of Light, in front of him but mentioned him directly. That was progress. It turns out that the townspeople usually put the God of Light first because of necessity, but now that it's a do-or-die matter, they have no spare power to tell lies. When they only say what they really think in their hearts, they directly ignore the God of Light. They had long been used to having a lazy priest in the town. He was part of the town to them, their friend, and their family. He's their father who often took care of them and guided them. They would never betray Rob. This has nothing to do with the God of Light. The refugees from White Birch Town did not know much about Rob and were not as loyal to Rob as the people of Westwind Town. They looked at the scene in surprise and thought, how much do the people of Westwind Town like this priest? They thought about the good things they'd seen Rob do so far. He had harvested a field of potatoes in one night. He had miracles. Following his words, perhaps they could really survive the war. It's too risky to betray him and surrender to a random necromancer whose character they don't even know. Rob waited for a long time. In the end, no one came to kill him. All the townspeople were on his side, which made him happy in body and mind. That's right, there are more beautiful things and upright people in the world. This kind of world looks lovely. It makes me want to protect it. Rob could not help laughing, like a child in full bloom. Everyone is good, well, now that you all say so, then I will keep everyone safe. Gorda leaned over and whispered, "Mr. Rob, there are more skeletons outside than the last saw. You see, there are not only skeleton soldiers inside, but even skeleton knights in armor. There are also skeletal horses, skeletal dogs, and other kinds of undead. Without the Baron and his more than 100 trained soldiers on our side, not to mention that we can't draw a large holy light sanctuary. I am afraid it will not be easy to protect so many people." Shualu also whispered, "You might as well shoot the necromancer with a tracking arrow." Without saying a word, Jike handed over his bow. Rob smiled, "No, it's no fun to use a bow. I was in a hurry to go home to make stockings last time, so I hastened to kill the necromancer, but this time was different. The enemy came to my door and forcibly pulled me out of my state of laziness. I wouldn't be named Rob if I didn't hang him from my ceiling fan and beat him." He sat down on a small wooden stool on the town wall and used a bard's skill, Sound of Nature, which allowed his voice to spread far away and make it sound beautiful. "Listen to me, necromancer," he said. "You are surrounded. Now put down your weapon and surrender. I guarantee that the ceiling fan will only open to 3rd gear. If you continue to fight stubbornly, I'm going to turn the ceiling fan on to 5th gear. F***K. The necromancer scowled. "What nonsense are you talking about? Oh. Are you going to announce the breakdown of the negotiations?" Rob said with a smile, "I'm warning you that if negotiations break down, I will be very angry and the consequences will be dire. I'll count from 10. If you don't surrender, I will beat you. 10. 9. Are you really counting?" Little E and the 3 adventurers nearby didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It'll be surprising if the necromancer really surrenders. The necromancer obviously did not believe Rob at all, but he did not rush over rashly. He still remembered that number 32 was killed because he underestimated the enemy. Their leader had also warned him to be careful, so he was still standing behind the 2-arrow formation. Neither magic nor bow can touch him at this distance. Moreover, there are 2 majestic and mighty skeleton knights around him. These 2 skeleton knights were also famous prior to their death. After their death, they were transformed into skeleton knights using necromancy. Although their strength was weakened, they were still far more than ordinary warriors. With these 2 skull knights guarding him, he was not afraid of any strange tricks. But he did not intend to let Rob count to 0. It would be embarrassing if he really foolishly waited for the other side to count from 10. He waved his skeleton staff forward and shouted, "Team 1, attack the town." A skeleton group of about 500 began to rush towards the town wall of Westwind. There was a constant sound of clanging bones and joints, a vast expanse of white round heads, rusty swords, and knives, interspersed with many skeletal archers, who ran, drawing their bows and arrows, ready to suppress the men on the town wall. The mayor of Westwind Town suddenly became nervous and shouted, "Men, prepare for battle. Oil cans. Roll over that log. That big rock, move it over here. Archers, draw your bows. Soldiers, our town wall is low, so the skeletons will climb over in an instant. Get ready for battle." Everyone was ready to fight, and even Little E and the 3 adventurers could not help extending their hands to their own weapons. Just then, Rob suddenly said, "Stop, sit down. Don't play with weapons. If you hurt yourself by mistake, I'll have to treat you later. That's troublesome. Leave it to me. I'll play tower defense for such a small-scale battle." The 500 skeletons rushed over fiercely, but Rob told everyone to stop, freezing the people around him. They thought, does the priest want to go out and fight 500 skeletons alone? As a matter of fact, Rob can deal with more than 500 skeletons, even 50,000, as long as he stands at the center of the skeleton army and use Holy Nova repeatedly or some other large-scale AoE magic such as Collapsing Sky, Meteor Rain, Doomsday and so on. He only needs to throw a few tricks in. But he won't bother doing such a troublesome thing. He put one hand on his chin and thought to himself, "Tower defense, of course, starts with the weakest force, but my lowest summons is a skeleton soldier, damn it. If I call a few skeletons here to hack the enemy's skeletons, the townspeople and little e will be frightened and made to think that I am also a necromancer. Forget it. I'll just skip a few steps. It should be fine. Summoning is generally grotesque, so it is easy to frighten people when doing so. But there are also a few summons that can be accepted by ordinary people, summoning elemental creatures. Rob waved his hand to a clearing outside the town walls. Summon, water elemental. The flat land rippled, freezing everyone. How can land ripple like that? Then, in the astonished eyes of everyone, right in the center of the rippling land, a large group of water elementals jumped from the ground. Large, it was really large. This group of water elementals is a lot larger than ordinary water elementals. This is, of course, because Rob's power is too high, and his summoner class is also maxed. If he summons an elemental, it'll result in it being large. Moreover, it's more than one group. This sudden development surprised the audiences on both sides. The necromancer looked confused and said, "What's going on? Does the other party have an archmage? Or is there a summoner? How did you get such a large group of water elementals?" While at Westwind Town, Little Ye's mouth was wide open. The three adventurers were a little less surprised but also looked dazed. Of course, the most surprised are the ordinary townspeople, who were all ready for a bloody battle. They didn't expect that a group of water elementals would suddenly emerge in the middle of a patch of land. It's outrageous. The place where the water elements jumped out was right in front of the skeletons' attack. The skeletons looked at the sudden group of elemental creatures with their empty eyes and a row of question marks on their foreheads. However, the water elementals were not polite at all. They waved their water column hands decisively. Ice arrows shot out of their palms and shot at the skeletons who rushed in front. The skeletons who were hit by the arrows were instantly frozen in a large piece of ice. The skeletons roared angrily, waved their swords, and rushed to the water elementals. The water elementals didn't bother to say a word. Ice arrow. Ice arrow. Ice ring. Ice arrow. Ice arrow. Ice ring. Only ice arrows flying all over the sky mixed with ice rings flashing about can be seen. And after a long time, the battle was over. The first wave of the necromancer's skeletons all turned into ice. Only the group of water elementals were left standing on the field, still swaying back and forth. The first wave of the necromancer's attack failed. Rob sighed, "Well, this is not fun. There is no challenge. It would have been interesting if I called out a group of skeletons to fight them first. The best part of tower defense games should be incoming danger. Only with that, will it really be fun?" The necromancer angrily said, "Summoners should have no magic. Team 2, attack." Another large group of skeletons rushed out. This time, the skeletons were mixed with skeletal warriors with heavy armor, skeletal dogs, and even a few skeletal tigers, skeletal ogres, and other monsters. It turned out that the necromancer not only took over thousands of skeletons from the dead number 32 but also got a lot of bones of monsters in the wild. The individual combat ability of these monsters is better than that of skeletons, but their number is relatively small. However, the monsters have good synergy with the skeletons. When a water elemental shot an arrow, a skeleton soldier raised its, the shield blocked it but ice formed on it. The skeleton soldier was fine, though. It rolled on the ground to the foot of the water element. It readied its knife and stabbed the water elemental. However, the body of the water elemental is water, so the knife stabbed through it. It slapped the skeleton warrior into a pile of broken bones with a backhand. The skeleton warrior didn't die either and merged again. It even rewore its armor and continues to fight against the water elemental. Rob clapped his hands and uttered his signature exclamation, "Wow! Their second wave is powerful. My water elemental defenses almost can't hold up." "You're still laughing?" Think of something. Little E shouted, "Isn't it time for us to go out and fight?" "Don't panic. Water is not the only thing I have," Rob said. He waved his hand again, and suddenly there seemed to be fire in the clearing in front of the town, and then a large group of fire elementals jumped out of the fire. "Everyone. You also have this? My God. What kind of person is the priest?" The fire elementals waved their arms. "Fireball. Fireball. Flame impact. Fireball. Fireball. Flame impact." Every fireball is like an incendiary bomb on the body of the skeleton soldiers and immediately burns. Even the dead bones burned easily. The skeleton soldiers rolled desperately on the ground to extinguish the flame. But it's flame from fire magic. How can it be so easy to extinguish? After a while, the skeletons which had been caught by the fireballs were burned into a pile of ashes. Even if they were undead, they could no longer merge back. Several skeleton soldiers also began to feel the pressure. An ice arrow hit in front of one skeleton soldier, then a fireball hit its back. Even if the skeleton soldier was once a good fighter of Shaoyong, it couldn't fight against such a formidable enemy. Before long, several skeletons fell one after another. The second wave of the necromancer's attack failed. The necromancer, who was under pressure because of the battle, was now thoroughly surprised, with a big "lost" written on his meatless face, while the townspeople of Westwind Town, who had just been worried about the end of the world, were all like Rob, sitting on the city wall, putting down their weapons and smiling at the scene. "Wow, look, that fire elemental is so strong. It single-handedly took out a large group of skeletons. I think that water elemental here is even stronger. It pressed a skeleton soldier down and beat it. Oh, the fire elemental on this side was cut by a skeleton soldier. Fortunately, its body was made of fire and was not hurt. It scared me to death." The people were happy to see such a beautiful battle that they had never seen before. Many people cheered loudly for the elementals. Cheerleaders and moral support groups appeared one after another, and several female townsmen swung their thighs on the city wall to cheer. But the necromancer was unhappy. Seeing his second attack ruined by a bunch of elemental creatures, he could not help but burn with anger. "These damned elementals, there must be an archmage or summoner in Westwind Town. Ah, summoning so many elementals of water and fire, it's probably not just one magician or summoner. It's a group." He did not believe that these things were summoned by Rob alone because no one with a normal IQ would believe it. Summoning is a very rare spell in this world, just like transmission, not to mention summoning so many elementals. Even summoning only one requires a very formal ceremony, drawing a summoning array, and consuming a lot of magic. Not to mention needing to sacrifice to successfully summon the creature. A man like Rob, who summons a group of monsters with a wave of his hand, does not exist in this world. Not even the most powerful summoner could do that. Therefore, the necromancer can only assume that there are a large group of summoners, or archmages, hidden in the town. But, so what? Summoning elementals consume a lot of magic. The other party has already summoned 2 large waves of water and fire elementals. The necromancer does not believe that the other party has enough magic to summon a third wave. This is neither the capital of saints nor the bright road, not a metropolis with a bunch of elite, but a small town on the border. No matter how exaggerated it already is, there can't be more summoners, right? The necromancer also has a total of more than 1,000 undead troops. He felt that if he attacked for the third time, he would definitely win. The necromancer uttered some words, and after a while, the skeleton staff in his hand hit the ground, and the plague immediately spread in all directions. The undead felt the powerful dark magic of the plague and immediately became more ferocious and fearless. "Go! This is the last wave." The necromancer loudly ordered, "Take down Westwind Town in one fell swoop." The skeletons rushed to the front, mingled with countless skeletal warriors, skeletal archers, skeletal tigers, and this time even several skeletal magicians. Although, After becoming undead, their magic power was reduced. The addition of the skeleton magicians undoubtedly makes the whole team have a more rounded combat capability. While the water elemental was fighting a skeleton soldier, a skeleton magician took advantage of the opportunity to cast a spell. A fireball shot into the air, and a boom exploded on the body of the water elemental. The water on the water elemental's body and the fireball neutralized each other. Afterward, it let out a silent cry and suddenly turned into ordinary water. It spilled on the ground and then seeped into the ground. On the other side, a fire elemental used a fireball at a group of skeletons. But a skeleton magician on the other side shot an ice arrow at it. It hit the fire elemental. The fire element roared, and its body gradually became smaller. Finally, it turned into a small spark. It flashed and disappeared. The townspeople of Westwind Town and the refugees of White Birch Town exclaimed in unison. The three adventurers were a little restless, and Gorda whispered, "Let the three of us fight. We'll kill the skeleton magicians through the cover of the elementals." Shuelu said, "If we don't kill their magicians, the elementals won't be able to win." Even Little E couldn't help saying, "Can I heal the elements?" "Obviously not." Shuelu said angrily, "Elementals aren't living creatures. What is the use of healing? For them to recover, we need to supplement them with elemental magic. If you go to Loki, the god of fire, and borrow the power of fire, you may be able to save a few fire elementals." Little E said with a cold face, "Loki, the god of fire, is one of the culprits who killed Baldur, the god of light. How can I borrow some help from him? If I meet him, I will fight him to the end." Shuelu shrugged. "Well, don't panic," Rob said with a smile. "Their offensive is, of course, by wave, and of course, the number of troops defending the town has to be increased one by one. This is the essence of tower defense. To make the enemy feel as if they are about to beat you before setting up a few new towers to barely prevent defeat. This is fun." As he spoke, Rob waved his hand again. Now he no longer concealed his strength in the face of Little E, so it is easier to play his cards. He used to hide his strength in order to avoid playing tower defense, but now that it started, it seems to have proved useful to shock everyone. With a wave of his hand, a whirlwind blew in the clearing outside the town gate. The whirlwind swirled and turned in spirals, and at last, they turned into a large group of wind elementals. Then, the ground rumbled, and a large group of square and honest-looking earth elementals appeared from the ground. The earth elementals rushed to the front as soon as they appeared and covered the water and fire elementals with their thick bodies. A skeleton magician shot a fireball over, intending to blow up a water elemental, but the earth elemental went and covered the water elemental. With a bang, the fireball exploded on the earth elemental, yet the simple and honest stone was unharmed, but its chest was a tad bit black. It raised its huge fist and hit a group of skeletons with one blow, causing dozens of skeletons to fly in midair. Then the wind elementals moved. They passed by, their whirlwind-like bodies charged at the army of skeletons and suddenly disappeared, and when they reappeared, they had arrived in front of the skeleton magicians. A large number of sharp blades were released from the hands of the wind elementals. And as if blades were flying all over the sky, the skeleton magicians were cut to pieces in an instant. The skeleton soldier next to a skeleton magician slashed its sword, but it passed through the body of the wind elemental, only to see that the wind elemental turned into a fresh breeze, disappearing without a trace, and then appeared again in the distance in the twinkling of an eye. The townspeople cheered again. "Great! The elementals are so powerful, ha ha ha. The elemental army is defeating the undead. Beautiful." Little E, the three adventurers, and the two mayors looked deeply at Rob, admiring him, but with a touch of surprise in their hearts. They knew he was strong but didn't expect him to be this strong. The necromancer was stunned by this scene. Water, fire, wind, and earth, all the elements are here. This town has 4 archmages, summoners, each with one of the 4 elements. What on earth is going on? This kind of place should not be Westwind Town. It should be called the West Capital instead, right? How do we even fight such a battle? This is no longer a city that can be captured by a single necromancer with a group of undead troops. I'm afraid it will take a large group of necromancers to confront such a large group of archmages, summoners. The necromancer feels that the problem now is that their side's intelligence is insufficient and misjudged Westwind Town's strength. He has to retreat now, it is useless to continue the attack, and he can only humiliate himself. It seems that he has to gather information about Westwind Town to continue the attack. He looked around and as if a small team commander, he only has 2 skeletal knights, left and right, riding their skeletal horses to protect him. Of course, the 2 skeletal knights are still very reliable. They were both famous figures in their lifetime, with strong fighting power and awe-inspiring. The necromancer took a lot of effort to steal them from their tombs to turn them into skeletal knights, but these 2 guys were so strong-willed that even if they became skeletal knights, there was still a little bit of integrity and goodness in them to fight against his dark magic. He took great pains to completely suppress the souls of the 2 knights and turn them into his servants. The necromancer thought, I just won't send these 2 knights. They're not easy to make. I'll just take them away from here. Of course, even if he had decided to quit, he would rather die than surrender. And as per the usual, he had to yell at the town at the top of his voice. The loser should always shout, wait for me. I'm coming back, to save face. Soon, the necromancer spoke again and said in a gloomy tone, Westwind Town is really good. You dared fight even after I gave you a chance to surrender. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Wait for me. When we occupy all the nearby villages and towns and bring the main army, you won't even have a chance to surrender and serve me. I'm going to turn your whole town into zombies, GGG. Sure enough, the faces of the townspeople who had just been happy sank again. The necromancer was overjoyed. Did I scare you? Ah. He strangled the reins of his skeletal horse and turned to retreat. Just then, Rob spoke again, using Sound of Nature and made his voice sound through Westwind Town and the battlefield, and only heard him say in a lazy voice, Necromancer, have you forgotten what I just told you? You are surrounded. You have no choice but to surrender. Why do you still want to retreat? Do you really expect to go back for reinforcements? Aren't you being naive? Now surrender. If you do, I'll just turn it up to 4th gear. If you fight stubbornly, 5th gear will be your destination. The necromancer was angry and turned and roared, from the beginning, you have been talking about the 3rd, 4th, and 5th gear of a ceiling fan. What are you even talking about? You'll know when you're hanging from it, Rob said with a smile. Nonsense. The necromancer said, I, F***K, don't care about you. Just then, the skeletal knight, who had been behind the necromancer, like his loyal servant, suddenly strangled its skeletal horse. It approached the necromancer. The 2 horses stood side by side, and then the skeletal knight suddenly threw its fist firmly, hitting the necromancer in the face. The necromancer had no idea that this would happen. He didn't even make the slightest move to dodge. He was hit by this punch and fell from his saddle. He shook his head on the ground and stood up, looking blankly. Then, he yelled at the skeletal knight, What are you doing? You dare to fight your own master? As soon as his words fell, another skeletal knight behind him suddenly stepped out and kicked him in the A**s. The necromancer snorted miserably, jumped forward, and again fell like a dog eating its waste. He was so angry that he jumped up and scolded the skeletal knight behind him, Are you also overturning the heavens? There was a strange spark in the eyes of the 2 skeletons, and they spoke in a disgusting and annoying tone, Wow. Can't we just overturn the heavens? As soon as he heard this, the necromancer felt wronged. Why are these 2 speaking in such a cheap tone of voice? This style is a bit like the priest who just talked to me from the skies. This is not how these 2 guys spoke when they were alive. They were very upright knights, and they all spoke in a bold, serious tone. He only heard the two skeletal knights unexpectedly say, "I told you, you are surrounded, yet you still do not believe me. See, you are surrounded by two knights in front and behind. F***K, that's impossible." The necromancer secretly used his dark magic and drilled into the two skeletal knights, trying to feel what had happened to them. His magic poked over but was immediately bounced back by even stronger magic. It turned out that the two skeletal knights had been shrouded in dark magic, more powerful than his own dark magic. No wonder they did not listen to him. Now they belonged to a new master. F***K. A bead of sweat slowly fell on the necromancer's forehead. How does the enemy have a necromancer more powerful than me? This is impossible. The other side is the side of the Church of Light. How can someone there be allowed to believe in the God of darkness and use dark magic? It is absolute heresy to do so in the territory controlled by the Church of Light. It should have long been burned to death and can never be used by the Church of Light. This is absolutely impossible. A skeleton knight waved his sword and slashed at the necromancer. The necromancer shook his hand hurriedly and shot out a bone spear that had already been prepared. With a poof, the skeleton knight was shot cold by the bone spear and scattered all over the ground. The necromancer threw out another prepared magic, but it had to recite a chant for the second. He didn't have the time to chant before another skeleton knight waved its shield, slamming him. Pang! Hit on the necromancer's forehead. The necromancer only felt the sky spinning with stars in his eyes. He fainted to the ground with a puff, knowing nothing. End of battle. The necromancer is no match for the knights. Even if the opponent is only two skeletal knights who have lost their lives, with their strength several times lower than before, they can still hang and beat the necromancer. Just as the two skeletal knights brought down the necromancer, the skeleton army and the group of elementals ahead were fighting lively, and the battle had not yet come to an end. Huh! Look! Little E pointed to a distant part of the battlefield. Those two skeletal knights suddenly betrayed the necromancer, and the necromancer was knocked down. That's strange. What happened? Ah, it seems to be true. Gordo was also happy. That's funny. The necromancer seems to have been knocked unconscious. That skeletal knight is quite powerful. Isn't it strange, though? Shuelu said, that's his own skeletal knight. It's supposed to be obedient to him. How could it turn against him? When the three people said this, they thought of something simultaneously and suddenly looked at Rob with a look of consternation. Little E said, You did this? No wonder I've been feeling dark magic around me. Did you forcibly take control of those two skeletal knights? Rob could tell the truth but didn't really deem it necessary to do so. Admitting that he can play with skeletons will frighten the people on the side of light. I'll just fool them then. He said seriously, I didn't do such a thing. The dark magic you just felt should have been released by the necromancer on the other side. He may have wanted to play some dirty trick on us. As a result, he didn't have enough magic to suppress the souls of the two knights. He stood up, hands behind his back at 45 degrees, and leisurely said, Those two knights must have been great people when they were alive, but after death, were controlled by the necromancer. Their hearts are full of reluctance and anger. They have probably been trying to use their own will to break away from the grasp of the necromancer, and they finally did. When the necromancers were too focused on fighting us, they seized the opportunity. With their strong will to fight against dark magic, they were finally released from the control of the necromancer. Then they waved their swords of glory and justice and fought for freedom, while... I admire them. Even if they are dead now, I am full of respect for their deeds. As he spoke, the skeletal knight in the distance, who had knocked out the necromancer with its shield, raised its sword and raised it into the sky, then, with a wow sound, made a backhand attack and stabbed itself in the chest, and then fell slowly. Look! Rob pointed to the knight's slowly falling body and said, after defeating the necromancer, it decided to free itself from its body. It wanted to ascend to heaven. That was so great that I was almost moved to tears by its actions." With these words, little E also burst into tears. She silently drew a cross on her chest and choked with sobs. "Truly amazing. However, he has become undead. It cannot die even if it stabs itself. Ah, how pitiful it is. Its soul is stuck in its body. It's truly pitiful. I'm going to cast a purification spell on it immediately to help him ascend to heaven." Sure enough, it couldn't die by stabbing itself. In a blink of an eye, the skeletal knight got up from the ground again, carried the necromancer who had fainted on his shoulder, and came over to Westwind Town. By the time the necromancer fainted, the plague was receding, and the undead army was dazed. The elemental army took the opportunity to attack. While it all went on, the skeletal knight carried the necromancer across the battlefield. It's a wonder how it went unscathed and that no elementals or undead attacked it. In this way, it walked straight to the gate of Westwind Town, put the necromancer on the ground, and then it knelt on one knee and stopped moving. He is begging us for help." With tears in her eyes, little E chanted a spell of purification. A golden light wrapped the knight. He looked up, as if smiling on its skeleton face, and then something seemed to fly from him and rise into the sky. Afterward, its skeleton body fell to the ground and scattered into a pile of bones. The battlefield slowly quieted down. After the army of undead outside lost their leader, they began to wander aimlessly. The fire elementals threw out countless fireballs, burning all the undead who had lost their leaders to ashes, and afterward, it was time for the elementals to leave. They saluted in the direction of Westwind Town. The wind elementals dispersed into the air, the water elementals crashed like ordinary water, the fire elementals burnt and turned into a little spark that flashed away, the earth elementals slowly sank into the ground. Finally, only an area of ashes remained in the open area outside Westwind Town. The townspeople cheered. "We won. Oh, my God, I can't believe we won like this. It was a piece of cake." Some only talked. At least I cheered till my throat parched. I also shouted Boss 666. Now my throat hurts. My throat is sore, too. The historical records of Westwind Town were later recorded as follows. On August 1344, Westwind Town was besieged by more than 2,000 undead troops led by a high-ranking necromancer. Everyone in town, led by Father Rob, rebelled to their deaths. In this life-and-death battle, a total of 32 townsmen in Westwind Town shouted themselves hoarse because they shouted too hard while cheering, making it the most devastating battle to take place in the town for 100 years. The townspeople removed the big stones blocking the town gate. Afterward, Gorda went out and brought in the necromancer who had fainted. While little E went to the pile of knight's bones, picked them up with both her hands, and, solemnly and sacredly, carried it to the cemetery behind the chapel, dug a hole, buried them, and erected a monument. It says, "Here lies a true knight." Jike, who was in charge of scouting for any reinforcements, ran back with a man on his back. "Mr. Rob, I found a man in the woods." Everyone looked intently and realized that the man was the one who was caught prior to the start of the battle. After he was shot by the skeleton archer, he was tied by a rope and thrown into the woods. When the mayor saw that the man was still alive, he was satisfied. The army of undead didn't kill him. "Right, I remember," the necromancer said. "Their purpose is to occupy and dominate, not destroy and kill. In this way, there may be a lot of survivors in the towns occupied by the army of undead." In ordinary villages and towns, after a war, a period of time to lick the wounds usually comes, but Westwind Town does not have this period. Apart from the 32 horse people, the war did not cause any loss to the town, so Westwind Town returned to usual instantly. The mayor arranged for several armed men to keep watch to let the other townspeople do what they had to do, and then he hurried to the chapel. At this time, the chapel is very lively. White Birch Town's refugees and dozens of refugees from the Stone Canyon have made the chapel as lively as a vegetable market. Rob obviously didn't like the hustle and bustle much. Sitting on the stone stool he usually sat lazily on daily, he directed several townspeople to tie up the necromancer with a rope to hang him on the ceiling fan. When the mayor saw this picture, he seemed confused. "Father, what are you doing?" Rob spread his hand and said, "I promised him that he would enjoy fifth gear of the ceiling fan." The mayor didn't understand, but he's used to it. Words he often doesn't understand pop out of Father's mouth. At these times, don't ask. Even if you ask, you won't understand. Just smile. The necromancer was hung up, but the ceiling fan hadn't been turned on yet. Rob smiled and sat down with Little E, the 3 adventurers and 2 mayors, and countless townspeople forming a circle craned their necks to watch the scene. Everyone wanted to see what Father meant by the 5th gear of the ceiling fan. Only Lillian did not come to watch. She stood sadly beside the pile of refugees from the Stone Canyon. She was obviously worried about her aunt. Rob waved to her. "Lillian, come here." Lillian came over obediently, trying to show Rob a smile, but she couldn't. Rob said, "Don't worry, we have found that the army of the undead does not kill indiscriminately. They want to occupy and dominate, not to destroy and kill. Your aunt may still be alive." Lillian's spirit was immediately lifted. But Rob immediately added, "But it's no use if she's still alive. I saw that the aunt who sold the maid would be beaten to death." "Huh?" The expression on Lillian's face immediately darkened again. "All right, I'm just teasing you." Rob sighed a long sigh. "The poor do everything they can to eat in order to live, and it's not that I haven't heard of such a thing. I won't forgive your aunt. I won't take care of her either. Let's first interrogate the necromancer about the Stone Canyon." "Oh, right, ask the villain if my aunt is still alive." Lillian looked left and right and suddenly found the thin bamboo strip that Rob used to draw the spider before. She quickly picked it up and stood under the ceiling fan. Gorda brought a bowl of cold water and threw it in the necromancer's face. The latter woke up and turned around. There was almost no meat on his thin face, and his hollow eyes looked around and found himself hanging from a strange thing, with Rob sitting next to him and a large crowd of onlookers. When he was about to chant, he heard Rob laugh and say, "Wow, the first thing you do when you wake up is chant? Can you continue chanting? Do you trust that I'd cut you into 17 or 18 pieces when you are a second away from finishing?" The necromancer immediately stopped chanting. He still had to adapt to the circumstances, which is really stupid. Rob said with a smile, "Now, answer. 1 wrong answer is 3rd gear, 2 wrong answers is 4th, and 3 wrong answers is 5th. Do you understand?" The necromancer said sadly, "I understand your mom. First question, wrong answer." Rob expressed deep regret for his answer. "All right, I'll let you try 3rd gear first." He put his hand on the magic container and gently pressed the button. The magic container is very interesting, and the speed of releasing the magic inside it can be determined by the force of pressing the button, so Rob can release the magic at half the speed with just a touch. Wind magic stored inside immediately gushed out and blew on the leaves under the tree, which rotated to drive the gears, and finally, the ceiling fan hanging from the tree rotated. The necromancer felt power from the rope from which he was hanging, and then he rotated along with the ceiling fan. The scenery around him began to spin rapidly, and the faces of the townspeople around him changed in an instant. Rob smiled and said, "Lillian, whip him." Lillian had long since wanted to thrash this guy. Her aunt's life or death still fell on this guy. She used the bamboo strip in her hand and whipped the necromancer because the latter was spinning so fast. Lillian didn't know where she hit his body, anyway. The whipping continued. Meanwhile, the townspeople finally understood what was meant by the 3rd gear of the ceiling fan and immediately turned black, thinking, "Father, this move is so scary. We must not make Father angry in the future. It will be really miserable if Father comes with a set of 3rd gear ceiling fans." 20 seconds later, Rob stopped the ceiling fan. Although it was only going on for 20 seconds, the necromancer did not know how many circles he had turned. He only felt that the sky was spinning and that he did not know where he was. He vomited on his chest, disgusting. Lillian was so frightened that she stepped back quickly for fear of getting the vomit on her body. Rob frowned in disgust. He stinks. Someone, wash him. Several refugees from Stone Canyon ran over, splashed buckets on the necromancer, then took a long brush to brush him, and in a blink of an eye, the vomit disappeared, but his black robe was all wet and sticky, looking very uncomfortable. Moreover, these refugees from the Stone Canyon hated him very much because their homes were taken over by the necromancer, so it was inevitable that they hit him with the long brush and so on while washing him. Rob smiled and said, "What do you think? Was it fun?" The necromancer felt his brain tremble. His entirety was still spinning, confused about north, south, east, and west, and he said in an uncomfortable tone, "I give up. Stop turning." Rob said, "Okay, I'll continue to ask you questions then. If you give the wrong answer, fourth gear." The necromancer obediently said, "Please ask." Rob said, "Did you first go to Stone Canyon before coming here?" "Yes." Rob's voice turned serious. "The residents of Stone Canyon. What did you do to them?" The necromancer said with a bitter face, "I didn't kill them but controlled them and made them loyal." Rob's fingers flicked a few times on the stone table. "Sure enough, what you want is to occupy and dominate." "That's interesting." "What's so interesting about it?" Gorda asked curiously. "Mr. Rob, why are you smiling as if you're sure what's going on?" "The reason is simple," Rob said. "If these necromancers take over a village and kill all the people, it means they just came to make trouble and leave after doing so. However, they don't kill people. They only occupy and dominate, which shows that they have a big plan." Gorda doesn't understand very well. But Little E and Lillian both understood, and their faces changed slightly. "That's right. It's simple for them to just wreak havoc, but since they want something long-term, they're trying to retain the residents." Several people with intelligence at the scene instantly understood that what the necromancers were trying to do was to overthrow the kingdom of Gran. This is by no means a matter that can be handled by a village, town, or several villages and towns, but it is something that can shake the whole kingdom. From what we know so far, almost all the small towns on the western border have been attacked. Rob continued, "Except for our Westwind town, which has the ability to resist the undead, almost all other villages and towns were vulnerable to a single blow. It is not difficult to imagine that all the villages and towns on the western border have already been controlled." After a pause, he then said, "The army of the undead has also hoarded a large number of troops in Nonly village, and even high-level monsters such as skeletal dragons have moved out to sit in Nonly village in order to block reinforcements from Bright Road and isolate all the small towns in the western border. Only in this way can they be given enough time to consolidate their rule in these towns and villages. If they were just an army of the undead making trouble, it would have come to an end at this point, but they obviously have a bigger plan, so they would certainly send troops from the south to attack the Bright Road." Little Ye's face became extremely ugly. "Bright Road is very important in the west of the Kingdom of Gran. If it is lost, the confidence of the Kingdom of Gran will be exposed in front of the army of the undead, and the army of the undead may even go straight to the capital of Saints. What should we do? Can the Bright Road hold them off?" "It's fine, Little E. There's no point in worrying about that," Rob said with a smile. "There should be no problem because Bright Road has the White Lion Cavalry, not to mention the Templar Knights." Little E looked pale and said, "The White Lion Cavalry are fine, but the Templar Knights should have set off to the depths of the Black Pine Mountain Range to purify the skeletons. They might have been attacked by undead, which would be quite dangerous." "Oh?" Rob shrugged as if it were true. The last necromancer left behind more than 1,000 wandering skeletons. At that time, Little E and the Baron said they would ask the Templar Knights to purify them. Did the Templar Knights get let out of the hole like this? Forget it. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Rob said, "Little E, no matter what, a little nun will not be able to do anything to the battle. Instead of worrying about the other side, you might as well worry about your own safety." That is true. Little E sighed and sat down, slumped. In the middle of a war, her personal strength was so limited that she could not do much other than pray for the Bright Road and Templar Knights. Of course, she did not know that Rob had the ability to fight off these armies of the undead. She knew that it was useless even if she asked him for help. Rob was not in such a good mood to run around the world to fight for others. He doesn't bother to do stupid things that do no good to him at all. Rob turned to the necromancer again. "Although you led the army to Westwind Town, you must have left some people in Stone Canyon, at least some of the troops, to consolidate control over the people. Tell me, how much of your army is left there?" The necromancer said feebly, "Not many, only 200 skeletons." Rob said, "Wouldn't skeletons wander aimlessly without the necromancer?" "Yes, that's why there's an apprentice over there." The necromancer said, "He is my disciple. He has not been practicing dark magic for long, so his magic is not strong yet." "Oh, great." Rob smiled and said, "Because you were honest, you'll skip the 4th gear." The necromancer is overjoyed. But Rob immediately continued, "We'll go directly to 5th gear." "What?" The necromancer was surprised, "But you said..." Before he could finish, Rob had already pressed the release button of the magic container with vigor. In an instant, wind magic surged out, the ceiling fan whirled violently, and the necromancer turned like a top. This time Lillian didn't bother to hit him with bamboo. Rob also said in a strange way, "I advised you to surrender, but you didn't, so the 5th gear was inevitable. But because you confessed just now, I reduced dozens of seconds." He had not finished a word when suddenly he heard the sound of a bang, and the ceiling fan fell apart. It turns out that the wind magic was too strong. This ceiling fan is just a shoddy machine made of rough iron. The technology of this age is still not enough. The cracks between the gear and fans is full of cracks. How can it bear the ultra-high speed rotation? The fan was overwhelmed and completely scattered. While the necromancer flew out with high centrifugal force. He hit the tree with a heavy bang and slid down slowly against the trunk like a picture. The townspeople collectively said, "Father, your torture instrument is broken." It became completely awkward. Rob quickly coughed twice and said, "It's not broken. It is intended to do so. It throws the villain out and hits him hard. You see, what a terrible bump he got. He literally went black and blue in an instant. Isn't that scary? The final throw, which is the final punishment, is much worse than the previous rotations. I advise everyone to be kind and not do any wrong. If anyone wants to take an evil path, his fate will be this necromancer's." The townspeople clapped their hands. Father Rob's instrument of torture is amazing. Once the people were guaranteed safety, they immediately wanted to settle down. The white birch refugees in the chapel, who had given up hope for life, only wanted to shudder in fear in the chapel before, but seeing that Rob had easily repelled the army of the undead and captured the enemy necromancer alive. Moreover, the town had not suffered a loss, and their yearning for a better life immediately came back. Most of the townspeople were excellent carpenters, and after Rob lent some axes and saws for them, the carpenters immediately took action and went up the hillside to cut wood. A group of hunters was scattered around the carpenters to prevent them from being attacked by monsters such as goblins. Before long, log after log was lifted, and the townspeople of White Birch Town showed their excellent carpentry skills and built rows of wooden houses on the hillside in a very short time. For the safety of these houses, excellent carpenters also specially built a high wall of wood encircling a large area of the wooden houses. The original wall of Westwind Town is made of stone, but this is equivalent to adding a second area with wooden walls outside the town, making Westwind Town protrude like. Rob's church was located near the hillside at the edge of the town, a little away from the town center, but the new town was built on the hillside behind the chapel, surrounded by wooden walls. The chapel was inevitably sandwiched between two towns. The environment around the chapel suddenly became lively. It used to take a long time for a townsman to pass by the chapel door, but now someone passes by every now and then, becoming as lively as the town center. Of course, the happiest thing for Rob was that the white birch refugees did not crowd in the chapel. They all moved out and lived in wooden houses. Every family desperately tried to get back on its feet, wanting to start a new life. A group of white birch hunters volunteered to join Rob's stockings factory and entered the first group, the spider-raising group, so they went hunting in the mountains to feed the hundreds of little spiders already growing up. When they received their first salary from the cloth merchant, they suddenly found that the salary was quite high, which seemed to be higher than their income from hunting in White Birch Town. They couldn't help thinking, should we still go back to White Birch Town after driving away the undead? In addition, some carpenters also took action, making all kinds of wooden furniture for the locals of Westwind Town in exchange for some rewards, and then quickly gained enough capital to settle down. They were surprised to find that the townspeople of Westwind Town seemed to be very rich. Why did these people have so much money? They can afford to pay a lot of money for the furniture they make without frowning. Upon careful inquiry, they found that many of the townspeople in Westwind Town had exchanged 2 buckets of juice from Rob for a bucket of Coca-Cola, and the last time the traveling merchant came to Westwind Town, he not only bought a lot of it from Rob but also bought a lot from the townspeople. This has led to a great harvest for the people of Westwind Town. In addition, after the arrival of the priest, there were all kinds of random tasks for people to do, such as repairing water towers, making iron pipes, changing copper pipes, offering a reward for rubber, a reward for strange and delicious food, and a reward for wild pork. Anyway, you get paid for all kinds of tasks. How much money did Rob get from the merchants? A lot of it went to these townspeople. How can they not be rich? The townspeople of White Birch Town, who have invested a little into their own work, have been paid a lot and feel that they have settled down enough. Many of them began to wonder whether it was necessary to return after the war was over. Rob finally sent out the refugees from the White Birch Town, but there were dozens more refugees from Stone Canyon in the chapel, which was very uncomfortable. He still can't take a bath in the yard and still has to put up with a group of people living like a mess in his own home. At this time, at the stone table in the yard, Rob, Little, the 3 adventurers, and Lillian were talking about Stone Canyon. Lillian had a pathetic expression on her lovely little face, but she was still sensible and didn't ask anyone to save the people from Stone Canyon. She didn't ask, but Rob couldn't ignore it. He did not like the pitiful expression of his little maid. He hoped that she would laugh and smile as happily as before. To put it bluntly, I want to save the townspeople in Stone Canyon. Rob said solemnly, but I can't leave Westwind Town easily. If I leave, it will be attacked by an army of the undead, and it will only take a minute to fall. Little E and the 3 adventurers shrugged simultaneously. You obviously just don't want to run so far to Stone Canyon. Ah. Rob said, whether you see through it or not, we can still be buddies. Everyone spread their hands and said nothing. Everyone was used to Rob's style of speaking. Rob said, I hope the 4 of you can take a trip to Stone Canyon, where there is only 1 necromancer apprentice and about 200 skeletons. With your abilities, there should be no problem killing the apprentice and bringing back the townspeople from Stone Canyon. The 3 adventurers smiled and said, no problem. Anyway, Mr. Rob has paid us enough for us to run around the Fengma continent. Let's see if the nun is willing to go. Little E immediately put on a serious face. Of course, I'll happily go, no matter when, no matter where, as long as I can save the suffering, I am willing to do my best. The 3 adventurers spread their hands. Although we know that the Church of Light is not a good organization, a nun like you can still make us review our impressions of it. Little E said with a straight face, please do not speak ill of the Church of Light in front of a priest and nun. The rumors you have heard are false news deliberately spread by the believers of the God of Darkness to discredit us. The Church of Light has always been a kind and just organization. Emicham, if you say so. The three adventurers were mature enough not to have a war of words with a nun. They waved to Rob and said, "Mr. Rob, we'll go to Stone Canyon first. You just have to stay here and wait for the good news." Rob smiled and took out a scroll, which was exactly the same as the strategic raid portal scroll, taken out by the Baron not too long ago, and handed it to Gorda. "After rescuing the people there, immediately open the portal and withdraw, otherwise, it'll take a few days. I do not know what kind of trouble you'll encounter if you do so. Just note that the person who releases the scroll must be the last to enter the door because the portal will disappear as soon as he enters. But before that person enters, the number of people this portal can move is unlimited." Gorda smiled and took the scroll. "That role suits me very well. People like me are always the last to enter and leave." However, little E was stiff. This strategic grade item. You can just take this out?" Rob spread his hand. "There are still many things I can do, so don't be surprised." Shualu pulled little Yi's arm and said, "Let's go. Mr. Rob is unfathomable. He's not as simple as you think, so don't be surprised all the time." Afterward, little E and the three adventurers left. Rob turned to Lillian. "Well, you can rest assured now. With the ability of the four of them, they can defeat a necromancer apprentice. It should be easy for them to save your aunt, but after your aunt is rescued, she will definitely be beaten by me, so you should also be prepared." The expression on Lillian's face was complicated. She had relief like a stone falling to the ground and a little worry about her aunt being beaten by Rob. It was hard to tell whether she was crying or laughing. "All right," Rob said, "don't think about it anymore. Go and get the dozens of refugees from Stone Canyon. I must also make arrangements for them, lest they stay in my chapel all the time." Lillian hastened to call them, and soon dozens of refugees from the Stone Canyon stood at the side of the stone table, respectfully hanging their hands by their abdomen, and obediently listened to Rob's arrangements. Rob knew one of the middle-aged men. He was called Uncle Johnny by Lillian. He looked familiar, so he waved to Johnny and said, You're called Johnny, right?" "Yes, my father." Like the townspeople of Westwind Town, the townspeople of the Stone Canyon have to respectfully call Rob their father. Rob now has so many sons that he felt a little overwhelmed. "What do you people do back in Stone Canyon?" he asked. Johnny said respectfully, "Half of us are miners and masons, and the other half are farmers. The population of Stone Canyon is small, so we only have those." "Oh? So little?" Rob said. Johnny said, "Stone Canyon is a valley full of stones. There are no tall trees in the valley and no animals to hunt, so we only have two industries, mining stones and growing crops. Fortunately, Stone Canyon is rich in all kinds of gemstones. As long as we dig up a good stone and wait for the merchant Pobo to buy it, it will be enough for us to eat for a year or two. To tell you the truth, I am a miner and gem cutter. I mine up a good stone, carve and polish it, and finally sell it to Pobo, a big merchant." He tapped gently on the table with one hand and asked, "Now you can't go back to Stone Canyon. Even if we can defeat the army of the undead in Stone Canyon, you dare not live there because no one knows when the next wave of undead will come. You can only settle down in Westwind Town." Johnny nodded sadly, "Right. We can't go back. We'll have to settle down in Westwind Town until this war is over." "How will you settle in Westwind Town?" Rob said, "You can't live on me giving you potatoes all the time, can you? That kind of life is pointless." Johnny said, "We have farmers. We can make a living if we make a field on the hillside." When he said this, Rob immediately remembered, "By the way, you farmers from Stone Canyon seem to know how to grow beets." "We do. A lot of people know how to grow that thing," Johnny said. "That's good. Then, after all the people from Stone Canyon have been rescued, we'll open up a large area of land for agriculture to plant beetroot," Rob said. Johnny said, "Huh? A large area of land, just for beetroots? You won't eat full." Rob said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. I'm sure they'll have enough to eat." Well, now the farmer problem is solved. Let's talk about the miners and masons. In fact, I need all kinds of gemstones. I like using them to make beautiful necklaces and rings. However, now that the Stone Canyon has fallen, it is impossible to get these things normally, so I thought Westwind Town may have more than iron ore and copper mines. Westwind Town is not far from Stone Canyon. It only takes 3 days to travel between the two. I do not believe the geological difference between the two is great. We may even find a gemstone mine if you look carefully enough. Johnny shook his head and sighed. We don't do jobs such as surveying the area and looking for gemstone mines. It was through the shadow of one of our ancestors that we knew that there were gemstone mines in the Stone Canyon. Rob smiled. Well, I can help you. Rob has a special ability called Mineral Search, which is the unique skill of the gem cutters in the game Dark Blade. He took out the map of the mountains around Westwind Town and put it on the stone table in front of him, and activated Mineral Search. And instantly, there were 2 yellow dots on the map, which only he could see. Johnny can't see it. Rob reached out and pointed to one of the yellow dots. Here. Tomorrow, you will take all the miners who have escaped to this spot and concentrate all efforts on digging this place. I think you will soon find something to live on. Really? Johnny was confused. How can he just casually open a map and say there is a gemstone mine here? Isn't it a little hasty? Johnny didn't believe Rob at all. Although he dared not be rude to a priest, he could not help saying, "My father. If you unfold the map like this and use your finger to say that there is a gemstone mine in an area, isn't it a little, that?" Rob, wow. You want to say that I am talking nonsense and fooling around, but you are embarrassed to say it, so you had to say the word that. Johnny looked embarrassed and didn't know how to answer that. At this time, Lillian stood up and said, "Uncle Johnny, my master is very good. He is blessed by the gods. If he said that there is a gemstone mine there, I think there must be one." The little maid's expression looked firm. However, this is not enough to make a group of old miners believe Rob's nonsense. Johnny had to say with a wry smile, "Fine, fine. I believe it." His brief oppressive moment calmed down. Johnny and the dozens of refugees from Stone Canyon have been living off of potatoes from Rob's chapel, and they have no right to object at all. Rob told him to dig, so he had no choice but to dig. It was not a question of whether he agreed or not, but that whether he agreed or not, he had to do it. Even though he was doubted, Rob was not angry and asked Lillian to prepare some tools and give them to Johnny and the miners from the Stone Canyon to dig tomorrow. The miners and masons now have something to do. But the half who are farmers have something to ask. The farmers gathered around Rob and said pitifully, "Father, we are very grateful to you for arranging for us to live in Westwind Town and grow beetroot for a living. However, it is only late August, and it will take until the beginning of spring next year to grow beets. We need to sow the beets in spring. It blooms from May to June and bears fruit in July. How will we survive till spring? We can't eat from you all the time. Do you have any other task for us to do to keep us steady?" "Oh. That's a problem. I also don't like dozens of people living in my house from summer to next spring." Rob put his chin in one hand and said, "Well, before next spring comes, you will plant potatoes for the time being. The end of August is the season for planting potatoes. I'll give you a batch of potatoes to sow. Before the potatoes ripen, work for me. The content of your work is to help me harvest beets and process them. By next spring, you will grow your own beets." "What?" The farmers were a little confused. "We understand the part about growing potatoes. But to help you harvest and process beets, I don't understand. Where can the beets be harvested?" Rob smiled and said, "Isn't it easy to get beets? I'll just start planting now." A farmer immediately stood up and said, "Father, we just told you that it is not appropriate to plant beets in this season. The beet seeds in your hands should have been harvested only last month, and it is not appropriate to sow them until next spring. If we could grow beets now, we wouldn't have to ask you for help." In a low voice, Lillian hurried over and explained, "My master doesn't grow crops in normal ways, but by divine grace." The farmer looked confused and said, "What the heck?" "Well, you wouldn't understand even if I told you now." Lillian said, "In short, you'll understand soon." Rob took out the beetroot seeds that the three adventurers brought back last time. These beetroot seeds have been here for several days now, but Rob has been too lazy to sow them. On one hand, the desire to eat sugar finally defeated the lazy cells in his body, so he had to get up and grow beets. The other is that he really doesn't like a group of people staying in his own home. If he doesn't find something for these people to do and let them settle down, he'll feel depressed. That is to say, what goes around, comes around. It is a false proposition that you can be lazy forever unless you are willing to cut off all troubles in the world, not be moved by external things, not be trapped by any human feelings, and be selfish only for yourself. However, that is tantamount to cutting off all social relations. Humans are creatures that like living in groups. You'll live like a chicken feather if you cut off your social life. Only the protagonists in Shojin's novels can achieve such abstinence, but those protagonists are not living people at all. They are all immortals. Don't the immortals often say, "Don't interfere with Lousy's immortal cultivation, regardless of what happens"? Rob doesn't want to live like an immortal. The farmers watched helplessly as Rob came to the edge of the field and planted the beet seeds one by one. These 2 fields have been used to grow a batch of potatoes and have been harvested for tens of thousands of gene. Rob, a lazy guy, has only collected enough to eat, so he is too lazy to plant another batch, leaving the 2 fields empty. The farmer saw him plant the seeds in the field badly, then symbolically watered the field with a kettle, placed his buttocks back on the stone stool, collapsed, and complained, "I'm exhausted, farming is really hard." The farmers did not know how to complain for a moment, so they had to stare at him awkwardly. "What are you looking at?" Rob said, "Go to the hillside and find a place to build a house. If you can't build a house, go to the carpenters from White Birch Town and ask them for help. As for payment, put it on my head. When you help me harvest the beets tomorrow, I will pay you the wages, so you can pay the people in White Birch Town. In addition, you should reclaim some land for cultivation, plant potatoes, hurry up and work, and don't waste precious time here. Also, at this time tomorrow, remember to come to me and help me harvest beets, and then I will teach you how to make sugar." "What? Harvest, tomorrow? Making sugar?" The farmers looked confused, but Rob didn't bother to explain. "These are your fellow villagers," Rob said to Lillian. "You are responsible for explaining. I'm exhausted. I'm going to take a good rest." He reclined on the stone stool and wanted to open the ceiling fan but suddenly found that the ceiling fan had fallen apart, so he had to point the magic container at him and let the magic out. The wind blown by magic is really soulless and makes people feel uncomfortable. It seems that we still have to call the blacksmith back and reassemble the fan. For now, forget it. I can barely make do with the magic container for now. When he closes his eyes, he can hear the cicadas crying in the mountains, and you can hear Lillian whispering to the farmers about the miracle of harvesting crops overnight, and the miners whispering to each other about whether they can really dig up a gemstone mine tomorrow. These noises are not annoying. They have the feelings of life. Life in Westwind Town is actually wonderful. It was worth Rob's efforts to defend it. Early the next morning, the miners carried the tools for digging and mining and got ready to set off. The place Rob showed them on the map was a little bit over the hillside behind the chapel, which used to be some distance from Westwind Town, but now it was very close to the town. Because on that otherwise uninhabited hillside, there are now Rob's fields and a stockings factory that is not yet in full operation, and then the White Birch Town refugees have built houses there and built some walls. As a result, the hillside where the gemstone mine is located is only about a few hundred meters outside the wooden wall built by the townsmen of White Birch Town. The group of miners arrived at the place, looked around, looked back and forth, and found that it was a very ordinary hillside. The slope is full of green grass and many trees. A group of townspeople from White Birch Town is cutting down trees here, and many stumps can be seen on the ground. If someone says that a gemstone mine is buried here, the townspeople will not believe it even if it kills them. Johnny said to the man next to him, "Do you think there is a gemstone mine here?" The man shook his head, "Doesn't seem like it." But the priest said there was a mine here. Another man said, "Why don't we dig a bit first? Even if we go back, we have nothing to do. We eat his food and use his equipment. I'll feel guilty if we don't listen to him. How about we listen to God's words, dig hard for a few days, and then tell the priest that we didn't manage to dig it up? That should be fine." Johnny nodded and said, "That's the only way it can be done now." He drew a big circle on the ground and said, "Everybody concentrate your efforts and dig down from this circle. First remove the vegetation and soil above, and then dig out the stones below to see if there is a gemstone mine. You'll be able to tell as long as you see the stones." "Understood. Let's dig." More than a dozen people worked together using hoes and shovels. The soil here is thick, which made it hard to dig. More than a dozen people have been digging until noon, not finding any gemstones, not even regular stones. They can't help but feel a little discouraged and thought, what is the geography of this area? Perhaps the earth below is layered with soil that seeps deep into the center of the earth. There aren't even ordinary stones, let alone any gemstones. While a lot of discussion and thoughts went on, Lillian came, carrying 2 huge baskets full of boiled potatoes, smiled and said to everyone, "Uncle Johnny, call everyone to lunch." Johnny turned around and saw that Lillian, a weak little girl, had a huge basket in each hand, carrying enough potatoes for more than a dozen miners. He couldn't help but wonder and said, "Lillian, where did you get such strength?" Lillian smiled and said, "The master gave me a bafu." "Ah, no, it's a buff. It's said to be a blessing of the king, so I get a lot of strength." Johnny rolled his tongue and didn't quite understand. Lillian gave the potatoes to everyone, then looked at the pit they dug and couldn't help asking, "Haven't you found the gemstone mine yet?" Johnny shook his head with a black face. "Not to mention a gemstone, we couldn't even dig up stone. The soil here is so thick that I even suspect there's only dirt here. Even if you keep digging, you'll only get dirt. That's impossible. Master said there was a gemstone mine here, so there must be one." Lillian had great confidence in Rob. She looked around, picked up a pickaxe from a miner who was eating potatoes, and smiled and said, "Let me help dig." Johnny said, "How can you do such a rough job as a little girl? Put down the pickaxe. It doesn't matter. I told you I have a buff from my master." Lillian jumped into the big hole dug by the miners, raised her pickaxe with both hands above her head, and concentrated all the strength that the blessing of the king had brought to her. Then, she jumped. She jumped several meters high. The agile movement startled the miners. It turns out that the blessing of the king does not only add strength but also increases agility, intelligence, and magic resistance. Lillian jumped high, then fell heavily, her arms waved down with her greatest strength, and the iron pick hit the bottom of the pit hard with great force. All the people heard was a loud bang, flying soil and stones. The pit was several meters deeper in an instant. Johnny and the miners were so startled that they never dreamed that Lillian, a weak girl, could wield a pickaxe in such a manner. "I've dug into stone." Lillian stood at the bottom of the pit and laughed, "Look, there's stone below." "It's stone." "Oh. There's stone?" This raised the miners' spirits. Johnny was the first to jump into the pit, and after removing a layer of dirt with both hands, he slapped the bottom of it with a look of joy on his face. "Huh? Huh, huh, huh. This. Sure enough, there's stone here, this is an amethyst vein. Oh my God. It's an amethyst vein." Hearing this, all the other miners froze and then jumped into the pit crazily and desperately scraped open the dirt layer with their hands. Before long, a dozen miners shouted excitedly. "Sure enough, there's an amethyst vein. This is an amethyst vein. Ha, so there is really a gemstone mine here. We can settle down here, ha ha ha. I told you." Lillian proudly put her hands on her hips. "If my master said there was a mine here, then there must be a mine. My master is a man blessed by the gods. He is so great that there is nothing he can't do." The miners and masons no longer dared to have the slightest doubt about Rob and even felt ashamed that they had doubted him. They climbed out of the mine, knelt around the pit, placed one hand on the left side of their chest, pointed to the top of their heads with the other, and swore loudly, "Stone from above. I swear that I will unconditionally follow Father Rob's guidance and teachings all my life. If I break this oath, please let the stone fall and kill us." Miners often need to go to the mine, and for them, the most dangerous thing is the collapse of the mine, so, "Stone from above" and "let the stone fall and kill us" is their most solemn oath, and no one dares to joke with it. Lillian smiled when she heard them take the oath so seriously. "Just trust my master, but he won't want you to be killed. He is the kindest and most benevolent man in the world. You'll see later." After a luxurious lunch with potatoes, Lillian returned to the chapel, and the miners continued to mine. First of all, they had to consolidate the soil at the perimeter of the mine to ensure that it would not collapse before they could continue digging down. After finding the huge vein, they first have to pierce it with a chisel, separating it bit by bit, before turning it into a small piece of raw gemstone and lifting it up from the mine. Not every piece of stone has an amethyst, however, and not every amethyst can reach the quality that can be sold for good money. They need to carefully judge the gemstone's quality and find the best of them. Afterward, it'll undergo processing and polishing to become beautiful crystal jewelry. Of course, this is all for later. They don't have enough hands. At present, there are only a dozen people here, and more miners and a lot of miners and masons are still in Stone Canyon. So they have to wait for the 3 adventurers and Little E to get them back. Therefore, the more than a dozen miners present just used their fastest speed to get the raw amethyst. It was getting later, so they didn't even polish it. When they returned to the church with the stones in their hands, they saw a mountain of beetroot stacked in the open space of the chapel. A dozen farmers were lying beside the beet pile like dogs. When the miners came back, the farmers said feebly, "How's your work going?" "We collected a large area of beets and were as tired as dogs. But I'm so happy. Father Rob can really grow beets in a day, ignoring the season, the true miracle of the God of Light." The miners couldn't help laughing. "You're not tired like dogs. You really became tired dogs. Ha ha ha, you look stupid with your tongue sticking out. The work on our side is going very well. There are really veins in the place that Father Rob pointed out to us. Ha ha ha, an amethyst mine." Johnny held the raw amethyst they had carefully selected in both hands and sent it to Rob, who was lazy on his stone stool. "Father, this is the best raw amethyst we have dug up today. We intend to give it to you after it is polished and beautiful." "Oh." Rob took the raw gemstone. The so-called raw gemstone, which looks like an ordinary stone with an inconspicuous appearance, still needs a series of processes such as cutting, grinding, polishing, carving, and so on before it can be turned into a beautiful gem for people to enjoy. However, Rob did not have this problem. He pinched it with his hand and used the skills of the jeweler class. And in an instant, the raw gemstone in his hand was cut and polished, turning it into a crystal-clear amethyst. The masons beside Rob couldn't see him use his skill but could only see some of the stone powder slipping slowly between his fingers. The raw gemstone quickly turned into amethyst, which was simply unimaginable and confusing. Rob looked at the stone in his hand and exclaimed, "Amethyst, finally. It can only be counted as an entry-level gemstone, and you can't make any earth-shaking equipment. But it should still make a fine necklace for my lovely Lillian." He took out 2 gold coins, rubbed them, and a magic reflection amethyst necklace suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The necklace's chain was pure gold, shining with 24K gold, while the necklace's pendant was the amethyst dug up by the miners. It was huge, crystal clear, and mysterious. It was filled with lustrous purple light. It looked very beautiful. Purple light is the representative color of arcane magic enchantments. This system of magic enchantments has a variety of functions. For example, the enchanted magic reflection of this necklace, this prefix reflects magic. Rob waved to Lillian and smiled, "Come here." Lillian came over obediently. Rob turned her back to him, then gently lifted her long blonde hair with his hand, revealing her snow-white neck, which was so charming that one couldn't help but want to kiss it. With very gentle movements, he helped Lillian put on the amethyst necklace and let her stand a few meters away. Lillian, dressed in a maid costume, white stockings, and an amethyst necklace, looked beautiful. Rob sighed, "Lillian, you are so cute." The people next to them all nodded together like robots. No one questioned what Rob had just said, but Lillian herself bowed her head shyly. "Such a valuable necklace is not something a person of my status can wear. Master should keep it and give it to his wife later. I am a single dog who yearns for freedom. I'm afraid it will take more than 10 or 20 years to have such a thing, madam." Rob spread out and said, "Don't panic. This necklace is yours from now on. Don't make any excuses anymore." Lillian blushed and silently accepted the necklace. Just then, Rob suddenly raised his hand, pointed at Lillian, and a fireball flew out of his fingertips. It brushed the ground across the distance between the two and hit Lillian. Lillian was stunned by the sudden arrival and didn't evade at all. The people nearby were also startled, not knowing what the priest was doing all of a sudden. Johnny exclaimed, "No." But as he exhaled, the necklace around Lillian's neck glowed with purple, which formed a purple mirror in front of Lillian. Rob's fireball hit the mirror and bounced back with a whir, and hit Rob himself in the face. With a bang, the fireball exploded, hitting Rob on the ground. Lillian. Townspeople, what the heck is going on? The only person in the world who can hurt Rob is probably himself. This fireball knocked out 1/10 of his own HP. He smeared the black ash on his face and filled his HP with healing magic, saying angrily, F***K, my magic hurts. Lillian said, "Master, what were you doing just now?" The townspeople were also confused and said, "Father, what were you trying to play?" Rob spread his hand, "I'm testing the necklace I just made. Magic reflection is really sick, ahem. All right, Lillian, I'll give you a blessing from now on, and you can tear all the wizards with your hands. You'll be able to beat all the magicians now." Lillian looked confused and said, "Ma." Rob said, "Never mind, you are a peace-loving girl. You will not beat people. You only need the necklace's exteriors. What magic reflection? You don't use it." Lillian breathed a sigh of relief. "Whoa, I thought my master wanted me to fight. I can't fight." Rob gave her a thumbs up, "Continue being like that. That's better." The farmers were envious when they saw that the miners had dug up valuable amethyst in only one day. The miner's job is really a quick job. As long as you dig something up, you get a harvest immediately, which is really enviable, but those of them who are farmers are different. The planting cycle of crops is too long, and you have to pick the season. They can't settle down like the miners in the twinkling of an eye. Today, although they helped Rob harvest a mountain of beets and did some work, they knew that helping people harvest crops was not a great job. They were lucky that Rob was kind enough to give them some pay. They can't say anything if they aren't happy with it either. After all, they are still eating potatoes given by Rob. On the other hand, they are still reclaiming their land for cultivation. They have not even begun sowing potatoes, and their harvest is far off. This sense of disparity makes them look up a little bit. As soon as Rob looked at these guys, he knew they had nothing to live for. How could he accept that? "I want to eat candy. You scum don't have to worry about that stuff." Hurry up and get to work. But even if he thought so in heart, he couldn't say that. Rob put on a compassionate, gentle, and kind expression and said to the farmers, "Don't panic. I know you lack confidence in your future, but I guarantee that you will feel that your life has reached its peak tomorrow. I am about to pass on to you a holy skill, and when you learn it, you will be full of confidence next year, the year after that, and for the rest of your life." Hearing what he said, the farmers were refreshed and already worshipped Rob. After all, it was no exaggeration to say that such a man who could grow crops in one day was carrying the blessings of God. Everyone hurried closer, stood respectfully, and assumed the appearance of being taught with an open mind. Rob said, "First of all, go and wash the beetroots. You don't have to finish them all. I'm just going to teach you how to do it. It's just trial production. So just wash 20 or 30 beets first, wash them as quickly as you can, and bring them to me." The farmers hurried to wash the beets. Rob told Lillian, "Go and get a pot and some linen." Lillian took orders and soon brought out a very large pot. Yes, it was the pot she used to cook the stew. She knew Rob hated mixed stew most and didn't like using this pot to cook food. She didn't know why she was asked to take it out. She was confused, but she still obediently brought it out. Rob gave Lillian the blessing of the king and said with a smile, "Go and half-fill the pot with water and heat it on the fire." Lillian did as told, and the cauldron was half filled with water and boiled on the fire. "This is just like the mixed stew." Lillian said awkwardly, "Master, this is. Do you finally want to eat mixed stew? Only ghosts want to eat that." Rob couldn't help covering his nose when she talked about the stew. Seeing that the farmers had brought the washed beets, Rob immediately ordered, "Cut the beets into small pieces and throw them into the pot to cook." The farmers thought, "Is the priest going to make beetroot soup? Forget it. People like us can't figure out what the priest is thinking. Just do it." They quickly chopped up the washed beets and then threw them all into the pot. They stewed the beetroot in the large pot, and instantly, the sweet smell wafted from the pot. However, seeing that the beets were cooked and ready to eat, Rob did not let people eat the beet but continued to watch the big pot boil without saying a word. It boiled and continued to boil. It was not until the beets had been boiled and turned to dregs that Rob ordered, "Take out the beet dregs from the pot, wrap it in linen, and squeeze it hard to squeeze out all the water back into the pot." The farmers were a little confused. One farmer finally couldn't help asking, "Father, if you squeeze all the water out of the beet dregs will become completely inedible and taste very bad." "I didn't ask you to eat dregs." Rob smiled, "Squeeze out the beet dregs and save it for the pigs." Farmers. What a waste of food. The farmer wanted to vomit, but no one dared, so he had to endure his heartache, fished the beet dregs out of the pot, wrapped them in linen, squeezed them hard, and squeezed the water out of the beet dregs back into the pot. At this time, there were no solids left in the pot, only a pot of clear water, sweet water. Rob felt sorry for Lillian and didn't want her to work more, so he said to a female farmer next to him, "Come here, take a long spoon, and keep stirring in the pot." Although the female farmer did not understand, she obediently did it, taking a long wooden spoon and stirring the sweet water in the pot. The fire under the pot still continued to blow heat, and the water constantly evaporated. And with the stirring of the wooden spoon, the water in the pot is turned continuously, so it evenly evaporates. Slowly, less and less water was left in the pot, and the proportion of sugar became more and more. Stir, stir, and at the last stir, the water in the pot was so scarce that the female farmer felt that every stir of her wooden spoon became very difficult. It turned out that the pot was no longer sweet water but dark brown syrup. The syrup is very high in concentration and sticky, so it is difficult to stir. Rob smiled and said to the female farmer, "All right. You can stop now." The female farmer obediently stopped, and Rob blew out the fire with magic, then picked up a copper spoon, reached into the pot, and scooped up a spoonful of syrup from the bottom of the pot. The syrup began solidifying and turning into a dark brown candy bar like amber as soon as the fire was blown out. Rob wrapped the candy in a cloth, clapped his hands hard, and with a bang, the candy was broken into many small pieces. And he spread out the cloth, and what appeared in front of everyone was a pile of small dark brown crystalline candies. He picked up a small candy and threw it into his mouth. Ah! This is the taste. The taste of my favorite, sugar painting, when I was a child. It was not easy to eat the same food only available in his previous world, and Rob was instantly hit with a wave of nostalgia. At this time, the onlookers did not know what Rob had done and looked confused as he showed sadness and was eerily quiet. After a while, Rob picked up a small piece of candy and put it in Lillian's mouth. "Come, taste it." Rob acquired sugar and candy. The small piece of candy was put into Lillian's mouth, and then the expression on her face began to change rapidly. At first, she looked rather confused, and had no idea what she was eating. But soon her expression became, and then the corners of her mouth began to rise, and her face began to show a happy expression, and finally became like this, *****. Lillian clapped her hands and jumped up. "Wow, how sweet. This is so sweet, good times, very good times. It's sweeter than honey." Rob smiled and spread the cloth on the stone table. "Here, each of you, take a small piece to taste." The farmers approached one by one, carefully picked up a small piece of candy from the table, threw it into their mouths, and then the expression on their faces began to replicate the series of changes that Lillian had just made. "Sweet. It's sweet. It's sweeter than honey. This thing is made out of beetroot? I can't believe it. Oh, my God, this is amazing. I never thought beets could be made into something sweeter than honey. In the West, there is almost no other way to get to taste sweets except honey, so honey has always been harder to get than pepper. And farmers now understand that beets can be used to make candy sweeter than honey. I'm afraid this thing is going against God. It's not hard to imagine how much it can sell." Just now, the farmers did not understand why Rob said that they would soon be full of confidence in the future, but now they all understand. They knew how to grow beets, and now Rob has taught them how to use beets to make such candy. They only need to grow potatoes for half a year and grow a field of beets after the beginning of spring next year. Can you still be poor after producing such things in large quantities in the way Rob taught them? It'd be a wonder if you didn't get rich. Good. We only need to survive till next year. As they were thinking about how to survive, they heard Rob say, "I know you won't grow your own beets until the beginning of next spring, so, to ensure your present living conditions, I decided, as long as you help me to make candy bars of all the beets harvested in my field, I will give you half of the sugar." Wow! The farmers got excited all of a sudden. This is something worth more than gold. As soon as the priest opened his mouth, he would give us half of it. It was amazing, and they could be regarded as having settled down for the next half year. The farmers knelt down again in an instant, praising the God of light, Father Rob, beets, and sugar. Rob broke a branch from a tree, rubbed it in his hand, and it instantly became a special weapon of a bard, the harp. While playing the harp, he sang in a strange tone, "It's so exciting, it feels as if life has reached its best. It feels as if life has reached its peak, so dazzling and colorful." The infectious melody infected all the farmers in an instant. They danced together to the melodious sound of the harp and sang, "It feels as if life has reached its peak." A few days later, the miners have dug a big hole and several good-looking amethysts one after another, but no one in this small town of Westwind Town can buy gems except the mayor. It's unknown where the great merchant Pobo is hiding from the undead, so he can't buy the gemstones. So these amethysts can't be sold for the time being. Rob and the mayor each paid for a few pieces of amethyst they dug up. With the money they got from the amethysts, they would be able to survive for a long time. They asked the people of White Birch Town to help them build several houses next to the mine and finally settled down. The farmers helped Rob make a lot of candy, and after getting the candy given to them by Rob, they asked the people of White Birch Town to build houses for them as well. They traded the sugar for a lot of daily necessities and settled down. Then they tried their best to reclaim the land and get ready to grow their own beets the following year. This afternoon, Rob was in the stone stool in the yard, watching the farmers reclaim the land on the hillside with his detection range of 5,000 yards. The harmonious scene was beautiful. Suddenly, a purplish portal appeared silently on the hillside next to the chapel, which was the set destination of Rob. He made it so that you'd be sent back to Westwind Town as long as you used one of his transmission scrolls. Shuelu was the first to come out. As soon as she arrived, she winked at Rob, who was on his stone stool. Her red hair fluttered with the mountain breeze, and then she turned and shouted to the portal. Then more people came out of the portal. There were men and women, old and young. The group of people looking dispirited came out one after another, and after a while, the hillside was full. Rob could have guessed from his toenails that these people were the people of Stone Canyon, so he turned to look at Lillian. Lillian put down a pot of boiling water for Rob and ran quickly up the hillside. Every person who came out of the portal would greet her, and those people who did saw Lillian and looked surprised. Obviously, everyone in that little town knew each other, and everyone knew that Lillian had been sold by her aunt, but they didn't expect to see her here. Robert looked coldly at the situation there, and after a while, an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman came through the portal. Lillian's expression immediately changed, and she looked very excited. She shouted to her aunt so loudly that Rob, who was sitting in the yard, could hear her. Then the woman saw Lillian with an expression of extreme surprise and a touch of embarrassment and fear in her eyes. She probably saw that her niece had now led a rich life. Lillian was wearing a maid skirt made of cotton cloth. The style of the skirt was completely different from that of an ordinary servant. White silk stockings and leather shoes made her stand out, especially the precious amethyst necklace on her chest. It highlights her status in her new owner's house. The middle-aged woman felt fear and knelt down to Lillian with a puff. Rob sighed and murmured, "Why are you kneeling? You abused Lillian. You bullied her. I can justifiably slap you into the sky if you dare to pretend. It's good that you kneeled in front of her face. Forget it. As long as Lillian doesn't care, I'll give you a break." Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you enjoyed it, please remember to like, subscribe, and share to support the channel.